Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the best sim racing day all year. It is the one and only Octane Online Racing, Simrigs.com, Bathurst 12 hour from the greatest 6.2 kilometres in the world. I am Sean Muller, and joining me, we've rolled out the A team early on. It is the one and only Matt Madden and the Lord himself, Mitch Hobbs. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Mulsey. And I didn't know that we've given his lordship the title. Mitchell Hobbs coming in for the very best start of the very best race of the sim racing calendar year. How are we feeling, Hobbsy? It's 5 a.m. in game time, ready to rear and roll?
It is. It's 5 a.m. in game time, and it's currently 13 on track and ambient, which is bloody cold, as we would call it here. So, a bit different to the 42 I'm going to have today, Slarty. But anyway, we'll look over that. It's going to be a cracking day. And, of course, one thing being possibly one of the last 12 hours we see at Bathurst in ACC on OR, we've got to have a look back at history. And what a cracking lineup that we've got here. 2021... Car 69, Andy O'Hara with Andrew Lawrenson and Terry Rayton for Laundry House. What a team that was. That was a cracking drive from then. Then 2022, we had a new team come to the top. We had Zach Smith, Zach James, Matt Pignata, and Dan Hunter. What a cracking team that was as well. A team of four, and they worked really well together. A lot of preparation put in for that team, and that was a cracking year. 2023, car 89 with Philippa Bokita, Andy O'Hara again, Dan Hunter there as well. Two-time champions there for Bokita and Hunter. Bokita won a couple of years earlier, and same for O'Hara. So that was the team to beat, and you couldn't separate them. That was a cracking year for them. 2024, we had car 919 with Zach Smith, Matty Lamb, Matt Pinata, and Morena Morella. What a time that was for them. They were absolutely flawless that year. And this is just a wall of fame, really, for OOR. These are the best of the best in OOR, not just in the 12-hour, but over the history of OOR and ACC. And then, of course, last year, we couldn't forget it, the two-man team, car 714, Lucas Keys and Brady Adderton. What a year they had to start off with. And we can see a common theme in a couple of those. We've got the Mercedes the first 2 years, the Laundry House and AV Maximum Pace. But then in 2023, I took over with the BMW and the BS Plus XHL car. 2024, the McLaren, what a year it was for the McLaren at Bathurst. Absolutely nailed it. I don't think they put a foot wrong. And then last year, Brady and Lucas put together an absolutely cracking race. Very few mistakes made. But the big question, lads, and the big question marks, 2026, who's going to win it?
Tell you what, I'm looking through my list now, and I completely agree. I didn't catch what that was. Was that a Mondeo or a Discovery? It just popped up on my screen there. There it is in all its glory.
1996 Jeep Cherokee, Grand Jeep Cherokee XJ.
And I think that's fitting up this mountain. But mate, Hobbs, to answer your question, it sort of is and isn't tough to decide. I think statistically speaking, there's a lot of Fords on the grid. There's a lot of Fords on the grid, as well as a fair few Fezzes here too. So, but really, it's anyone's game. There's a couple of Maccas, a BMW. We've got a Lexus in here as well. AMG, Porsche. We've got the full works here this morning. 10 a.m. in Sydney, but it's 5 a.m. in game. Absolutely friggin' freezing on track. But how good? How good. This is what we do. This is the best part of the race, in my opinion. Under the cover of darkness, you can't see a thing. Absolutely terrifying. Cars flying everywhere. Inevitable incidents that'll pop up at places like the cutting. Even Quarry Bend just before it, or over Skyline. So hard to navigate in the dark. How you feeling about the first lap?
Excited, nervous, all the above. Again, with Hobbs's point, it's the first time in a long time that I've actually looked at the entry list and gone, oh, gee, there's at least 3 or 4 teams here I can 100% make a case for. So that normally sets up for an absolute cracking race, which I'm very much looking forward to. Of course, we've got a couple of solo drivers in there as well. We've got Stevie Ty, who's currently stuck second position. Keen to see how Stevie goes on his own. And we've got JC running on his own. Rondinella is running on his own. So is Nathan Monks, Graham Hill. So a couple of serious operators running the full 12 hours. So I'd love to know the logistics of all that as well, and toilet breaks and how all that plays out, but I'm sure we'll find out. Then, of course, we've got the Silver Class battle, which, again, is going to be a ripper in itself. There's plenty of awesome teams in Silver Class. And, again, another class that really I can't put my finger on who's going to get the chocolates there. Then in Pro-Am, always normally the best racing in Pro-Am, so we'll keep across that all day as they come across Skyline now and get themselves all organised and all settled for what is the last ride here on ACC. You are watching the Octane Online Racing at Simrigs.com, Bathurst 12-hour, live from the mountain, and we are about to get underway for 12 hours of fast and furious racing action. All I ask for is a clean start.
Who are our drivers to watch this morning?
Oh, Stevie Ty for mine. I feel like Stevie Ty is going to absolutely light it up. And I also think keep an eye on Benefield out there at 9th position in the 911. I feel like, that's not his true pace. We've seen him in LMU land and he is rapid over there. So I expect that 911 Porsche to make its way through the field.
Yeah, Hobbsy, anyone for you?
Yeah, look, I think I'm with Sean. I think it's a hard one to put Stevie Ty or Benefield there. Lucas Keys will put pressure on early. A dark horse, I'd say maybe Slade to get past Griffin early, but we'll see who's going to take the start.
Yeah, have a look at this as well. Okay. Coming down the mountain now towards the hotel. Such a beautiful view this time of day because you've got the massive, massive sign over the track there as you exit the chase. Just lights up like a Christmas tree. And look, we're going to get... I'd argue that being on track is the ideal place to be for this sort of first hour or two, but we're going to get a pretty good front row seat to the sunrise over the mountain, which is just one of the most spectacular things. But with you for the race start is going to be Mulsey. I wouldn't have it any other way. Shauno, take us away.
Here we go. Bathurst 12-hour. The final ride in ACC. Thank you to Simrigs.com. We're about to get underway. Over nearly 40 cars on the grid. Over 100 drivers. Who will the mountain choose today? And we are about to go racing. And we are off underway for the 12 hours. I head down now into Hull Corner. And it looks like Lucas Keys has got a nice solid start. That is danger signs already for the rest of the field. Oh, we've got a bit of Barney rubble there in the background. Is that the green Lexus? Looks like it is the green Lexus that has gone around there at Hull Corner. Unfortunate. I've always said green race cars are unlucky. As we're back up towards the front of the field now. Lucas Keys leading the way from Stevie Ty, Hammond, Griffin, Slade. All your big players are up there. Very clean start from the top of the field as well, which is what we love to see. I think everyone's just sort of taking a bit of a breath and just sort of, let's get through this first 3 or 4 laps, get into a rhythm, and then we can start getting the elbows out. We've just been confirmed there, 43 on the grid, which is an amazing turnout for the 12-hour. And we're looking here at Benefield at the moment now. ACC is currently doing its weird timing thing, but currently sitting there in 9th. I expect that Porsche, once the temperatures come up and the tyres come up, that to start making its way forward through the pack. Here with Hamilton at the moment, currently in 5th position, the 124 entry. Looking very solid as well. Got a little bit of a train behind him, but nothing really to panic about in these early stages of a 12-hour day. It's really now just important finding a position on track, just being nice and smooth, keeping an eye on your car as well, on your numbers, and seeing if you've got your tyre pressures all hunky-dory. And then start to really set into the grind. So we've got a yellow there up on the top of the mountain. That looks like down through the S's. Just trying to see who that is. It's the 9. Yeah, my eyes aren't that good. It's one of the
820 and 2.
There you go.
277, I think. Bishop and might be Ankin.
See, that's why you're the young kids and I'm the old bastard. You can see the little numbers. And we're looking here at Hammond at the moment in the 667. Really keen to see how this car goes today. Their team is very strong. And Hammond, we've seen be super rapid as Lucas Keys pops in a 207.752 as he leads lap 1 of the OOR Simrigs.com Bathurst 12-hour.
Absolutely, mate. Some key call-outs here. We've got Cooley up 6 positions off the start. Charados up about 5 as well. Layla Bell has pushed up 3 spots as well, courtesy of the earlier incidents. Some unbelievably good driving to navigate that awful collision there at turn 1 for the green Lexus. But looking at us now, it's very hard to see on the stream, but it is still pitch black. So every car out there trying to navigate. JC is up 2 spot. We've got two slots. We've got 43 cars on the grid. This is chock-a-block racing. There's already very little room to navigate your way around this track, and then we shove 43 GT3 cars on here. No room for error, no room for movement. Walls either side. Like Australia, mate, this track, everything's trying to kill you. It's unbelievable the racing that this can produce. I've got two screens going up here. I'm watching my teammate Chris Cooley work and weave his way through the field, now in 27th from 36th. But here we've also got amazing cars like Slady's up a couple, Convoy's up 2 spots as well, possibly even 3 now. We've seen 2. A couple of solo entries pushing early of Rondinella, Ty still hanging onto the back of Keys there, 1.5 seconds behind. Mate, I don't know how you're doing this for 12 hours, but you've got to think this first hour matters so much. You just got to keep the car on the road. Don't lose too many positions and set yourself up for the rest of the day. I wouldn't even know where to start to approach a 12-hour race like this on your own.
Yeah, no idea. I've got hats off to them for starters, like just to even think about attempting it. But then sort of you got to start thinking, okay, what's their strategy? Are they planning to go flat out for 12 hours? Are they planning to just ease into the race and bring their pace up? Are they just going to go and send it and see how long they can last? A lot of things to weigh up here for these solo drivers. But we'll keep an eye on them because I think Stevie, Ty and Convoy, they could be on for a pretty damn bloody good result because they've been super rapid in all practice. Got ourselves a replay here. This is just off the start. See what happened in the background there.
Yeah, it just got turned.
That just took, a little bit confusing, really. That sort of standard Bathurst things.
Might have been a Pidgey racing car at the back we saw there, just going into the back of the Lexus. We'll leave that one to the stewards. It'll be interesting to see what happens there. Loopty's parked up as well. We've just had confirmed by Jonesy. We'll have to see what's going on there for Jaden Rondinella. But a key call out as well. One of my favourite drivers to watch, Graham Hill, in the BMW, is also driving this completely solo, which I think is absolutely remarkable. One of my favourite drivers to watch out on track commonly is one to actually build a livery that his kids like. Dave, Steve-O and I commentated on a race of his a little while ago where he was in the We Bear Bears car. Absolutely brilliant piece of work. But we've got here, we're having a look at this 277 and 820 collision over the top of the mountain. This is Roy Ankin and I think Bishop as well. Yeah, a little bit of a spin there at Dipper. 3 cars involved, one getting away cleanly. Very, very tough spot of the track to be in that kind of traffic. There's absolutely no way around there when a car goes sideways.
No, definitely. Oh, hang on, I'm just getting word here that Loopy's parked up. Hey, what's going on here? Just having a quick look at that. I'm keeping an eye on. I got, like you yourself there, man. I got screens everywhere at the moment. I feel like I'm in the Channel 7 newsroom. Lots of things to keep across on. So it is Lucas Case leading the way from Stevie Ty, Will Hammond, Liam Hampton, Griffin, Convoy, Slade, Benefield, Johnson, and Godfrey are your 10 at the moment. And Godfrey, nice job there in the Pro-Am 342 entry. Watched him in qualifying on Thursday night. He was super quick. And that car is going to be very hard to beat in Pro-Ams. So we jump on board. We've got ourselves a bit of replay action here. Now, hopefully this isn't the normal thing that happens with replays. It's normally sad face. They come down into the S's. Oh, big moment. Huge moment. That's the wall. And that, I believe, is Loopty. Unfortunately, that has not ended well. And that's going to be a very sick and sore McLaren.
Yeah, that's a tough spot. The McLaren there typically handles Skyline quite well. But again, just like any car in this game, any car over Skyline, anywhere really, super easy to upset it. The suspension in ACC will particularly just rob you of any support, emotional or otherwise, that you had heading into Skyline. So yeah, no good for Loopty. It's going to be a bit of a rough start, but we do know in Bathurst anything can happen over the rest of the day. So wait and see what happens here. As we've got surging up the field now, I'm going to keep an eye on him as well, not just because he's my teammate, but he's just going to produce some unbelievable flying racing for us. Chris Cooley now from 36th up to 21st position. We've got Pidgey cars back to back in 20th and 21st. Unbelievable surge. It's just kind of what happens when a pro driver starts up the back. But hey, it's all part of racing here at Octane Online Racing. Now we've got Benefield on screen here, handling it quite well mid-pack here in the Porsche 911 car. It's just like, this is the nightmare, right? You've got headlights in your rear vision mirror. You're chasing down the taillights of the car in front. And really, you're just trying not to bin it. at least for me at this point of the race, my legs are still a little bit shaky. I'm still trying to, rub off the sleep out of my eyes and just figure out how the hell I'm going to navigate this for another 11 hours. It's just, what are you going to do? But you're sitting here mid-pack. We're on with Patterson now as well, another mid-pack car. You can see hardly a gap bigger than 1.5 seconds between our top 28, 29 cars easily here. Unbelievably good driving.
Very good driving. And it's funny you brought that up with the Cincinnati. I always said the first 20 minutes of an enduro sprint, especially your first one, whether it's the start or middle of the day, whenever it is the most dangerous time to have a Barney Rubble, because you're nervous, you don't feel like you're in the flow at all, your braking's nervous. That's the biggest thing I feel. I feel like you brake way too early, you're very cautious on the way you turn the car in. So it's till that first 20 minutes you sort of, also I say, get a sweat up. Once you start getting a sweat up, then you sort of lock in, and then you can sort of get your stint underway. But these first 20 minutes for these guys here, especially in darkness, is going to be highly nerve-wracking. And if you're stuck in a bit of a fight, as we see here at the moment with Hammond and Hamilton going at it, and Stevie Ty, that exasperates. That's like you're full-on locked in, your eyes are as wide as dinner plates. This is jumping on board here with Hamilton. That's all you can see. Like, that's not, and the TV is probably doing it better justice than actually on screen. So yeah, there's not a lot to see out there. It's wild when you come over the top here. The back end just wants to step out, but you've just got to be a little bit smart and just drive a little bit within yourself for these first hour or two, just so you can get into that rhythm, and then you're going to start attacking. Yeah, that works. We've got Lupti's about to unfortunately fall into the crutches of the blue flags, which is not ideal. What you want in with a 12-hour ahead of you.
Yeah, that's when you really start to be bogged down. And this is what we're going to see probably, give or take 25, 30 minutes into this race and for the rest of the day. We're going to start to see those back markers actually be overtaken by the front runners of the pack. And really then, it's just super hard to stay in your rhythm, because at every point, especially as, someone that's a bit of a slower driver myself, usually sitting back to mid-pack, mate, like, it's so hard to navigate all the cars flying past you at any given point in time. You're trying to give them room, you're trying to be respectful, but you're also trying to run your own race, fight your own battles. Really, really tough thing to navigate. Just a quick call out as well, we've already lost the 150 marker coming into the chase, so that's going to upset a lot of cars, as everyone pretty much uses that for their give or take break marker. It barely even lasted 10 minutes. I don't know how we lost that. But we're going to see a bit of a run here. We're on board with an AMG. This is the Milk Racing car going almost too wide there at Skyline, but backing out. It's a very smart play, definitely not somewhere that you actually want to be on. We've got a bit of a tap into the dipper. Two cars side by side, but managing to get away unscathed, sort of, is car 700. But the Milk Racing team moving on, super tough there. Again, you kind of just got to pay so much attention to the brake lights of the car in front, right? Very tough, but it probably will be looked at as an at-fault incident.
Yeah, it's very tricky, sort of. I've always sort of believed driving in these conditions, especially at night, the rule of thumb for me is brake 5 minutes earlier than you think. So always brake that little bit early. When you go, I've got to brake here, brake earlier. Just to keep yourself sort of, what we saw there, that's the classic sort of night accident. You just get a little bit blinded by the lights, and you just brake that little bit too deep, and unfortunately that is a tap up the rear, and that's normally looked at one way by our fantastic stewarding team. Big shout out to our awesome stewards today. Hopefully it's a nice quiet day for you guys, but you do an amazing job, and we couldn't go racing without you, so a massive thank you. As Lucas Key is still leading the way, 4.6 seconds to the good, and doing it quite comfortably at the moment as we jump on board here with Ward Patterson looking out the back there of the rear wing in the Lubomil, your mobile mechanic racing entry, and doing quite nicely there, popping along there in 16th and 17th position, just trucking along.
Yeah, Hobbsy, we've just seen something come into chat from good old Chris there. So you're saying the worst thing about soloing in this game is you can't reset the boards. Talk us through that.
Yeah, so if you want to be, if you're really reliant on the 150 metre board down at the chase there, if you're not in the car, what you can do is actually exit the game and rejoin, and it will bring those boards back. So if you're heavily reliant on that, you can do. It's a bit cheeky, yes, but Yes, it is unfortunate for those that are soloing, and for those of you that can't quite see who is soloing, they've put very kindly an asterisk at the end of their last name, so you know who is actually soloing the race, and unfortunately they're not going to have that opportunity to do that. So a tough day for them ahead. As long as you get the 100 board, though, it's still very much doable. If the 100 board goes, well, that's game over really for them. It's going to be a bit of a guesstimation.
I think the 100 board's gone. We'll have to watch here as maybe Benny Hignett can put us on board. Massive shout out as well to Benny Hignett, who's on the cams today, keeping us honest, keeping us watching the most interesting things that are happening on track. Brilliant operator, incredible racer as well that we saw. We've also just got, I'm watching on another screen everywhere, we've just got a couple of cars going, trying to go too wide up through the cutting. Very, very dangerous section of track to be trying that, but hey, they're having a fair crack of it. But down here as well, we got Hammond coming through Forest Elbow, exiting out the other side, chasing hard on the tail there. The 16-year-old of Will Hammond is hard on the arse of Stevie Ty, taking a peek under the spoiler pretty early in this race. Incredible work from him. Amazing job in the shootout the other night as well. Bloody brilliant driver, and at only 16 too. You just think he's going to get better and better, which is kind of terrifying to think.
He's going to go for it. Yep. That's
what a move.
Brakes. Oh, that's just perfection. That's exactly, he's hit the right braking marker. He's thrown it up the inside early so that Ty knows. Ty's going to let him go. He's got 12 hours ahead of him, so he knows that he's got plenty of positions to make up, and you never know what driver's going to jump in those cars next. So it's a good move there from Hammond, and now he's got Liam
teasing coming into hell corner, isn't he? Just giving a bit of a waggle, saying, hey, yeah, remember me? You overtook me at the chase just now. But, I think if anyone's a bit of a fan of the old Ice Age movie here, I think Stevie Ty has taken the Sid the Sloth mentality of I choose life. He's trying to get through 12 hours on his own. You can't be fighting that early in the race. Just let the kid go. Will Hammond, he's going to go and surge up the pack now, but Stevie Ty is going to get a pretty good pull there. But we've actually seen 290 kilometres an hour tick over on Will Hammond's Ferrari coming down the main straight there, which is just absolutely, not main straight, sorry, the chase. That's absolutely remarkable, the pace that this car has here at Bathurst.
Crazy pace, really, 290 kilometres. It's quite silly. We'll keep an eye on Hamady. I want to see if he can chip into that lead of Lucas Keys as well. And I think Hammond might have saw it and gone, you know what, I need to get this pass done by Ty because I need to get to work and get after Lucas here, because we've seen this before many a times from Mr. Keys. Once he gets out in front, he is a very, very difficult man to pull back, especially once he gets into his rhythm. So he's a race on very early. We're not even 15 minutes, and there's already a couple of races starting to play out early. So it's going to be a long day for a few of these drivers. And they're going to have to be on top of every little strategic battle and every little move. As looking at the one and only Chris Keeley, a.k.a. Keckers. Lovely man he is, don't tell him that. And driving beautifully at the moment, and already up to 17th position. Of course, that is standard Chris Keeley things. And I expect him to be in the top 10 by the time the first stops come around. Back here with Liam Hamilton currently in third position at the moment, doing fourth position, whichever timing screen you believe. Doing a lovely job. Jesus!
Yeah.
That is not the line.
Yeah, that's tight. He's played a bit of mind games there. I like that. I do enjoy a bit of mind games myself. Had to go a bit earlier on the brakes, and still side by side coming down into the final corner. Oh, he would go later on the brakes here, surely. Yes, he does. Absolutely slams those brakes on. I think that Patterson might have just known. He's seen the pro car and gone, yep, okay, I'm going to see if I can fight this. If I can't fight, I'm just going to let him go. I'm in a completely different class. He's on the podium at the moment in Pro-Am class. Of course, still plenty of racing to go, but just thinking strategy early, which is good, especially in the dark, almost pitch black. It'll start to get lighter in the next hour or so. Sunrise should really start get going just after 6:30 in game time. He's just going to play that game nicely. He's going to try and hold that slipstream if he can. He's got Philip Hamilton behind. He's very late on the brakes there, Patterson. He knows he's got the pressure on. He's also got Gallagher behind, who does have a penalty. So those penalties beginning to roll in now, and things going on. We're just seeing a report in chat that Luke Johnson did a whoopsie on the mountain and is unfortunately down 4 spots for that Rocket Evolved car. So that's a tough... And in the pits now, so big damage for them, I would say. That's a tough break for them early on. But if you know the Rockets Evolved team, There's no giving up for them, and they will push right to the very end, and I dare say we'll see them back in the top 10 by the end of the race. So good battles going on here. Austin Carpenter at the moment is just following along with Jeremy Talbot for the Speedy Mike Racing team. Good to see them back here, this time in the Bentley. More well known, I dare say, for the McLaren, but they're on here for the what's most likely the final 12-hour on ACC here for OR. Let's have a quick look at the replay. This is Luke Johnson. I think he's oopsied it at McPhillamy. Outside curb. Yep.
Oh, yep.
Oh, that's a big hit. Oh, that's going to be a couple of minutes damage. Oh, that's going to hurt the confidence. It's still...
Seems to be able to drive it back to pits, which is good, though, because you will save time. Instead of returning to garage, you can actually drive it all the way back around, and we'll be able to get some repairs done there. But that's an ouchie, Hobbsy. That's no bueno.
Yeah, that's a big no bueno. Another replay here just quickly before I talk about it. Let's have a look. This is Johnson again. Just got the line a bit wrong and just bang again, and then big bang. Oh, damaged windscreen. That's bad. That's there you go, Pip. There's a big explode from Luke Johnson. He's lucky that he got that back to the pits with the amount of steering damage I imagine that has. If you do have the ability to return to garage, I'd recommend you do that. Let's not talk about how I know that after being taken out by somebody who did that to me a couple of years ago. But that's a big solid hit for them. It's going to be a couple of minutes damage, but they'll get on going again as we're looking at the back of Blake Griffith's car in the Aston at the moment. The 317's got the bright lights of a Ferrari of Cooley there. Cooley just sticking the nose out. Bit of the mind games. I think that might be what comes in sort of early in the start of the race, but then later on when everyone's tired, especially those that are solo drivers, you're going to play those mind games a little bit. And especially if you're someone of the caliber of Chris Cooley, I think Cooley will know your next move before you even know. So you've really got to be on your A game here to try and defend if you're Blake Griffiths. And she's doing a great job at the moment. And over the top, Cooley will just relax a little bit, especially over the top. You don't want to be making any overtakes. Just play the game. That's the aim here. Just play the game early on. Make your positions up if you can. If not, just keep that consistency. That's going to be the big thing that they're looking for early on. Get in that rhythm, as Muller was alluding to earlier. Get in that rhythm and just see if you can keep those laps consistent. Obviously, they'll drop off over time with the tyre degradation, but the fuel drop-off should help level out a little bit over the stint. Obviously, weariness at the end of a stint will slow down the times as well. Side by side, down Conrod. Here we go. The Ferrari should have a little bit of an edge here with the top-end speed, but side draft and maybe a bit of the slipstream really, if Blake gets in behind. Yeah, that's
taking the PI double five, really.
That is taking the piss. You're right. And down into the braking zone now. Now, the good thing for Cooley is he's got a little bit of clean air ahead, so he can put the foot down a little bit if he wants to. Just try and keep it consistent, of course. And we can let the team, we can let the stream in slightly to our strategy. He's doing the first two stints because it's his birthday. So happy birthday to you, Chris Cooley.
Happy birthday to Donk. What a guy.
Happy birthday, Donk.
Yep, 25 for the 8th year.
That looks like an early loopty spin again, possibly, or somebody emulating that same spin. But yes, so we can let you into our strategy because our strategy is irrelevant to a lot of drivers here. He is double stinting, so he will be completely wrecked by that, and then you'll see someone else get in the car afterwards.
So we do need to cover off a bit of business here.
Yeah.
So how the hell did you, one, get Chris Cooley? That's the first thing. Two, get Chris Cooley in a Ferrari. And three, that team's not quick enough, so we'll just get Hobbsy as well. Like, what's going on over there at an organisation?
What do you know about bribery, Mulls?
Yeah. Yeah.
We got deep pockets over at the Pidgey Racing team.
Yeah.
Talk us through it. Hobbsy.
Deep pockets.
Yeah, it was basically you get an announcement in the Pidgey Discord there, Muller, basically saying who wants a race, and Cooley was like, yes. Probably not realising he signed up for the fact that he was probably going to drive the Ferrari eventually. So there was a lot of testing going on, and then he said, I'll drive any car. And then Slarty decided, I will take you up on that offer. So they ended up with the Ferrari. And then how I got in the team, funny that, precisely 5 days ago, in fact, I got my phone started ringing, and Matt Madden's name came up. And I was actually at work when he rang me, and so I hung up on him, of course.
Yep, standard protocol.
Standard, yep. And I rang him back later, and he said, please, pretty please. And I went, oh, okay, I'll drive with you. So here we are. They're stuck with me for two stints or so, maybe 3. We'll see how we go, depending on how the 42 degrees goes this afternoon for me. I don't think I'll be doing. I think I'll be trying to get my at least 2 stints out of the way before 4 or 5 o'clock when it really heats up, and then we'll evaluate later if I do some more driving. But that's how you get a Pidgey Racing Team 147. Speaking of racing, Griffin here at the moment is actually putting the pressure on a little bit here, and having the pressure put on from Cafill Slade. Slade is no slouch. He's very talented, another younger driver on the grid, not as young as Will Hammond. He'll be upset for me to say, oh, that's Luke Johnson. That's not where your blue flag, Fluky. That's dangerous. Holy moly. That's not recommended. But somebody of the caliber of Johnson just knows it's fine line, but if he gets out of the way, it's okay. And he did so. Now it's back on. It's a little bit of an open gap now because of that. So Griffin's got the slipstream from Ty. Slade just might get into the slipstream if he nails it down the mountain. But if somebody of the caliber of him and Ty, I would be a little bit scared if I was Griffin, I can't lie.
Griffin, very impressed so far. Does have a silver plate next to his name, but I'm not 100% convinced he's a silver class driver. That is pro times up the top there, so he's doing an awesome job so far. Loving watching. Keeley now up to 14th. Yep, no worries. Yep, rightio, Chris. Good stuff.
We will be paying the price. Yeah, we will be paying the price a little bit later, because in that car with Cooley and Hobbsy, you've got 2, I'd say borderline Pro-Am drivers of myself and my brother Danzo. So it'll be interesting to see what we can do later. We do fall into this amusing loop when we drive with some of the pros where they put us in incredible positions, and then we've got to try and hold them for as long as we can. I'm almost sure that there's a betting syndicate that goes on in the background as to how many laps we can hold it before we start to give into the pressure.
That did happen last time at Donington. It was how long can Dan Madden hold off the pros before they get past in the Duo Series. But this just in, I just saw it pop up on my screen. Car 699 has gotten a stop go 30 for speeding in the pit lane. That's a bit naughty, that.
That's going to hurt. Yeah, Bathurst is pretty easy to do it because you can come flying into the pit lane entry there. You can take a bit of an alternate line that allows you to just go full send, but you've got to be so accurate on the brakes there. But, you know, if I can just quickly talk about, not necessarily the Pidgey car and its strategy, but just talk to the benefits and like the community that OOR builds, mate. Not just in terms of these endurance races, but how Dan and I, you know, I already mentioned on the Thursday night stream that we got involved in OOR through the sort of trio series that came about late 2024. But, you know, since then, we sort of started driving up the Academy series, and that's how we met the one and only Mitch Hobbs here, admin of the Academy series. And Mitch and the other admins here of Glenn and Matty Powell put on an amazing series, the Academy Endurance series. And that's where they actually get some Academy drivers and put them in a sort of 3-4 hour long race, racing alongside some of the very best here at OOR. So that's how we met everyone from, you know, like Chris Cooley to Benny Vintner, Chris Taylor as well. We've had some amazing, amazing races there. As we're just going to switch to a replay here. We've got a big thermal take wing of the Why Not car.
It's McPhillamy. Oh,
another wide.
Did he save it? That's
a good save.
That's a
great save.
That's a gold star. That's excellent.
That's lotto ticket stuff.
Incredible. The Why Not car there.
Normally one way, and that's normally, into the fence on the right-hand side.
Yes, that's normally how it pans out. We can see Griffin here, though. Slade's just dropped off a little bit, and that's okay. He's got his little bit of clean air. Benefield's a long way down the road, so that he doesn't have to worry too much about dropping off pace. But Griffin, though, is putting all the pressure in the world on Ty at the moment. But if anyone can absorb that pressure, it is Stephen Ty. He is one of the most experienced drivers on the grid. And he's no slouch here, and he's proving that now. Yes, he started second, but he's got a long race ahead, so I think he's going to just conserve himself for a good chunk of the race just so he can easily make it through the 12 hours if he can. It might take some longer pit stops, you know, get a bit of food and whatever, toilet breaks and all that sort of stuff, but overall, it's going to be a good one. Here we go. It's Matt Nipperis, or Nippers as he's more commonly known. Oh, that's a big shunt. Big shunt.
Doing that.
That's a big shunt. That's almost reminiscent of McLaughlin down at the exit of the chase there. That's tough.
The
Blake Brenner.
caused that.
The rejoins caused that. That's right. And tough one there. 699's just cleared their stop go. Justin Griffin at the moment, though, is getting a good move on here. Still just holding nicely. We can actually see a tiny bit of daylight coming into the track now, so we'll start to see things light up and to make it a little bit easier, more visible for the drivers on track. As we see, Ty is just being nice and consistent. Taking some alternative lines, though, you can see there, Nissan versus McLaren, mid-engine versus front-engine. And
Getting a little frustrated here.
I would definitely suggest that he is, and I know for a fact, being in the Nissan, that Ty is going to be able to keep on rolling with the 132-litre fuel tank that he'll have there compared to Griffin in the fuel-hungry McLaren. Probably won't be able to go as long, so if he can just keep things moving, I think Griffin will be saving a bit of fuel and doesn't have the pressure on of Slade behind yet, but that doesn't mean one little mistake from Griffin brings Slade back into this equation, or Ty, even a little mistake, brings Griffin possibly ahead.
Really?
Yeah, that's 2 flat 5. I saw them do that in practice and I just went, yeah, that's just standard Lucas, really. And with the fuel coming out of the cars, yes, there's tyre degradation involved, but I reckon we'll see a couple more fastest laps from him in the next probably 5-10 minutes. Only maybe, minuscule hundredths or so, but that can make all the difference in the grand scheme of things over a 12-hour race. It's starting to heat up a little bit here at Bathurst. It's an optimum track condition at the moment. You can see 14 ambient and track with a little bit of a headwind on one of the straights down Conrod, I believe, from what I can see on the compass for the wind. Things going well, though. There have been a couple of incidents, but not anything that's probably out of the ordinary for Bathurst.
Yeah, true.
Oh, yeah.
I don't mind. Really. Sorry, Muzzy. I don't mind the fact that there's a 5 km/h wind coming in, because the way that ACC tends to work is that wind is going to blow in any weather that's around the area. So that's probably what might bring in some rain a little bit later today. So keep an eye on that wind, not just the direction, but also the speed of that. As we're going to switch to a quick replay here from Benny Hignett coming up. This looks like it could be one of the Stevie Ty just in front of us, perhaps. I think we're on board with a Fezzer. Oh, big suspension bump there. My goodness, that's a great save too from the 112 Nissan. Expertly done from Stevie Ty. We're on board, with Justin Griffin there in the 31 McLaren. Mate, it's not a spot you want to be in. It's like, I think we're going to have a squeaky bum moment there.
That is not what you want to be doing 45 minutes into a 12-hour. Just need to take a little bit of a breath here. Tell you what, I've been super impressed with Griffin.
Here we go.
He's gone for the move. Oh, he said, bugger this, Stevie Ty, who are you? Oh, up the inside at the Chase Complex, if you don't mind, umpire. Beautiful move there from Griffin. As I was just saying, super impressed with his opening step. Stevie Ty thinking about fighting back, but no, Stevie's playing the very long game here. He knows he's got a very long day ahead of him, and he knows these opening stoushes are not going to get a good result. And I was just thinking as well, do you reckon these solo drivers have a little inter-competition with themselves? I'm nearly convinced they would, for sure.
That you're insinuating that they're all friends. I'm not suggesting they aren't, but you never know. There's certainly probably an in-race competition to go who can have the best overtake or who can last the longest, because maybe all of them might not last the 12 hours. I hope they do, because that would be an amazing achievement, but we will see what happens. Here's Cafiel Slade, though, who's gotten in there on the action now after that overtake from Griffin on Ty, and Ty was looking for something, and I've got a sneaky suspicion that Ty's just going to hold off here, especially with the straight line of that Nissan. He should really romp that McLaren down the straight with a bit of slipstream. So he's just playing the long game over the top here. You don't really want to overtake, and you won't see many overtakes up here unless somebody's done a bit of a boo-boo, or even blue flags really shouldn't be yielding over the top, as the stewards will point out when they start talking in the chat. So we will see how this plays out. And the McLaren is very stable down the descent of the mountain here compared to something like the Nissan. And Slade's really putting the pressure on now, especially in that Ferrari. Good brakes, especially more so good engine brakes, which is what really brings it into its own in the braking zones. And Ty isn't really close enough to be a threat to Griffin now, but Slade, on the other hand, in the slipstream in a Ferrari, depending on the amount of wing that he's running, could be a threat. Not a great exit there for Slade, so they're almost evenly split here. So could be a double slipstream for Slade if he's getting lucky. It's not likely, but maybe under brakes he can just pull that back up to Ty, and he's a tad bit of the slipstream there, and see what he can do under brakes. Be a little bit later than a Nissan, and brings it up a little bit, but then the Nissan will have the exit. So I think it's going to be a little bit of ping pong backwards and forwards here as Slade. Oh, that's a cracking exit. He might stick the nose out. Whether he goes for it, I don't think he will.
Never mind. Full send.
Oh, that's a full send.
Oh, what a move!
Wow.
That was Yeah, that's a cracking move there. As a great move that is for Slade, that relied on Ty heavily to be as sportsmanlike as possible, and he's playing his game, and that was just magnificent from Slade to almost millimetre perfect pull that one up and get in front of him.
Lovely move there from Slade. That was, Stevie Ty, I reckon, just had one eye on the rear view mirror there and just thought, oh, he's coming. Okay, I'm just going to open the steering a bit and we'll live to fight another day. But very opportunistic here. We'll get ourselves another replay of this fantastic move. Oh, we've got another.
It's a different
replay.
one.
Oh, it's a different one. Oh, that's tight. That's grass. That is not happening. That is.
That's amateur hour the middle.
I'm just calling it. That's amateur hour stuff. Can't be doing that on the 12-hour race.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Yeah. Especially in the first hour. That is a big no-no, and the stewards will probably have a look at that and go, "Oh, that's a bit of a I wouldn't say a rookie error, but that's certainly not one that a more experienced driver there would make." So we'll see if the stewards have anything to say about that. The Pidgey Racing Ferrari of Benny Vincent was benefiting highly from that little incident there. Stevie Ty dropping off a little bit now, but again, conservation is probably the key for someone like him. He's got a good little gap there, so you can see to Dan Benefield. JC's on the race track near Benefield, in fact, with his Mustang. Mustang versus Porsche, top-end speed. This is going to be entertaining, to say the least, especially if JC is not running high wing.
JC, no lights as well.
No, spectator bug.
Oh, come on. I was going to pump him. Up there.
No, don't pump him up. He'd get a penalty if he had his lights off, and you can see, that's a nice run there for Benefield. Late on the brakes. It does look mean with the lights off and the little auxiliary lights on at red in his solo entry. Good pun there, JC. Love that. But yeah, absolutely cracking from him. Just putting it in nicely. He's just getting in the slipstream, trying to do his best in this race. And I think he'll be more than capable of handling 12 hours on his own, surely.
Oh, look, no doubt. And for those who are watching, if you haven't checked that, go jump across, check his stream out over on Twitch. Great channel. He always engages with his fans. So, if you like to watch two screens of that, go check out JC's stream and any of the other stream that you see pop up for the 12-hour today. It's good to support our drivers individually as well. So great stuff there. But I have no issue with JC doing 12 hours. He's probably the one I feel like would be the most comfortable doing it.
JC Internet. Uh-oh.
Oh, boy. That looked a little weird there. But JC doing a great job. Currently in 8th position. We've got, we're just a tick over half an hour into the Simrigs.com Bathurst 12 hour. It is Lucas Keys leading the way. 6.9 seconds to the good from Will Hamilton in third. Griffiths, Slade, Ty, Benefield, JC, and a couple of other drivers I didn't see are in intent at the moment as we're checking ourselves a replay. This, I think, is Slade.
This is Cooley.
Yep, Cooley.
Cooley going on Austin Carpenter here. So we've got the two of them almost side by side out of the chase, but coming into Murray's corner here. Very, very tough spot to overtake, but late under braking, manages to get a little bit of respect there from Carpenter, does Cooley, and manages to pull onto the main straight just ahead. An expertly well done move. Lots of sportsmanship going on there from two class drivers.
Up to 12th now, just saying.
From 36th.
JC's going for a move off Benefield here.
That's deep. Oh, he's just pulled it up.
And he pulls it up as well.
That's lovely. He just thought that was deep, and he made me second guess myself, and he's nailed that. It was slightly away of the apex, but he's made that beautiful. And Benefield knew it, and he was looking for the switchback, but Mustang said no.
Oh, that was light on the fizz, so he can slam it down fast. Lovely move there from JC. And now up to 7th position, and he is off after Stevie Ty. So we could have ourselves a little bit of a inter-race solo battle here. Looking forward to seeing how that all plays out. But definitely there's that fight between Ty and Convoy for solo drivers on us, 100%. I think JC's sort of seen where Stevie Ty is and goes, I can match that pace. Right, let's get after it.
So, gents, talk to me about the strategy of this 12-hour. Obviously, we've got some very different cars here. We've got the Aston Martin, for example, doesn't fuel save well, tends to run for an okay length of time, kicking around 70 minutes or so, maybe just push it to 75. Also got the Ferrari, which is kind of just full noise, full tilt. Maybe best case scenario, get 80 minutes out of it. But then we've got the fuel saving abilities and capabilities, rather, of the Porsche and the AMG. Talk to me about how you guys would approach this if you were actually in one of those cars, let's say the AMG or the Porsche. Are you fuel saving these early stints, or are you just trying to push as hard as you possibly can to get the gap?
Porsche, I'm in map 2 and I am 100% driving to a number. The Porsche is, very good at fuel saving, and you can drive it to that 80-minute stint and not really compromise any speed. It's beautiful to drive. It is a really good enduro car. Does it lack the pure pace though on the top of the mountain and around the mountains? So you've got to bring that into your calculations as well when you are doing your stints. Like, okay, yes, we can do 80 minutes, but what's the lap time drop off to say something like the Mustang, which can just pump out Hollywood numbers, but drinks like a sailor. So it's very much a weighing game. I know in Mustang camp, in our camp, we are literally, our strategy is very simple. Drive it till the wheels fall off.
And fall off they do, right? About the 45, 50-minute mark, usually.
For the Mustang, I reckon about 40 minutes to start to feel pretty ordinary.
Hobbsy, if you're in the AMG, what's your play? You going full noise or you fuel saving?
Well, it's the big thing with those cars is as Muller alluded to there, it's all about engine maps. So the first step to that is, am I going to change engine map? Now, if you're in the Merc, you've got a selection of 3 of them. 3 is useless, 1 is the fastest map, and 2 is your fuel saving map, but it does compromise a good chunk of speed. So up to the teams on what they want to do there. If you're looking at something like the Porsche for fuel, you've got map 8, which is obviously the fastest. You've got map 4, which is still semi-pace and a bit of fuel saving. And then, as Muller again alluded to, you've got map 2, which does compromise your speed a little bit again and saves a lot of fuel. Now, there's that level to it. You've then got the level upon which actually fuel saving. Now, don't want to compare, obviously, to other simulators, but for the sake of the comparison, if you were to compare, say, ACC to iRacing, for example, ACC's fuel saving is a lot different to iRacing. So ACC more heavily relies on the engine maps. Now, you can still do your lifting and coasting and be saving some fuel, but obviously engine maps is what helps with that a lot. You compare that to something like iRacing, where pretty much all of your fuel saving is short shifting and lifting. That's the key thing, and we'll come back to that discussion in a minute. As we see on a replay, Slarty, what's going on here? That looks like a BMW from the big front nose.
And
Porsche. Don't do that.
Oh,
That in the grand scheme of outcomes that could have been seen there, that is okay. Not that spin though. That's not. Yeah, just wait. Patience. No, don't rejoin there.
Geez, that could have got a lot worse.
Wow. Yeah, that could be a lot worse. But fuel-wise, Slarty, especially something like the Merc, generally speaking, you just go map 2 and floor it, because just by the natural engine map, you'll be slower and saving fuel. So I think we'll see a couple of people do that. I think you can get somewhere 80 minutes out of the Merc in a map 2, maybe even more if you're doing that extra bit of, lifting and coasting and whatever. So we jump in the replay again, down Skyline. This looks like, can't quite make out what car that. Oh, that's a wall. More importantly, that is the green Lexus. Yeah, this is Muller's put the curse on it.
Oh no, it's the green. We've already had this call from Mulsey this morning, letting us know the green is not the luckiest colour in ACC, perhaps, and we're seeing the first and best example of it there. No good. Big wall to find, and definitely a long way to go from there to the pits. So hopefully they get home okay.
It's not a curse. It's fact. Name me a lucky green race car.
The number 7 Bentley that won the Bathurst 12-hour.
That'll do it.
There's one, and I can think of another one, the Bentley in 2003 that won Le Mans. Other than that, green race cars tend to not have a good history.
Wow, what about the F1 Aston Martins that got on the podium when Alonso got on the podium?
Wow, we're taking one race out of an entire season? Really?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're right. Yes. So just one more point on that fuel saving thing, Sadi. The other thing that you've got to think about as well, compared to the fuel saving. You've got to look at the other side of the argument, is just outright pace. So the pace that you're losing by fuel saving is then in advantage to the cars that aren't and going faster. So you really got to balance that out in terms of, and drivers would have done that probably just as a car choice thing before the race. They wouldn't even thought about that actually coming to the race. Some might have chosen cars based on fuel saving alone. Some might have chosen based on, just outright pace or what they're most comfortable with. So it's a hard one, and I think you'll find the car that will probably come out on top at the end of the day will be the one that's probably more pace focused. As much as I hate to say that, I think it's going to be pace focused. You might see those fuel save up in the top 10 later on. So your Ferraris, your Porsches, your Nissan is okay because the Nissan has the bigger fuel tank. But then you might see those McLarens possibly drop down a little bit, which is a bit rough. And the BMWs as well, they can barely do 65 minutes around here unless you're really fuel saving.
Ouch.
Yeah. Replay. It's replay time, Slarty. What have we got here? Replay. Down for... Oh, no. No,
Chase
sorry,
doesn't
Forest Elbow.
That's a big wall. That's another one. Bonnet's up. That's no good for the
that's the
Mustang.
big entry too. That is the blue entry. 81. Is that one of these solo drivers? I'm just having a quick look. There it is. That's Nathan Monks. That is Toto. So Toto's had a huge moment early on in the race. And
instead of blessing down the reins in Africa, Toto blessed the walls at Forest Elbow there. That's no bueno.
That's very good from
hello.
you, Matt. That's
Thank you.
very
I'll take that. I'll take that.
That's a good one. That's JP Sonic. Oh, no, that's going to hurt
so
too.
Easy to do. So easy to do there, Monksy. That's going to be tough. Big RTG.
Yeah.
Return to garage, get the ACC tow truck and get him down. Thankfully, it doesn't impede the race. No safety cars here needed. But that one's going to hurt. You're going to feel every bit of that.
Oh,
wow. Whoa. We got more cars. Cars going off everywhere.
What's going on here?
What's happened here? Slade's gotten ahead of Ty and Griffin, and now Griffin's trying to push Ty again. What's going on here? I'm seeing 3 Ferraris in second, third, and fourth. That's impressive. And Ty's now having to hold off Griffin again. There might have been a little incident. Hopefully we can get a bit of an insight as to what happens there. What happened there, I should say. Down Mountain Straight, though, down to turn 2. That Nissan is pulling along nicely, and you can see it's getting nice and lighter out on the track. Let's have a look. So this might be Griffin, is it? Or is this another car? Or it is, I believe. Yes, it is. This is Griffin getting held up by a blue flag, but in the stewarding rules, it does say...
Concede over the top, yeah.
Don't have to concede, that's right. So let's have a look. Down Forest Elbow. All looks okay. Maybe there's a bit of an error. Yep, blue flag lets them past. That's okay. That's the right spot to do it. You can see Stevie Ty down there in 6th. I'm very keen to see what happened here because Slade's had to have gotten past Griffin and then Griffin's ended up behind Ty again. I'm wondering if there's been a bit of an incident with that Ferrari top end. Let's have a look. Maybe under brakes. Is Slade giving him a bit of a push and shove? No. Has it gone deep maybe? Oh, that's
he's gone deep. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, very deep.
Oh, no.
No, the rejoin.
No, that's okay. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, what was that? Oh, my God. That was lucky there. That's good avoidance there from Ty. And Griffin, unfortunately, just saw Ty probably the last possible millisecond to get out of the way of causing a McLaughlin Tander. And I've just seen on the track there's a bit of a pile up down just at the dipper there. Hoping to get some eyes on that. That's not good. I just saw it on my other screen. There's 2 cars almost kissing each other and around there, which is a concern given that one's the complete wrong way around. Yeah, it is a bit. Didn't even take them on a date first, but we'll get a replay in on that one soon enough. And Stevie Ty is having to get a move on again. Bouncy Nissan suspension. I'm glad we didn't take the Nissan by the look of the way that's driving.
It seems to be a bit of a handful around here at the old Mount Panorama track. It already is a bumpy course, and especially if you put in 2 wheels in some certain spots, particularly over Skyline or even as we saw.
Bumpy course, Slarty. You've been playing too much golf.
This is true. Yes, I know. I'm sorry. Golf is living in my head rent free. It's a bumpy track. Here we are. But mate, look here. This exit on Quarry. It's such a scary spot given the bumpage that we saw before, bottoming out at the end of the curve there, but manages to take it really well here. Another replay here from Mr. Hignan on the cams. Coming under 7 News, we've got the All-American entry of the Mustang. Oh, it's a slidey. It's almost saved too. It's almost a save there. That could be, it's either Gormley or perhaps Gobby in the car this early, but that's whew, that's a tough one. Oh no! See, this is why you have to heed when you see the old yellow flags pop up. It's an unforgivable mistake if you're plowing into a stationary car. The All-American entry there was holding their brakes, as Hobbsy would be very pleased to see, but
Yes.
you've really got to take it slow, take it easy. It's better to drop, 5, even 10 seconds on a lap rather than the 30 that will inevitably come from a head-on collision, possibly even more. Now we're watching over the top of the mountain here at Rocky's Skyline. We've got Hewley hunting down on Godfrey as the sun rises over Bathurst. This is an impressive little battle here. Godfrey in a Pro-Am entry, but with the pace out of this world. The 342 entry in the Honda, driving this thing so well this morning. But Hewley, unrivaled pace at most tracks in ACC. Alien pace, dare I say it. I'm not just saying that because he's my teammate for this race. Coming down Conrod into the chase, and Kink looking for a way up the inside. Pins it down the inside. Godfrey letting him go. Brocky, smart move there, just letting Hewley run his own race. He chose life. Smart man.
He did choose life, and that brings Hewley up into the top 10 within just about 50 minutes bang on of this race starting. That is a cracking effort. Muller was on the money.
Hearing another report that we had a slight spin up there at the top of the mountain, but looks like it's all clear. Hewley, yes, silly. Let's be honest here, ridiculous stuff. Here we go. Got us down at the elbow.
No, not again.
Push things.
Again.
No, don't. Yep, rejoin now. Yep, go. Yeah,
that's going to be a return to garage, I think.
Yeah, he'd have gotten back to the pits, I think, from there.
Back to the pits, yeah, but front end damage on a Porsche, not a good time.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely not. No damage, any damage on Porsche. And here we go, maybe down the chase, hit the grass, I would say, and yeah.
Oh no.
Yep, that's a sad. Yes, it's a sad-looking Porsche, and which is interesting that there's more incidents happening now because you can see more of the track. Because, oh my God! Don't do that.
Jeez.
Okay, that's scary.
Oh, is he coming in the pits? He's no. Oh.
He can't get across the track.
Oh no, he can't get across. There we go.
Oh, if that was real life, you would be slapped across the wrist for that. That's insane. But I think the stewards will be lenient given the damage. But anyway, you can see it starting to get lighter here on board of Lewis. He's Lewis Hamilton, as I like to call him. So I just refer to him Lewis when I do Liam. You can see it getting lighter. And one thing that I must say that ACC doesn't do justice for Bathurst is the sunrise in the morning. It is amazing. When I saw it last year at the 12-hour, that was amazing. So it's probably going to hurt a few drivers' eyes once that sun really starts coming up above the horizon, and it'll probably hurt the cameras as well. The cameraman will probably go blind, I would imagine. But we can see Hamilton's just doing nicely. He's only second or so behind Will Hammond, who was really pushing early and hasn't really been able to capitalise on the early pace that he had. But he's just driving his own race now. I think he's sort of gone, yep, all right, I just need to move, but not be pushing it and pushing myself into a wall. So it's a good strategy there from the team.
Here's a driver that hasn't been struggling. Lucas Keys, this has been a beautiful opening stint. Has not put a foot wrong. He has got that Mustang absolutely singing across the top of the mountain. And this is one of OR's great things to watch. Lucas Keys in full flight. Very, very talented operator, and he's coming up to a bit of lap traffic here, and he should be able to navigate this nice and easily. Hopefully the drivers will see in their rearview mirror. Wait to Conrod. Just ease off the throttle a little bit. Bleed the throttle. Lucas will pump the big V8 into life and then head off down the mountain. And doing it very comfortably at the moment. 8.1 seconds to the good from Will Hammond, and then in... Oh, it's gone away. We'll look at here at Benny Vintner then. Fine. Yeah. Benny Vintner currently in 16th, doing a lovely job there for the Pidgey Racing Alpha team in the Ferrari. Mitch Hobbs' favourite car, if you haven't guessed. He thinks it is the Duck's Guts. I disagree, but anyway, that's a debate for another day. Oh, bit of action here. Noah Walters currently in a 24th position, 24 the best number, and doing a nice job. Second overall in Pro-Am. That's really
Oh
tight with
my
the MRT Mercedes. That is no room whatsoever given there. That was extremely tight, and both drivers very lucky to get away with that.
These cars aren't built for the argy-bargy, but Nippers says, let's try it on for size. Car 700 Milk Racing Team. Good move, but albeit not much room there to wiggle. Manages to just sneak past there as we're on board with Talbot in the, I believe it's the only Bentley in the field. Hobbsy, you should be pretty stoked with that.
Yeah.
You love to see a Bentley out there.
It's funny. Yes, there's another one, Carl Johnson, Kovacs. It was funny, Benny Hignett must have been reading my mind when I was going to fire back at Muller saying, I wouldn't say the Ferrari is my favourite car, but unfortunately, if somebody in Oa said my name, what car do I drive, everybody just goes Ferrari. But my favourite car in AC has to be this thing. The Bentley, you know, people who knew I drove the Honda early on would go, oh, but you love the Honda. That's true, I do. But this thing is just something else. It's just amazing, and I don't know, it's, you know, right-hand drive, it's just something different. It sounds amazing too, looks amazing. Some people would disagree with me on that, but it's just a great car. But yes, I'm the Ferrari driver here, and that will continue on until the end of this race.
How's the Bentley go for enduros, mate? I've never actually really had a good long look at it.
It's one of the, probably, I would say, the biggest dark horse pick because it's good with tyres, good on fuel. Oh, that's...
Oh! That's a big spin up the inside of the quarry bend there. Side by side, but just manages to clip a wall. Gets a very brutal and harsh spin there. Rexy Porsche not going to come out of that favourably. Should be able to get back to the pits, but not in any style. Yeah,
that's tough. And yes, the Bentley is probably what I'd say the biggest underdog enduro car. It's good on fuel. It's not, you know, it's not Ferrari level good, but it will do you 70 minutes, and it's good on tyres. It's probably one of the most consistent cars over a stint. So yeah, very much looking forward to what they have in mind there with their strategy. And it's a good on top speed, maybe not necessarily here. It's a good car at Bathurst though. The bot probably wouldn't show it, but it's quite a good car. As we're looking at the back of Mark Bushell, well-known Kovacs driver. It's got Ward Patterson behind. I think Pete Viney's also getting a bit of a sniff in on this battle as well, and possibly Blake Griffiths as well. So there's a 4-car battle going on here, and this is a magnificent view to see it from. And that is so steep down Skyline. Again, ACC doesn't do it justice for how it is in real life, and it's just pure. You just think you're going to slide down. In real life, it's amazing to watch and difficult to walk down. Again, I learned that lesson walking back up it last year. So if you want a good exercise, Slarty, when you're there in a couple of weeks, you go and do that.
Yeah, there will be a few of us actually looking to run the track. If anyone out there is a bit of a runner, we'll be trying to run all 6K of it on possibly the Friday morning and maybe the Saturday if they'll let us as well. So for anyone that is going out to the real-life Bathurst 12-hour over Valentine's Day weekend, 14th of Feb, give us a yell. I believe there will be a huge OOR contingent, so you'll probably see something pop up about that in the next couple of weeks as we try and get everyone together. But we're on board watching Ward Patterson now in the Lubmobile, but we're back on board with the fastest lap holder of the day, Liam Hamilton, chasing down Will Hammond. Hamilton and Hammond going neck and neck here with a little bit of blue flag traffic. Mind you, Hammond managing to navigate it okay, weaving in and out of the cars.
Yeah, that's this. Okay, so this is the number one thing as somebody who, and you could probably contest this, Slider, he's probably played every single role in OOR at some point. Don't do that. On behalf of the stewards, don't go weaving. Just make yourself, you know, known and easy to read and predictable. That's the key things, the blue flag. See, this Mustang's doing that. Lovely. And now they're in a battle. Ferrari versus Ferrari. This is going to be a cracking little battle. And Hamilton's going to have the slipstream. And I think that's going to be the key thing for these two, is it's going to be that slipstream down the back straight. It's going to be there absolutely perfectly. Not much side draft in this game. So it's all has to be getting that slingshot onto the straight. See if you can get anything done. Hammond's already made his line clear. He's going the inside, so he can't really move to the outside if Hamilton's right near him, and he isn't, so he can move across back to his racing line, and he's holding it nicely as the track begins to really brighten up now. You can see a good bunch of the track now. It's not very dark, which is excellent. It means the drivers should have a clear view of where they're heading to. As we have a look at a replay now, let's have a look. This is a Porsche. And let's see. Oh, that's a bit. Oh, that's. Yeah, he's been Porsche'd. They've been Porsche'd. Again, that's the 463.
no.
That's a bit of a rough one. Ooh.
So important to minimise mistakes at this early part of the race. We're just seeing a couple of little errors creep in, and just back on Hobbs's point, saying, more lights should be able to see less incidents. Normally what happens is the light comes up, and race car drivers, being race car drivers, they get a little bit of confidence, and they get a little bit, I can go a little bit faster now and push a little bit deeper, and we're seeing the mountain takes absolutely no prisoners whatsoever. So just when you think you've got your head around this place, it goes, I don't think so. So I think that's what a lot of that is. It's that extra confidence. I can see a braking marker, or I can see a turning point a lot clearer now. So they're pushing that little bit harder, and the mountain's just tapping him on the shoulder, letting him know that I am boss here. Oh, that's super deep on the brakes there. And pulls that up. Wow, that was spicy.
Rightio, boys. I'm going to go and drop for a little bit. Say g'day to my teammate, Chris Cooley. Wish him a happy birthday. Enjoy some time watching him fly up the field still, as he's gone from 36th to 9th position. But I'll be back in about 55-ish minutes. So I'll see you then.
Thank you there, Matt.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been interesting, Mel. So far, this one, that's a good move there from Hamilton. Keys is just running away with it at the moment, 11.6 seconds ahead of Hamilton here, and Hammond's not going away. Bit of mind games maybe here from Hammond. He's just playing it smart, lifts off the throttle, doesn't need to hit the brakes yet, can brake later if he does lift off early, and try and really put some pressure on the rear end of Liam Hamilton. They've got a good gap to Slade, and Slade's got a good gap to Griffin, so a little bit of gaps opening up in the top 10 here, while there's some still good battles going on below that. Some big driver movements as well in terms of where they've started, so good to see some drivers up the field. Unfortunately, some obviously down as well from some early incidents. But overall, it's been there's been some big hits, but in terms of issues, I don't think there's been too many in terms of what I was expecting.
No, it's been a very clean start, I feel. There's been nothing you sort of look and go, ooh, that's a bit good. So, which is really good. So we are coming up to our first hour, and you are watching, of course, the OR Simrigs.com Bathurst 12 hour. And leading the way is one Lucas Keys, 11.8 seconds to the good from Liam Hamilton. Hammond in third position, Slade, Griffin and Stevie Ty, first of our solo runners in 6. JC in 7th position, Benefield, Cooley and Johnson are your 10 at the moment, just quickly running across our classes. It is Griffin leading the way in silver class from Talbot and Carpenter, and Godfrey doing a beautiful job in the Honda. Currently in 11th overall and leading Pro-Am from Patterson. That is your hourly update. And I am Sean Muller, and joining me in the box this one early, Mitch Hobbs, to bring you the next hour of action.
Yes, we may have another commentator joining us, Muller, depending on availability, of course. So we'll keep that a secret until he potentially jumps in. This is, I recognise this car. This is the McLaren. This is Griffin. This is Ty. Ooh, bit of mind games. Deep from Ty. Yes, bit of the mind games there from Griffin. I like that. Just sticking the nose there and going, and I think the big thing here is that those 100 and 150 braking boards are gone. So that's definitely caught out a few people, and I think we're seeing that again here as Will Hammond's just sitting in behind Hamilton, who's now leading the race, as Lucas Keys has jumped into the pits because the Mustang likes to chew on fuel. So we'll see probably Lucas Keys jump out of the car, I imagine, unless he wants to double stint, saying he won't, but he might do. So we'll see who jumps into that one. Whoever it is still going to have ridiculous pace. So they'll still continue on ahead. And you can see a little bottom screen down there as well. The battle with Ty and Griffin disappearing.
Well,
Lucas
Lucas will either double or they'll put PJ in. Here he is. Speak of the devil. PJ's in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
So it's not really a downgrade, is it? It's like
no, it's not. It's not really a downgrade at all. He's still got a good amount of pace, and I think we'll see these Ferraris continue on for a little bit longer. At least I would dare say another 10 minutes before they look to pit. So it's going to be a bit of backwards and forwards now with the strategies. We've seen some people pit. You can see Gallagher's in the pits there, the 614 Ferrari. That could just be for damage, or they might be going an alternative strategy, lower fuel in the Ferrari for a better pace, but just shorter stints, which, to be honest, that's not a terrible strategy in the long run of things. Sure, going longer knocks out a pit stop or two over the race, but it's not a particularly awful strategy. And, the alternative strategies will come into play, especially if there's weather, which I would say we may have some weather, Muller. I don't know that for sure. We haven't seen any pop up on the radar in-game yet. Don't do that. Ooh.
Blake
That's okay.
Griffiths, unfortunately, out in the weeds at turn 2. There is zero grip out there. And here is Layla Bell in that absolutely stunning Porsche. I mean, I try not to be biased, but that would have to be close to my favourite on the grid. That looks absolutely magnificent. Unfortunately, it's green.
It is green, you're right. But nothing bad has happened yet to Layla Bell. That's okay.
Now you've gone and done it, Hobsy.
Yeah, well, look, I'm only here for another hour, so and then I'm racing. So that'll be interesting to watch how that goes. But there's been some really cracking battles that we've seen, and still plenty more to come. With just under 11 hours left here, we can see a driver in the pits at the moment, just filling the car up, possibly repairing any damage as well. So Layla Bell's trying to put pressure on Blake Griffiths here at the moment. Porsche versus Aston in terms of top speed. Porsche might have something in the slipstream, but if there was clear air, the Porsche would be a bit sad. So we'll see what Griffiths can do, if she's going to pull away or not. She might do. Let's have a look. But the Porsche under brake should be able to get something closer here. Not necessarily get something done, but certainly closer. And you can see that Bell is doing that. Rightly so, and they've got a good gap to Darryl Lim behind in the 666 Mustang in the silver class there. So some good running going on here at this point in time. A couple of penalties still yet to be served in the pits. And you can see there's that Sage green Lexus that Muller loves ever so muchly. Here's Josh Vediger now running down Benny Vintner in the Pidgey's Racing Ferrari for Pidgey Racing Alpha. This is going to be an interesting one because you've got two very experienced drivers. Josh Vediger is actually pro class in the Sprint Series, and Benny Vintner is also pro class. So two pro level drivers fighting here in two different cars. A car that's better on fuel and possibly better in the corners, but oh wow, Liam Hamilton is absolutely on it now. He's got that lower fuel in the Ferrari and he is using it to his advantage. 2 flat .522. It's not a big difference to what Lucas did, but they take the fastest lap of the race until, Patrick Johnson might go faster. You never know. So, little battle here. We were talking pre-race, actually, Mel. I saw this livery and went, I love it, didn't you, Mel?
Yeah, big fan of the Vediger livery. It has supercar all over it. You can literally just close your eyes, pretend you're in October, grab yourself a VB, and you could be watching the 1000. Absolutely nailed that. That looks awesome. Another one of my absolute favourites on the grid, as he's in the tow now, winds up the big Coyote V8. He's going to work on the back here. Is he going to try and send it up the inside? Just thinks better of it. Of course, these two know each other very well. Vediger and Vintner, they've been racing since the dawn of time.
Oh, yeah, there it was.
Vediger decides, you know what, that was fun, but I need fuel.
Yep, that's Mustang things. It gets a bit thirsty. So that's probably, to be honest, if Vediger didn't have to pit there, I reckon you would have seen a move.
That's 65 minutes for the Stang. We'll keep an eye on that team.
Yeah.
Because that is a good run.
That is a good run, especially given that Keys pitted early. Whether that's a strategic play, I don't know. But yeah, 65 minutes for Mustang, that's pretty good. I don't think you can push it to 70 because it likes to absolutely munch on fuel.
I can't confirm. Doesn't make 70.
Yeah, it doesn't make 70. So Liam Hamilton here currently leading the race until the pit stop window that the Ferrari comes into in, I dare say, what are we at? Probably 5 minutes. You'll see them pit depending on how much fuel they've used. Now, given that they're in slipstream various parts of that opening stint, they probably will have saved a little bit of fuel, not enough to possibly warrant getting a little bit of it, say a lap out of it, but certainly half a lap might be of beneficiary to them. You can see Jamie Comboy at the moment currently 14th solo driver. Those that have an asterisk at their last name there are soloing this 12 hour, so hats off to them because that's a hard task to do. I've done a double stint here, and that's hard enough, let alone doing 12 hours in a row. So hats off to them, and we'll see who survives to the end of the race and where they end up. At this point in time, you've got All Pro class up the top there in the top, top 8. But obviously pit window hasn't quite brought it back to standard operating order at this point, and still some penalties to be served. You can see some other Mustangs pitting, Gibbons and Lim down there, probably going for some driver swaps, because if you double stint at Bathurst, you're a little bit crazy, I dare say, Muller, at times, because it's a very hard track. The ACC in general, as we know, is a very sweaty game, and you've got to put a lot of mental and physical effort into go fast, let alone doing that consistently for a stint and consistently doing it over a double stint.
Agreed. And I've always said Bathurst is probably the hardest track to double stint at, just for the sheer concentration it takes to keep it off the wall, especially across the top. And it's just a mentally demanding track. You're constantly driving on edge, as I like to say. You never truly relax at a stint at Bathurst. You're always in the back of your mind, a little bit of moment, like we just saw there from Hamilton. That's a little moment that just happens. No other racetrack has little moments like Bathurst. So it's very much managing those moments, keeping on top of them. And that's why double stinting, I've always never been a fan of it at Bathurst. So the fact that there's drivers double stinting, and the fact that there's a couple of absolute mad bastards that decide to do this for 12 hours solo, I can't even comprehend that.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. We can see Liam Hamilton here still leading at this point. We'll be coming into the Ferrari pit window soon enough, as we'll probably, after this pit window, be leading into what I'd been admittedly, Muller, avoiding and alluding to, is the first big round of blue flag cars. And we know at Bathurst that, and I can speak for myself as well, that is a tough first run for those that are blue flag, but also for those that are doing the overtaking. So just a bit of patience needed from the faster cars, especially over the top. It can get very frustrating, and there can be incidents easily brought up because of blue flags over the top. So just a bit of patience needed, I think, from the drivers, and they should be on their way.
Yeah, definitely patience, and just a little bit of, as I like to say, race smarts. Just think about, It's a long day. You don't want to be starting, thinking you're a Michael Schumacher across the top of the mountain and start throwing it up the inside of blue flags, because we've got to remember as well, they got their own race to run. So you've just got to have a little bit of smarts about your business and just go, okay, let's just be smart here, think about it. We've got a big, long 1.1 kilometres straight. Let's just wait for that. And it's so easy to use it on the straight as well. You just bleed off the throttle. Got ourselves a replay here. This one ends one way.
That car didn't look right. It looked a bit bound. It's too much.
It clipped the inside wall.
Yeah, bang. That's not the spot you want to sit. I've seen a car there and absolutely crap my Yeah, and there you go. My point proven. That's why you get out of the way when it's clear. Only when it's clear, though. Make sure to hold your brakes. That's a key thing, especially coming from my Academy admin side. That's something you want to be doing. So you can see Liam Hamilton there just getting past Speedy Mike Bentley there, doing a very nice job. Had a few early incidents, unfortunately, that brought them down the field, but still doing well. As we see, there's the window for Hamilton. He jumps in the pits now with just over 70 minutes in the car. So that's actually earlier than I was expecting.
Okay, so that's around 70 minutes there for the Ferrari. Mustang's looking around 60 minutes, 65 minutes. I expect the Porsches to go at least another 10 minutes.
I reckon maybe another 5. I don't know. It depends what they're running. It's hard. The Nissans will go for a little bit longer because they've got that 132-litre fuel tank.
The Mercs are the interesting ones here.
Yes, the Mercs can go up to 80, possibly 85, depending on fuel saving, pace, and all that sort of stuff. So here comes Patrick Johnston, and that is Liam Hamilton, who was leading the race before jumping into the Ferrari's pit window. So yes, we can see a lot of the Ferraris are sort of pitting around that 70, 75 at a maximum limit mark, which is excellent. So you can see past goes Johnston, back into the lead he will come.
They're flying at the moment.
They are, yes.
Yeah. They're
placement insane. They've just got Benefield ahead of them, who's going to be leading this race again. Porsche pit window things, so they'll go a little bit longer, as we alluded to before. And Hamilton's going to have a big gap to Johnston, of course, because they're absolutely on fire with those newer tyres, but heavy fuel. So it'd be a bit sort of on and off for a lot of today whilst the strategy comes into play. We can see it's really starting to get light. The sun hasn't quite risen yet on the track. That will probably happen within this stint, is my understanding. In the next probably 20, 25 minutes or so, we'll probably start to see the top of the sun, which will start annoying some drivers because it can come up in quite a nasty spot. So we will see how it plays out for those drivers. As we said,
Well, yeah. It literally rises over the top of Skyline.
Yeah, it does.
So you come over the top and it's like, oh, here, have some sun.
Have some sun, yeah, that's right. So we will see how that impacts upon drivers. As you can see, more Ferrari, Porsche. Layla Bell's in the pits a bit early, so maybe she was trying to go an alternative strategy, I'm thinking.
Yeah, could be. Could be she may have been carrying a little bit of damage as well. The Porsche, as we've discussed, absolutely hates damage. It doesn't like it all. We jump on board with Matt Epris, aka the Enduro King. Doesn't do any racing throughout the sprint series and that, and then come Enduro time, they dust him off, roll him out of the cupboard, and he comes in and goes pretty much straight up to silver pace straight away. It's actually a little annoying.
His pace is very incredible, and speaking of incredible, we've got Mr. Incredible in the box with us now. Brad Gosling, that's not incredible though. Don't do that. Oh my God.
Oh, what a time to be incredible.
What's happened there?
What a time to join.
Oh, wow. Now that's possibly hit that Porsche. That is, that's a mess. There's no other. That's just not on. I don't know if there was an error that Porsche. Fair enough. I don't want to,
don't want to push and blame
silly,
early,
but, yeah,
but we definitely need a replay of that because that looked messy.
Yeah, that is that's a little bit too adventurous for most, and that is a good reason why, because that is not the spot to overtake anybody. Out over the crest and then into a blind apex. Whew, yep, nothing but carnage if you want to try and do that one 2x2. Yuck. So,
good morning, Brad. How's your race been?
Yeah, mud. Good, Mel. Good, Hobbsy. It was, mate. She was a frantic start for us. Our driver who was going to start for us, as soon as the server reset over to the start line, kicked him off the server. So that was crazy. And then we all had...
Probably didn't hurt to start from the pits anyway, let's be real.
That's it, 100%. We're all like, well, given Bathurst is probably not going to be that much of a disadvantage to us, I must say. So... outside, here we go. We've got this replay. Thank you, Benny Higgy. What do we got coming up here?
No, it's just.
Oh
my God!
Wow!
What the hell? That's Bub now. I recognise that number. Oh, that's. That hurt my soul. That one. Now I wonder how Bub now.
No.
Oh, and then bad rejoin.
He hasn't seen what's coming.
Oh, wow.
That's going to be I think that's going to be a big slap on the wrist for the 959 car. I'm expecting that's going to be a drive-through, I think. But the stewards will deal with that appropriately. That's, that one's going to hurt big time. So have a look at another replay again. Let's see if this is Bub now. Oh, that's an interesting place to lose it.
Yeah. So easy to do in McLaren. So easy.
It's just that bump.
Yep. Nowhere to go.
JC is praying to the Lord of Sim Racing himself that he didn't get much damage. I don't think he got any damage because the McLaren took the brunt of that, and that's got to hurt.
How JC got away with that, I got no idea.
Straight.
Yeah.
Slow.
I think he needs to go on a lotto ticket after that. That's insane.
Oh, and a change of underwear if he wears it.
All of the above. And he probably needs to get a foot long from Subway, knowing JC too. So have a look at another replay. We've replays galore here at the moment. Let's have a look. This is that's Griffin, I reckon. Well, it was Griffin.
Look at this! Look at this!
Wow! That's
car's part for him. That's nasty. That's very unfortunate. I definitely had the pucker moment going up through or coming down through the dipper there. About 20 odd minutes in, Mustang facing the wrong way right at the point of the dipper. Fortunately, he was at the back half, and I had a Porsche right up my kahuna, and somehow both of us managed to get through unscathed. It's like, it's the great. I reckon it's one of those. Oh, I can't even think of the word. Like just the ferocity of Bathurst.
Yeah.
When you look like here, and as you're watching like the whole way over the top of the mountain, it's just concrete aprons. It's just like you have to be so precise with where you place your car. And the second that you're even a quarter of a car out, you brake half a car length too late, there is just no mercy at all. Which makes this, it's what makes this place so great, isn't it? It really is.
Hammond and Taufik, or Two Figures, I like to call him.
Yes,
One of my favourite people in OOR. Love the way he goes about his racing. And a little side, if you've ever watched a Two Fig live stream, the bloke
I knew you were going to say this.
The bloke does not look like he's trying. Like, seriously. Like,
yeah,
big smile on his face. Life's great. Mind you, he's doing top 2-3% lap times, so ridiculously fast. But does it, with aplomb.
He does.
It is the absolute description of smooth is fast, that guy. You're looking, you just go, there is no way that you can actually be going as quick as you're going because you do not look like you're frantic. It's just chilling, loving it.
Yeah, me and you, Brad, struggling to do 203s. We're sweating, we're breathing heavily.
There's a reason I don't have a camera.
Exactly.
Oh, mate. It looks like I'm doing about a 1:50, and it's far from it.
Yes, that's the joys of sim racing. It feels fast, and you go, oh, actually, that wasn't very fast. Let's have a look replay. This is 225 Aston. 255. Oh, keep it out of the wall, keep it out of the wall. Oh, that's not. Oh, that's a very dangerous spot. That BMW's about to get a shock. Yep. No. Oh.
Wow.
Mustang.
They're still coming. Oh, no. Oh, and they're still coming.
Oh, just reverse. Get
well done, everyone.
No, get all the way off. Oh, that's. Ooh, that's tingle down your spine when you see that.
That was well done to every other driver then. That was good heads up. Clearly, they were keeping an eye on the track maps and listening to the yellow flag calls. So really well done by everyone who's back here with this fantastic battle between Hammond and Taufik at the moment. This is currently for third position on the racetrack. They come through the Chase complex, heading down towards Murray's Corner. And race really so Hammond has looked a very speedy boy. He is keen to have a good result here. And just to reiterate, this is a 16-year-old as well. Now, if that doesn't make you feel old, nothing will.
I'm not much older than him. Let's be real.
Yeah, that's it. Hobbsy, you're not. You've got him by a couple, but certainly not much.
Yeah, I was going to say 22 in a couple of weeks. It's not that big of a difference. Let's be real.
Happy birthday to the Hobbsy, 22.
Big one that. I bet you Hammond's double stinting because he's probably not even sweating being that young. He's just like, I can do this for days. As we see that 911 car, Benefield, there's the 80-minute mark, as Muller alluded to, around, I think it's actually about 79 if you want to get technical, but in the pits, more importantly, they're on their way out now. So the field pretty much back to where we would expect it. Couple of driver turns as Johnson's in the car. Taufik, Hammond's going for a double stint. Stefano Rasciuti, a fan favourite, is in the Mercedes. Here's Luke Johnson's a couple of battles cars here going as well. This looks like this is Taufik and Hammond. So this is the tough one. Johnson will do his best to get out of the way as soon as he can, but there's about 4,000 other cars ahead of them in a train. So this is going to be a hard one for P2 and 3 to really navigate.
I was going to say, Hammond's going to have a look here.
He's going to have to. I think he's not going to have a choice. These cars in front need to be fully aware of what's going on. They probably aren't seeing P2 and 3 on their Delta just yet on their MFD, but they need to be fully aware, and hopefully they've got teammates with them telling them what's going on, because that's a hard one and they'll need to get going. So Hammond, he puts the nose in. I reckon.
Here we go.
Yep, that's correct from Taufik. That's just the perfect placement right in the middle of the track. It might seem a bit rude, but that is the one defensive move you get from the stewards, and he's done that absolutely perfectly. So he's getting a move on, and Taufik's probably one of the better drivers at defending, I dare say. I wouldn't say the best. I couldn't put a name on the best, but he's certainly up there in terms of drivers that can defend. Hammond will stick the nose out here. He has to for just that mental game. That's I think more half the battle today is going to be mental than physical. If you stick the nose out, make them go deep, there's a position. So Stefano Rasciuti, there you go. That's the answer to the Mercedes. Their fuel saving. That's 82 minutes. This is the car park. Johnson is there. Hammond's going to have to wait. He's going to have to lift. He shouldn't go for this move. Yep, patience. That's great. That's really good respected sportsmanship there, and just really good experience there for somebody of such young age. And again, they're just going to get, unfortunately, caught up in these 3 or 4 cars ahead over the top, which is frustrating, I understand, to say the least, but got to get a move on here. And they've got a good gap. Breno Ellis is in the car now, and of course Ty and Conboy soloing this race. Benefield stayed in the car. Cooley, again, as I alluded to earlier, is double stinting. Johnson, I believe, is also double stinting by looks of things as Nipris jumps into the pits as well. I saw him coming up behind our car. I thought, how's he there? But he hadn't pitted. So that explains a lot of things. So some new drivers on the grid for this next part of the stint, which is good to see.
So the Mercs are in at 85 minutes. Yep. So again, another thing, we'll just put down our little notepads to keep an eye on. So that's really good fuel saving from the Mercs. Keep an eye on how much of that. Oh, this is making me really nervous. I'm giving you the hot tip.
Isn't it?
I'm scared. That's an Alliance car. I recognise that livery from anywhere. And that, they're going to get past, but then there's a Mustang up ahead going past another McLaren, whether it's for position or not, is irrelevant. That's risky from Taufik there, because that's moving under brakes. I would call that just it's close. That's obviously for the stewards to determine. There was no incident though, so nothing to really look at. But that's a real hard one. Let's have a look. What's going to happen here? Hammond's putting all the pressure in the world on Taufik, and he is soaking it up. So we will see where this battle takes us. I would say that Taufik wants to be mindful about having that balance between the defence and the attack and pushing it forward and trying to get past other cars, whether he just needs to let Hammond pass, maybe save a bit of fuel slipstream. I don't know, but an executive decision has to be made by Taufik. He's the one in the car. I know the team can advise, but he's the one in the end that has to make that decision of what he's going to do. And this is really bad for Hammond. That's rough. I don't know if the McLaren was trying to let them pass or not. He should let him pass here. He needs to, and he's not going to. He did. That's not the spot to do it.
That is not where you want to do that. I was going to say that. I'm like, I wonder if Taufik's going to try and see if he can squeeze the blue flag car between the two of them to give him a bit of breathing room. And that could have ended in tears.
Yeah, that could have gone really badly. We'll see what that brings to. But if Hammond catches back up, which he might, because there's another car in the way of Taufik here. Johnson, they're all over way up the road. 20 seconds. They hit the brakes a bit harder than Taufik thought there, and that sort of held him up, which is going to bring Hammond right into this on the straight. And that Mustang is going to need to get going, because they're a little bit in the way there, and we'll see how things go. That Mustang should pull across, I would hope, to the right would be the better way to do things, and does. Gets a bit of slipstream. Hammond's going to have a slipstream. Didn't get a good exit, though. But Ferrari, slipstream Ferrari, I think we're going to see a move here. At least a little look at the nose. I would lift. I'd be lifting here. Yep, lift.
Like this.
Perfect. Give him the room.
Like this.
Yes.
Wow. He's going to try and do the over and under. We've seen this before. He's going to try and they said go around the outside. Hammond.
Oh, what a move.
Come on, there. He's now on the outside again.
He's
a little bit of bumping and grinding.
Yep.
There's the touch.
If I was Hammond, I would have gone a switchback. A bit of a touch.
Wow. Bloody champion. That is how you drive Bathurst. Great racing between both of them. And unbelievable driving from there from Hammond. Just hanging around the outside, kept the boot in it. And Taufik fought as hard as he could. A little bit of touching and grinding, but nothing to worry about there. That was a great exchange. Awesome racing.
You need to go find that one. 10 minutes and 34 seconds, and that will be on the instant replay of overtake of the race, I reckon. I don't think you'll be able to get anything better than that.
Don't you mean 10 hours, 34
10
minutes?
hours.
Oh, purely.
that one.
That's
That one, yes.
Okay.
look at
purely.
you.
That's okay. He's on it now. A 2:5:05, and we've gone up a couple of degrees since started. But obviously, we're sort of in that period where the track heats up, but it does become. It is already optimum, but it gives you that little bit more grip as it heats up. And he's on it. He's in 8th at the moment. He is hunting down Benefield, who is on more fuel but newer tyres. So it's going to be a bit of backwards and forwards because of the Porsche fuel saving. His Taufik, that looked like someone rounded to McLaren.
Someone was...
there.
Yeah, definitely not really sure what they were doing.
McPhillamy is beating hard today.
Yeah, it's biting a lot of people.
I'd definitely say I could not, for me, that first stint, which I wasn't supposed to drive, but ended up doing it. Hence the reason I was a little bit late there this morning too, fellas. But it was a very fine balance between knowing actually how much grip you've got on so many of the different corners, and because course it's so cold, your tyres get up to a little bit of temperature, but then as soon as you've got, there we go, the Aston's pulling over, letting everyone pass very nicely. But you just, as you start to come over the top, your tyres start to warm up, and then you've got the 3 big straights, and then as soon as you start to catch back into the mountain itself, you've just lost that couple of degrees out of your tyres, and that first little turn in, you're always like, oh, is this going to do what I want it to do, or is it not? And, one time it'll go, yep, it's doing what I want, and then the next lap you go, oh, it wasn't quite there. It's amazing how fine a line it is, especially for that first hour, the first 2 hours, really, until you start to get a little bit of that temperature into the track, and everything comes a little bit more predictable. That's what I find, anyways. It was a lot of fun, but very nervous.
Yeah, I was always nervous. The opening stints to a 12-hour or any enduro, but especially the 12 hours, just a little bit nerve-wracking. So we're on board here with Kane Phillips at the moment, and of course the Sofa King slow entry, another stalwart of OLR enduros. They always put together a gun silver team every year, I feel like. You never get a Sofa King slow team and go, they're not actually, doesn't look that quick. They've always got benchmark drivers, and I'm trying to multitask here. I shouldn't do this, but I'm
looking yellow flag at the top of the hill too. I don't know whether Benning's got that one. I'm not sure what's going on the top of the hill. Still stopped in the same spot, that number 249. Coming, just looks like, is that just over the top of the dipper? Oh, starting to go. Oh, that could be that one right there. That's the second time, actually. That's the front of that Mustang that I saw coming straight through that same spot through the dipper there. Very unfortunate. And it is so hard there too, because you've just got to wait. You see everyone coming past, and there's so little room to be able to actually turn. Fortunately, he's been able to get going again.
Breno Ellis currently in 4th position. I haven't really spoken about Breno much. They've just been chipping away, and now found themselves up into 4th position in the 7th Ferrari. And for the final Raw team, very clever name there. Of course, this is the final 12-hour on ACC, and it's been a hell of a ride. It's been an incredible experience that we've had on ACC. Thoroughly enjoyed it, and it is going to be sad to wave it goodbye. It's provided some absolute benchmark moments in OLR history, and definitely sad to see go. But I reckon we're in for an absolute rip snorter race today. I've got this gut feel that we're gonna get a moment. We're gonna get an OLR history moment today. I don't know where it's going to come from, but I'm feeling like it's coming. As Breno now's really got to start to get the eyes on, because he's got a bit of lap traffic in front of him. This where you just got to get into a little bit of race mode here and just think about what's going on. Ourselves a replay here, as that
that's a 777. That's Johnson. What's happened here? Blue flag.
This is our leading car.
And he's missed that one. Wow.
What's going on? Wow. That Ferrari's had a huge moment.
That's going to hurt.
Is that Breno?
No,
I think it was.
No, it's not Breno. No, it's
not.
It's the gold and green one.
Oh, the Alliance car,
I think that-
believe.
yeah.
The Alliance
That
car,
colour.
yes.
That's-
Yeah.
Ooh.
Same
That-
colour gold.
That was scary.
Same colour gold, yes. Yeah, no, that one's going to hurt them.
Oh.
That was a big hit. That's going to be probably 3-4 minutes of damage, I dare say. That's going to be
Yeah.
that's going to hurt the confidence.
I think he's going to do well to even be able to limp that thing back to the pits, to be honest. Oh, here we
Yeah.
go. Looking
Let's have a
backwards.
look.
So he's gone full sender.
Oh,
he's
and he's
just clipped that
just on the
inside wall, yeah.
inside.
Oh, yeah,
wow.
that's going to hurt not only the car but the confidence and the rhythm. That's going to
Yes.
hurt.
Yep.
He's actually lucky to
Absolutely.
pull that up. I thought that was
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
coming
normally
in
the.
straight for a T-bone.
That's it. That's normally the ones, Mull, where you see the videos of them going skyward, doing the 360 pirouettes with a little
Yeah, no, let's not do that.
dance move. So he was very, very fortunate that he was able to just do the pinball machine rather than the dance. So it's going to be yes, a little bit of time, a bit of battle damage. I had seen too on one of the skylines there a few laps ago as well. I see a few of the cars out there just running a little bit ragged. Fortunately, the pit mechanics are very, very quick in ACC, and they're able to get in and give it a touch up and back up and running again, which is always good. So it means it keeps the racing alive.
Exactly. It's funny with Bathurst as well, especially every 12 hour. There's normally one corner that just flexes its teeth and gets angry. And today, from what I've seen, it's McPhillamy and Skyline. That's where a lot of the errors that we are seeing happening. We're seeing quite a few incidents there as well. And it's just something to keep an eye on as well. A lot of these drivers will have that in the back of their mind and just go, Peter Brock used to do it perfectly back in the day. He always had these philosophies, and he'd say at the start of the morning, the front left's going to be an issue today, and throughout the day, the front left was an issue. I don't know what it is with Bathurst. I can't explain it, but it seems to be one of those places that just has weird things happen. That's why we love it.
It is.
Just looking Hammond here, currently in second position, and I was just keeping an eye on that gap as well between Taufik. I just wanted to see sort of how that would play out. It looks like, Hammond is stretching the legs here.
Yeah.
He's got to make up a bit of time. He's 20 seconds behind PJ at the moment, currently leading the way in the 777. And we're back here with Richard Hopkinson, currently in 26th position at the moment. And he has got Papanau right behind in the team first name, last name, some name entry. Absolute stalwarts of OOR. It wouldn't be an Enduro without him. We do give a shout out as well to the one and only Bender, who unfortunately isn't racing today.
Oh.
Absolute shame. So not right without Bender here and doing his rain dance. So we'll do a dance for you, Bender. Hopefully we do get some rain in the back end of the day.
Yeah, but in saying that, you do know who is in that car.
Oh.
Admin Matt Powell.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, whoa, hang on a second.
Yeah.
We're definitely going to get some rain now. He can.
Oh, absolutely.
In another hour and a half, midway through his stint, I reckon.
No, to be like, okay, this will work perfectly for us. Yep, we'll hit the rain right now.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Oh, what a shot that is. What a shot.
With the sun. Beautiful.
So it's 6:42 a.m., pretty much sunrise at Bathurst. This is what I like to call happy hour. This is the mountain. This is Bathurst. This is what the 12 hour is all about. And it is Patrick Johnson leading the way currently in the OOR Simrigs.com Bathurst 12 hour. Lucas Keys, of course, opening the driving this morning and really just got out in front. And they have been pretty much inch perfect the whole day. But, of course, there is still 10 hours, 24 minutes to go. Plenty to play out. We've got a replay. I shouldn't get excited about replays because they're normally one thing. It's the 342 Honda.
Just, a little bit wide.
It is Murray's Corner things.
Oh, yep. It's so deceiving, that corner, of how the decline coming down, like how far you actually are dropping into that corner, because you always Well, it catches me out so often because you're like, yeah, this is normally where I brake, but then you just don't think of the fact that you're actually going downhill to the same degree. And it's like, what? Yep,
Well,
Murray strikes again.
If you look at it on paper, it's that is as close to the wall as you want to get there from Patrick Johnson. Oh, yes. Just a moment, please.
Oh, look at that.
Screenshot it, clip it, whatever you want to do. That is perfection right there.
Oh, absolutely.
Now I want to drive. Okay, now drive now. So, Patrick Johnson leading away. Hammond in second. Taufik there in third. Breno Ellis in there, fourth position. I was been saying before, the sevens just kept itself in there nicely. Stevie Ty, first of our solo runners in the 112, currently in fifth position, doing a great job. And he's got the second of our solo runners in the solo Mustang, the one and only Jamie Conboy, doing an awesome job as well. Hats off to the solo drivers. Mad props to you all, you crazy bastards. In eighth position is Chris Curley, who is setting 2-minute lap times for fun at the moment. Keeping big watch on the 147 towards the back end of the day. Basically, I reckon if they're smart, what I would do is put the Madden boys in for literally one stint, put Hobbsy and Curley in for the rest of the day. That is the strat for the 147. And then in ninth position is the 91 Kovacs entry of one and only Carl Johnson. And they are doing Carl Johnson things. Here is Daniel Benefit at the moment. Now, another one I've been keeping an eye on, driving the 911, of course, is the Porsche Guide teams with all the Porsche sadists. So Damiano here we'll see out in the car as well. Been watching it and just keep an eye on them as well. They're going to very much be stronger towards the back end of the day. They're not going to do a lot early on. They're just going to drive to a number, and then the back end, they'll pop Daniel in, and he'll be able to absolutely drive the wheels off that thing. And I expect them to be maybe fighting for a podium or a top five. That car is going to be very quick towards the back end of the race. And then, as I was saying, Chris Curley there in 8th position, doing a great job for the Pidgey racers. Then 9th, Carl Johnson, and then 10th, Jacobs in the big bad Bentley. So a couple of Bentleys in the 10 as well, which is great to see. And it's good to see a good mix of manufacturers with a Ford leading away from a pack of Ferraris, a Nissan, a Porsche, and then a couple of Bentleys with a Honda just sitting outside the 10 at the moment. We've got 10 hours, 20 minutes remaining. You are watching the OOR Simrigs.com Bathurst 12-hour live from Mount Panorama, 6:46 in the morning. And it is currently 15 degrees ambient and 15 degrees out on track.
That it is. We saw somebody just round at the cutting there before.
Yep,
the BMW
still there.
Probably get still there. We'll get a look in on that on the replay in a minute. But I like how you think you can do our strategy, Sean. That's pretty much the opposite to what we're doing. I think a lot of the. I think Dan and Matt are going to be doing a lot of the later stints because they're. We're not here for a result. We're here to finish the race, really. So we're not fussed where we finish. This is. Pretty much or at least I know Chris and I can talk for Chris, that this will be our last enduro. If there is another small one later in the year, and we'll probably not be participating, unfortunately. But Dan and Matt just want to have a bit of fun and see what happens. They're not here to get a win or a top 5 or anything. They're just here to see what they can do for over a 12-hour race.
Very diplomatically said. I'd call them bullshit, but anyway. Here we go. Oh, the BMW.
Bang.
Oh, that is a skill issue.
That is a skill issue, yep.
And that is such a tricky spot to be parked as well. That is probably the trickiest spot to be parked because that is right literally on close to your turn-in point and when you sort of really want to get close to the apex. So just keep an eye on this, see if it all plays out. Looks like everything is got out underway with no further incident. But very unlucky. Back here with Benefield and Curley battling at the moment. I tell you what, Keckers is putting together one of those famous OOR enduro stints. This has been something to behold. Is he still in the 2-minute around the 2-minute 0.5s? Because if he is, that's just ridiculous.
It's Curley. What do you expect?
Jesus.
That's it. He's quick in whatever you put him in. I was actually a little bit surprised to see him in the Fez. It's like, it's something different, mate. And then all of a sudden he's throwing those kind of numbers out, and you go, okay, you're just very special, mate. Because there's no no way around it. Doesn't matter what you put that man behind. He knows how to absolutely go max attack in every single car.
Yeah, his pure pace is a sight to behold. Like,
yeah. I wonder right now, because he's, I reckon he's just sitting in this nice little groove in there behind Benefield. I reckon he might be just using him to save a little bit of fuel just in the toe there, just keeping Benefield honest and show the note. Oh, there we go. Or he's just playing with him. Maybe that's all it was.
Yeah, he's going to send it around the outside. Benefield backed out of that.
Yes.
100% Benefield just thought, you know what, long day. Let's just think about it. And not to do a disservice to Benefield, this is the gentleman that wins LMU races for fun. Benefield does. So he is no slouch behind the wheel. It's just Chris Curley in and around Bathurst is just something to behold. He's in the top 2 or 3. I feel in this field on just pure raw pace. So again, though, we've got the word here from Hobbsy that this will be close to his last stint. So enjoy it, everyone.
It will be his last stint. That's right.
But look at Benefield here. Benefield's having none of this. He wants to have a bit of it.
I think if Benefield plays it smart, he won't attack. He'll just do this fuel saving and try and push on further into the stint. Would be an educated guess.
Oh, Freedom Mobile. Freedom isn't free.
Oh, not the Freedom again. Keeps it off the wall. Oh,
nice job.
Fortunately.
Oh, jeez.
Trying to back off the line. Yep.
I can hear Hobbsy's heart rate going off its head at the moment.
No!
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Wow. Keen to get going, but wow. I'm going to do a little shout out to the car in front of both of these guys. This is our 333 cam car in front of this little battle going on there. Got Sam O'Brien behind the wheel now. He's punched out in the little practice session there. He actually punched out a 2017 just to get himself warmed up this morning. I was very impressed with his little efforts there. He's really stepped up in this last kind of 6 months. At the back end of last year, even in split red, he really put in a lot of seat time, and he is just really kind of increased leaps and bounds. He's really quite the top end of the pro-ams now in a lot of the split red cars, but as he in the split red guys, but as he's nicely letting a few of the blue flag guys go past. And big shout out to Cricky for doing up our livery there as well. A couple of shout outs while I'm going. Stoked with his efforts with what he's done. And here we go. Battle is on for us back in the 30s.
Nice job there. Definitely a pro-am podium. I feel like it's on the cards there. Got a replay.
Yeah.
Want to quickly cover this?
Whoa! Which way are you going, son?
So that was Monks there in the blue Mustang, and just caught Benefield out there a little bit, but all is well, ends well. And back here with Brenna Ellis, currently in fourth position, doing a lovely job at the moment in the final raw Ferrari. And he is chasing the one and only Taufik. And these two have been throwing down. Now back here with James Gaze, currently running in 26th position in the 666 Mustang with very green wheels, and that is a livery. We'll go with that. That's a livery.
Yeah, he sent me screenshots of this livery, and I just sent back. I can't tell you what I sent back to him, but you can imagine what I sent back to him, and I was just like, okay, yep, sure. It's all memes. I know that. And yeah, I just went, okay, all right, mate, all right. You
Speaking.
whatever you want.
Sorry to interrupt. I just want to keep an eye on this. Looks
Cricky's
like it all worked out.
Cricky is doing a nice job of trying to be a blue flag driver, but is threading the needle there as far as letting them pass over the mountain. There's just so little spots that you can actually do that there without causing a lot of tears or a lot of panel beating. But fortunately, everyone got out. Everyone was able to kind of see it coming. But what a battle here as well. As Ellis is right up on the back of Tafik. I wonder whether or not Tafik is actually doing a little bit of fuel saving, because he's now 9 seconds.
Oh, no!
That was a little bit too excited there from Ellis.
Dear, oh dear, you can't. Oh, I'm not sure about that. That is the one spot on the track that's always a big sort of red flag. You tend not to make passing moves at turn 2. I know I'm very much a component of it's one line through there. Of course, we won't judge too well. We need to get a replay, but oh boy, that's going to be very interesting to keep an eye on. Quarry Bend, yeah, not a place to really send it, especially this early in the race. Let's have a go. Jump on board now here with Alice, and he's up the inside. Oh, and he caught that inside curve, which just spit the nose out. And once that happens, it's very hard to control. But I will leave that with the powers that be. But very big moment there, because that was for third position on the road as well. It has dropped Taufik down to 5th now, and that's allowed Stevie Ty to move up into 4th. So I'm guessing there'll be a bit of some words in both camps here. I'm not touching that, by the way. As Jamie Conboy currently running in 6th position in the solo for good old Thirst Crusher. I keep saying for a hard-earned thirst, but that's another company that makes a drink.
Yes. It might have a little bit of blue in it, I think, that one.
Yes. Yeah. It's light on the fizz so he can slam it down fast.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. But interesting bit of a tongue-in-cheek run of a livery there for JC. I know that he would have 100% done that one on purpose, seeing though he is running this race on solo. I wonder what he's got in his little drink fridge next to his rig.
Subway.
Oh,
All the Subway.
Of course, those that don't know, JC is a bit fond of the footlong. He thinks it is the greatest food on the earth. I love JC, but I just can't get along. I can't get around that.
No, I think Subway is very good. I won't repeat the soundboard of him talking about a footlong, because that's not obvious. He is very much a Subway enjoyer, and I'm sure he'll get a Subway today in honour of that. If he doesn't, I'll be disappointed, more the point too.
As Benfield's doing the little flashy flash there on the blue flags, getting a little bit excited, trying to push his way through over the top of the mountain.
Yeah, no, let's not do that. No.
Makes things a little bit nervous.
It's so difficult as well. As someone who gets lapped by fast drivers, I don't mind the sort of aggressive moves, or not the aggressive moves, but, showing the nose at it. No issues with that. The flashing of the lights is something that does get a little annoying, especially when it's more than once, I've always found.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing is getting into race mode across the top here. It's just not on for mine.
It's hard. Yeah, it's tough, because there's certain people that I know that they flash from a little bit further back just to let them know that they're coming through. And, I think drivers have to be mindful that there's a big difference between letting them know and just pure impatience. You get the ability to flash them once, and I think it's better to use it early, so you let them know, hey, I'm coming, I need to get past, than right up their ass going, get out of me way, get out of me bloody way, come on, Jesus. So, yeah, it's good that it's just getting on the flasher to go, okay, I know I can't go past you over the top, and frankly, why would you? And if you do that, that's just stupid, to be quite frank. So it's just done the right thing. Graham Hills let him past, and now he's just going to continue with his race, and Benefield's going to continue with his.
I think the other thing to keep in mind as well when you are sort of doing that is keep an eye on your relative screen. If you see a lead car coming up and they're about 0.5 off and you're going off Mountain Straight, just bleed off the throttle a little bit. Like, be predictable, make sure, and if you're going to move across, just move across nice and early and just bleed off the throttle, because you will that's going to cost you less time than if you're going over the top and you've got a lead car behind you and you're stressing because you feel like you've got to drive faster. And better to do it on Mountain Straight, get it done, and then you can just focus in on yourself and focus in across the top, because it takes full concentration up there. Right? There's no prisoners it takes up there. There is no middle ground. There's no, I'll just make a slight little area here. No, across the top, there's none of that.
100%. 100%. Couldn't agree more with you there, Mull. Case in point for me, mate. The lap I was coming in, one of our drivers, which actually Sam, his comms started crackling right as I've come across the top of Skyline there too. Just and and into the kitty litter. Oh, there's the bump.
Oh, no!
Rusty. Gosh.
Oh, is that Rusty?
Dear,
Come on, bloody Rusty, Jesus.
That was a bit rusty.
Yeah, that inside. We've got another. Someone else's. I see a yellow there coming down off the back of Conrod too. But the inside of that that ripple strip is just menacing.
We've got another replay here of an Aston Martin coming down into the kink.
Yep, there we go.
Fastest corner in Australian motorsport. Looks,
Don't need that much curb.
Oh.
All the boards have been taken out into that braking. Excellent.
And he's hit the curb of death.
Yep.
If there is a curb you want to avoid at Bathurst, that is the one.
Yep.
Ben's getting told off. Check your Discord DMs, Ben. Come on, Jesus Christ. Someone to attention. Renault Ellis up into P3 now with a potential incoming penalty. We don't know. We'll wait for the stewards to decide on that one. Just in his own little world. Don't blue flag down there.
That's not where you want to do that.
No, don't do that. Use a bit of common sense, people. Use the brain a little bit.
He's off again.
You're not supposed to be
That's
there.
the same.
Can't park there, sir.
Yeah, can't park there, bro. That's definitely not where you want to park. Wow. Oops, still facing backwards. The old Aston. Still there. I don't know whether he was able to get off the racing line. No, he's still on that.
If it's big damage, just return to garage, people. Come on.
Yeah, just got to have a bit of brain. That is not a spot because I don't know how you get that turned
Oh,
around. That's why. That's why.
That's how you get turned around.
No. It's one spot on the track.
Oh no.
You just even myself, I've spun there with bugger all damage. I look at the situation and go, you know what? I'm going back to garage because one, it's a bad spot, but two, it is so hard to turn around.
Yeah.
Like you've got to be the perfect flick spinner to get that.
I had that exact same thing last year too, mate. It just coming out off the dipper, just clip the inside there. You turn facing the other way, and you just go, I can't turn around. This is going to kill so many people's races. Just RTG, boys. Let's go.
Yeah. You only lose a lap or so, which in the grand scheme of tires isn't too bad.
Here we go.
I'm going to look at this.
Another replay. So
here we go. Is that Taufik behind it?
Yep. Taufik behind it.
Oh, is it?
Not Taufik. That's the
no.
It looks very similar to Taufik's car. But
that was Hammond.
Rough spot. Yeah.
Hammond managed to get out of that one.
Too wide into the S's. Seriously.
Yeah.
And surely from there, just back up into the outside, get off the apex. As well.
You've got to do something. But yeah, throwing is definitely the best way. Into the garage. What are we doing?
There's the Taufik entry.
That was
That was close. Two Kovacs cars there.
No one's listening to yellow flags. What the hell?
JC comes across. Everyone's looking safe here. They are looking at the yellow flags, which is great to see.
Yeah.
But we are going to see a moment where someone decides yellow flags are more guideline.
There we go.
Oh, there we go.
That was the mosaic BMW by the looks of it as well.
Yeah, that's got to hurt that one. So, I think there's going to be a... I don't know if you can actually... Funnily enough, I don't know if you can penalise that BMW because he came flying in there and didn't pay attention to yellow flag.
Yep.
I'll leave that to the stewards, but that's what I saw.
Yeah.
I'm not... Look, there's a couple of ways you could look at it, but that's definitely what I saw. But I also think maybe he thought it was on the outside more, and he tried to go up the inside. So
Yeah, likely. Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
there's a lot of things about it. But that is probably the worst spot you can have a spin on the track.
Yeah. Yep. It was another one that the mountain claims.
Yes.
She's
claims it
got her
again.
teeth out today.
Yeah, got the fangs out. First couple of hours, having a morning, having the morning breakfast. Couple of Mustangs and a couple of Aston Martins.
Yes, it's got a few. Well, with a couple of minutes to the top of the hour in the game, I'm going to love you all and leave you, and I'm going to go back to the race now for the rest of the day. But I hope it's all lovely. Let's see if any weather plays into the rest of the day, but I hope it should be a good call.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Cheers, Hobbsy.
Have a good run. Hope it all works out for you. And just a little hot tip, make sure if you see me coming on track, just step to the side and that'd be great. Thanks, Hobbsy.
Yeah, of course.
Appreciate it. No problem.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
Yep. Beautiful.
The one and only Mitch Hobbs there. Great way to start the Bathurst 12-hour. And, of course, you are watching the Simrigs.com Bathurst 12 live from Mount Panorama. We are close to the top of the hour. We're nearly 2 minutes. Try 2 hours into this race. And it is currently Patrick Johnson and Lucas Keys leading the way in the 777 Mustang. And they are doing it very nicely at the moment in second position there. So it is Taufik, I believe. No, it's not Taufik. I get the right screen
Hammond.
up, you idiot. Hammond, thank you. It is Hammond currently in second position, and also Hammond with the move of the race so far around the outside, if you don't mind.
Oh, that was epic.
And then in third position is Breno Ellis doing a nice job. That is a bit of a question mark around that car at the moment. We'll cover that off when we do get more information. And Stevie Tai, first of our solo drivers, doing a lovely job in the 112 Rockets Evolve Nissan GTR. And then Taufik currently doing a beautiful job there in fifth position. And then JC, second of our solo drivers, doing a great job in the 117 Mustangs. We're just going to keep an eye on this because this, I believe, is 12th position. He's going to try and go around the outside of the Pidgey Racer, but Kay Phelps keeps it up the inside, and the big Merc, once it gets its power down, is not going to be touched, but just kicking off there a little bit. 7th position, and in my opinion, the stint so far of the race is Chris Cooley doing, quite frankly, ridiculous times up in the 7th position. They started towards the back end, if you don't mind. So, unbelievable drive so far. And then Betterfield there in 8th position. 9th is Carl Johnson, first of the Kovacs entries. And then Stevie Jacobs there in 14th position in the Big Bad Bentley. That is your race recap. We've got 10 hours remaining. And it is Sean Muller in the box, and joining me is the one and only Brad Gosling and Leo Dreyer. And on that, it is the top of the hour. I'm going to bid you adieu, gentlemen. I'll leave it in your capable hands, and catch us when I'm back.
Thanks, Marl. Easy, mate.
Thank you, Muller. Hey, Brad, how's it going?
Good, Leo. Good, mate. Good. Have you had a spot behind the wheel so far, mate? The first couple of hours. How's your team going, mate? How's the car feeling?
No, I am just supporting Graham today, mate. Mr. Hill in the Mosaic Motorsport. I saw he collected that car that sat on the.
Yes. We were just talking about that. Oh, so unfortunate, mate.
Yeah, 100%. No, I was having coffee and watching all the beautiful scenes, man. I just love there's something about this mountain, man. It just I think he's got some damage on that car.
Yeah.
Obviously. Finding it a bit hard coming through the S's there at the moment. So he actually had quite a lot of damage earlier in the race. And he also had that penalty, I think, for lap 1. So it's not been going great, and he's had audio issues on his stream. So it's been a tough day at the office for Mr. Hill. And still got 10 hours to go.
Yes, that's it. It's well, you know, one of two things. You hope that if you're going to have a little bit of bad luck, get rid of it, you know, early on, and then that way you can have a clean slate move.
And as you look at the field at the moment, the cream always rises to the top. You know, I was looking at it earlier around some of the pros, and you know, a lot of them has had some issues, and some started at the back. But you look already; it's only 2 hours in, and it's already like, you know, the top 9 is like all pros, and it's kind of like setting itself in. So it's a long race. So hopefully he'll come back as this This challenge still goes on, man. This has been quite a nice little fight between Phipps and Manskull.
Yes, yeah, no, they've been at it for a little while. You kind of see them coming and a bit of touch and go and a little bit of aggression. But I think the good part is both of these teams, very much aware of how to race enduros. It's just sticking to your groove. Pop the nose out every now and then, just as a little reminder, just that they're there, and then just have the pressure, enough pressure, just to see if there's the mistake there. And as far as for these guys, made a mistake is missing a brake marker by about half a metre. The precision in which these guys drive, and then it's just being in the right place at the right time. To take the most of the opportunities. So,
no, 100%, man. I reckon that Merc's got a bit of top end though, because the Ferrari seems to be good in everyone's hands. However, it just feels like Damien he just can't get him by the end of the straight. So, the Merc definitely has got a bit of top end there, I think.
Yes, and without knowing a lot of the setups, but the mighty V8s up and down the both Conrad and Mountain Straight are very, very hard to get past. We had the V12 Aston last year, and it was that was definitely the case for it. Not so agile over the top, but as we look to see, is he going to make a move around the outside? That is
I've never seen that happen successfully.
You normally get about 2/3 of the way around, and then all of a sudden you find that outside curb and the concrete wall that goes with it, and it goes kiss, and there's the inside. So
yeah, Kane under a lot of pressure here, because obviously we've got I think it's Walsh behind them as well, also catching up now, and it's going to be tight. I think one of these things, sometimes in an endurance race like this, it's like you wonder how much do you fight this? Do you just let them go and sit behind them and save fuel, or because it's not. But yeah, giving up. You don't tell any driver to give up any positions. That normally doesn't work. So we'll see how this goes, but this is a nice little battle between these three drivers, and they're catching some back markers as well by the looks.
Yeah, it's great to actually see a few little battles, even a couple hours in, where they are. You think of so many different kind of strategies. Who pits when? I know early days, and a lot of that kind of isn't really going to come into play until the last couple of hours. But it's amazing how much the long game starts from the beginning. Because you might go, okay, well, we've got an extra lap that we're able to push out.
So we've got a replay of this Porsche. I reckon this is why they. He just lost it through there as well.
Oh wow! Slight little touch, not that we've seen. He was able to get out of the way. Beautiful. Unlike the poor Aston there.
It's hard to judge, man. With that was well done.
Oh, that's it. And we were only saying just as you were coming on and seeing Hill go down the inside, it's just like, oh, you just didn't know how much room there actually was. And I reckon he must have, it would have looked like he would have been able to make it. But obviously just kissing the front of that Aston was,
The thing is, when you see a yellow there, because it's blind through there, you don't know if they're inside, outside, and you kind of pick a line and then hope for the best. Even if you are slower, you can't really react when it's when you come down there. So it's going to be hard. I'll see what race control do there. It's a bit unfortunate because he was stuck basically in the middle there. But it's how it goes. So how's your team going, Brad? Are you in the car a bit later?
I ended up starting, mate. We were the 333. We ended up starting from the pits. We had our number one, our number one driver, our starter driver, Don, was in the car in the pits, and then as soon as it clicked over the server, our car left the server. He's come back in, wrong number. We've done the frantic, everyone get out of the server, and I'm driver number one on the server, so I've had to come back in, and so we're all doing the frantic countdown and trying to get him back into the driver's seat, and it's like, we're going, what's the little key codes in the chat, and that's not working, and then I'm like, what have we put the strat up yet? We've got the wrong wrong setup for the car, and so I'm doing the frantic trying to find
Absolute crisis,
find
yeah,
our
chaos.
guy on the line, and unfortunately for us, I really don't know why, but it's not looking great for our race because Don he's restarted his computer a couple of times, and it's still not letting him back onto the server.
Mate, someone's going to
So-
drive more than they thought. That's what happens.
So the rest of us, even the other three of us, it's 4 hours each. But if we can't get him back onto the server, I'm not quite sure how that's going to pan out for our race. We've got a few hours left still to go to try and work through a lot of that, and hopefully QNOS servers, even though this one's already up and running, we're not real sure whether or not he'll actually be able to get back on. So gonna just play that one by ear at the moment. So but
Yeah, that's
mate.
tough break, man. That's ACC things. I saw we
Yes.
had the 777 in the pits there. I don't know if we're in the next pit stop cycle already for some of the cars, but
Yep.
that's interesting. But yeah,
Yep.
it happened to us about, I think, in 2021 or 2022. We had a disconnect, and then we entered the server in the wrong, because we were all frantic, wrong order,
Yes.
and some people
Yep.
had to sit out the rest of the race, and it
Mm.
kind of ruined it. We were like it was going to be our top 10 back then, but it's hard. So we see a replay
Yeah.
here of Fipsy going a little bit wide there, getting a bit of the grass, and
Yep.
finally the Ferrari gets by.
Mm. Yes, and that's just what we were talking about there a little bit earlier too, Leo. Is just with the just sitting and being patient. It's these guys. It's just playing the long game. It's so hard for a driver to just stay patient, and it's such that mental battle, and it's exactly what it is. All of a sudden, you dip the tyre out over the far side of the curb. You lose a couple of k's an hour up the straight, and then all of a sudden there's your position. But you look at that, and that's 10 laps in the making, that overtake.
Yeah, that's endurance racing for you at its best, man. And unfortunately for
That's
Flips,
it.
he's got another Ferrari behind him now. That's
Yeah.
gonna try and read some serial numbers on the bumpers. So he's under a lot of pressure here. I don't know if the Merc is maybe end of tires or end of the pits. I don't know what setups these guys are running. But gaggle of cars in front of them, as we joined also by Matt. Welcome, Matt.
G'day. How are we, fellas? It's good to be back in after a brief break. Good to have you both in here. How are things going so far?
Absolutely, mate. Well,
what's not to like, mate? Sun rising over Bathurst, mate.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
First couple hours just epic, aren't they?
I know it's such it's arguably one of the best race starts in the ACC endurance calendar. The fact that you start at 5 a.m. and then get to drive that first couple of hours while the sun comes up, temperature's still freezing cold, which as we know is excellent for aerodynamics. Not so great on the old track temps, but hey, it can produce some absolute gold. I can see now, I've been watching the timing tower, some pretty good lap times and deltas coming up from some of our faster drivers on track, namely, we had Lucas Keyes finishing his stint pretty quickly. We've also got Cooley out there who's currently holding the purple lap. But there's plenty of delta still on offer, but it's so hard with the blue flags and slower cars over the top of the mountain to actually land a good lap and make it stick.
Oh, that's it.
Oh, so we watched Fipsy dive down the inside there. Great move from the Sofa King Slow AMG there. And we saw, lose a little bit of time on one of the straights there as he, lost the position to Damo Mansell there. Incredible driving from Damo, but I do wonder whether Fipsy's running map 2 in the AMG, just looking for some fuel saving. You'd have to think it's the better way to handle it. So, you get any kind of less than perfect exit on any number of these corners before a straight, particularly Mountain Straight and Conrod, and you're just going to sacrifice time.
Yeah, absolutely. We were only looking at that just in that last kind of half hour or so, because there is the two.
No, racing's off.
Did he save it? Did he save it? Is that the Nippers entry?
I think it is the 700 Nippers.
It should still be Nippers in the car. I'll tell you what, that's a hell of a save.
100%.
It would have been way, way worse.
Wow, he's done so well to...
Code Brown, 100%. What's the next level?
Absolutely, but yeah, we were talking about the fuel management of the two Mercs. and I'm pretty sure it was Phipps' car when it came in was just, I think it was either 85, 86 minutes. They got out of the car, so almost made it to the hour and a half mark. So definitely that was one of the things that I know Muller was talking about too, where keeping that in the back of the mind for the back half of the race, and that's pretty much exactly what I'll keep
Got
talking
another
in a
replay
sec.
go. Oh, Etheth again. What's happened here?
Looking, waiting.
We checking?
Wait,
We're
too
checking.
early.
Oh, yep.
It's a bit of
Yeah, the
almost
old
a mustard
Mustang.
going on there. Inside, outside.
Mm,
That's a lot of damage.
that is
Yeah,
a lot of
it's one of
damage.
those
That's going to
things-
hurt.
Courtesy of the fact that there are so many apexes here that you really can't grab too much of. That little exit out of the dipper just before Forest Elbow, you got to get as close as you can to that right side wall to get the optimum line, but you miss it just by the width of a bee's whisker. And there
I
you go.
love to
You're
see
off
this,
like
guys.
that.
Just look at all of these cars. You got back markers in between, people fighting, people trying to save fuel. It's all happening down Conrad Straight here. It's amazing to
Oh.
watch.
And 43 cars on track. I think we've still got at least 42 that I know of, but we're still close to 43 entries. 39 might be the bottom of the rung there. Hard to see, but Mr. Hignet's getting us a bit of a geese at it. But mate, that's so many cars on this track. I know it's long. I know there's a lot of room, but it just feels so tightly congested when you've got upwards of 40 cars here.
And I don't know how it happens sometimes, right? You get in your stint and you drive, and that you have everybody around you, and then sometimes you'll get in and you haven't seen anybody for like an hour in your stint, right? So just sometimes
air
it's the luck
driving.
of the draw, man.
That's it. All about the timing. Absolutely all about the timing. As you look at the track map, and it looks like half of the cars are coming either along Brock Straight or up Mountain Straight, one of the two. It's almost like the old game of Snake. The way that all those dots are laying out against each other, and it makes for such good battles because as you're saying, like you've got the blue markers in amongst fuel savers, in amongst top 10 guys battling it out within half a second of each other, and everyone trying to keep the nose clean at the same time.
That's what makes it hard, Brad. You're 100% correct, man, because you don't know what other people are doing, and sometimes it just looks like people are slow or holding you up, but you don't know where they, where they're at and what they're doing in terms of fuel save and all the rest of it. But as I'm just looking at the pits, I see there's a lot of people pitting at the moment, so that second round of pit stops is happening for a lot of people. So field is a little bit scrambled up as well, just to make things a little bit more interesting. See the solo entry is in there. I don't know, have we got any shout-outs yet for specific liveries for the day? I know we're probably not running a comp this time around, but I do like that solo entry for Mr. JC, who's running solo. And just went to the pits then as well. Coming out of the pits there in P10.
Coming out now, I think he's definitely done a great job. I do like the raw one there too on that. Yes, there we go.
Yeah,
the number 7. I think the line on the side of that, it's they've done a great effort on that car, just to know how tricky and intricate it is to get those kind of graphics on a car, and to make it actually look like it's supposed to be there. That's a good point. Compared to let's get as many little stick-on memes as we can. No pun intended for a few of the guys out there that want to go down that way. Sure, go for your life. But
to see another replay coming up here. Sorry, man. I think this is Fipsy going into Conrad. Going for the inside move here.
Better not be against Rusty again.
Whoa!
Oh no! Has he held it?
No, he's going to run wide. Watch the rejoin here. That's a toughie. If I was in the stewards, there's maybe a little bit of a concession that you could have to give there.
That was close.
He's definitely gained. But that's an interesting spot to lose the rear end of the AMG there. A little bit of a squirrely one, but the kink can upset the car on the inside. Lap 3
I think he
we
flipped
saw.
the curb, I reckon.
Yeah, lap 3 we saw Benny Vincent did the exact same thing in the Ferrari entry. So 455 went squirreling off into the dirt. A little bit of damage from that one, but we're on board now with Walshy being pursued by Rob Underwood in the Honda. Mate, Brad, tell us about the Honda entry. What's it like to drive that?
Oh well, I haven't driven that. I haven't driven that Honda one, mate. So all I know is they are scary as, mate. The communication that comes back from it, I don't find is overly great. So it's, there and then it's not. So, which, we know that the Hondas are one of those cars that if you have to be a Honda driver. Like, it's one of those cars, and that it calls for you. You don't call for it. So it's a lot of fun for those that call it. That it calls, I should say, but not so much fun for the ones when you go, yeah, I'm going to have a crack in that one. No.
Yeah, bit terrifying. What about you, Leo? Ever driven the Honda?
Not in ACC, but in iRacing. But same problem. So yeah, I agree. It calls you. You don't call it. It's not for everybody.
Unknown caller ID, perhaps. One of those ones where you just got to take the chance if it rings,
Yeah. Luckily in iRacing they call it an Acura, so I don't know if that makes it any better. But
it could be. Instead of a scam caller, it's a long lost relative offering you money. So there you go. Well, I tell you what, they're doing really, really bloody well in it. Pro-Am class, very, very quick drivers in that entry there, the 342 Honda, currently chaperoned and driven by Brock Godfrey. Incredible stint. Also a really, really well put together qualifying the other night. So massive kudos to them. They're doing a bloody great job. Any other drivers that you guys have sort of seen over the last 2 hours of the race that you sort of want to give a bit of a shout out to?
Yeah, personally, I think Stephen Tyman, doing this solo and still running in the top 3 is absolutely incredible. And in that Calsonic livery, you got to love it. So I was a bit surprised initially. It looked like he fell back a little bit and just bought his time in the beginning part of the race, but somehow is creeping back up and kind of staying in contention. I know, with pit stops, and I don't really know the cars in terms of fuel economy, like where they will shake up, but I think he's doing a pretty good job, for a solo runner.
Outstanding. Brad?
It's definitely one of those ones. I got to take my hats off to all of the solo drivers out there. When ultimately you're at the whim of ACC and the servers and the cars and everything that you've got to then try and work yourself, and that is it's very. I got to say, hats off to them. The other one I'd say is currently P1, like we're talking about at Hammond. Talking about that earlier. 16-year-old, and he's currently in P1 of this race. I said there was 10 hours and 34 minutes to go. That's what it had on the clock, and coming down Conrod next to side by side with Taufik from the kink through all of the corners right to over the line side by side. The two of those drivers, slightest little touch, but all of that alongside of each other, and then ending up taking the position was just absolutely incredible.
I'm like Freedom Mobile.
The Freedom Mobile again. Oh no! There we go. That is something I have seen from them before, unfortunately.
Porsche just helps reset him, and off he goes.
Yeah,
beautiful.
That's it. Get the right way around. So I don't know whether Benny Hignett might be able to go back find that one as a replay, but I'm like, that is the overtake. I don't think we'll get any better than that overtake of the day. And as far as respect for a driver and the control that guy had, I'm just like, wow, mate, you just went to the top of my respect list for being 16-year-old and being able to take it to Taufik and being able to make that overtake clean and clear. Here we go.
We're going to see it again.
We'll get to see this again. And I definitely say we're not going to get enough of this one. Side by side, over 250 k's an hour. Both giving each other just enough room right to the edge of the road, right to the edge of the track, both sides. Neither giving an inch, but neither taking a mile either. And holding their lines right to the last point there, and then finally being able to execute that.
That's amazing. Kudos to Tawfiq. I mean, he definitely gave him a lot of racing room, and there was a little touch, and he tried to get out of it a little bit. So, I mean, I used to race with Tawfiq a lot, and a lot of close battles. He's a genuine, respectful driver. But yeah, that was incredible from Hammond, because going on the inside there of the kink, we all know how hard that is to keep control of the car. So, and obviously Chris Cooley. I mean, we all know him. Kek is always doing a great job, and coming from the back, he's already up to P4 and doing really, really good race times at the moment, lap times. I reckon he'll, as said earlier, he will be in contention for the podium probably by the end, if not more. So definitely want to. Well, I know you said there's other people in the team too.
Yeah, so I'm going to be the problem there. So
we've already talked.
Don't jinx it, Matt. Come on.
We have no. Hey,
whoa,
we see that move there from the tick forward. No good.
Oh, that
tick tacking off walls, perhaps
the wrong way. That's not where you want to be.
Yeah, we have discussed this a little bit earlier this morning, but we're going to look really good for the next hour as the Pidgey Racing team, because we've got Keckers finishing up a double stint. It's his birthday, so he's toddling off to be chaperoned around by the missus, and I think she's going to treat him to a lovely day out.
Fair.
Only fair. And then
mate, you got to hold the torch high, mate.
Well, I got to give it a fair go. We've got Hobbsy coming in next, which is they talk about torches.
Can't go wrong, mate.
Exactly. But then the problem will be the Madden brothers. No, not Good Charlotte, Joel and Benji, Dan and me, the lesser known, lesser drivers. We're going to be jumping in, and we'll see what we can do. But the cool thing is, we're going to be in a really commanding position in the race, no doubt, by the end of Hobbsy's stint. So, mate, put 2 Pro-Am drivers in. We'll just see what we can do. But we are watching Keckers now drop into the pits. This will be him closing out not just his double stint, but also his racing for the day. And we're going to see a name pop up that we haven't seen in a very long time in ACC, particularly in an endurance series, and that's Mitchell Hobbs. As far as a bribe goes, he's a cheap date. All it took was a phone call and a promise that we'd drive the Ferrari, as we see Keckers just drop into the pits now. But we're on with Damo Mansell. Look, I know I rabbit on about this bloke. I've talked to him a fair bit over the last couple of weeks. He's an outstanding bloke, incredible driver, very, very fresh face to OOR, but clearly a very commanding driver. We've nabbed him up at Pidgey Racing Team just because, we, again, like deep pockets, we'll bribe anyone we can. But he's put an outstanding effort in so far in the sprint series, and it's really cool to see him not just in his first ever mid-engine car, but first ever endurance series here with not just OOR, but again in ACC. Really top bloke, and look at him up there fighting with the best of it. He's got Talbot behind him in the Bentley in 11th position, quite a ways back. And then in front of him, so he's got a little bit of clean air, but he does have Breno Ellis now hounding at the rear, blue flag, but definitely looking for a way around it. It's really hard to keep Ellis behind you at any point on track.
Yeah, I see Ellis has picked up a penalty as well, and I see down the order battle has got a stop-go 30 as well. I've missed those personally, but yeah, so that's going to put Breno back a little bit, but he's got quite a bit of a margin to the guys behind him, so might not be a net loss really, the 15 seconds.
Yeah, I was here. That was a very aggressive overtake into P2, just coming up into the cutting. Here we go, all over it. Flipping Benny Hignett, look at you go, and he's just kind of, you can't really see from there. He got a little bit too excited on the inside, and he's just hit the inside of that inside curb, and that's pushed him into the side of Tawfiq, and done the little pirouette for Tawfiq. He's moved on, and Steve Ty actually was able to get past Tawfiq at that time as well.
It's like one of those races we have to do shout-outs. So just a shout-out there to Bignett, I think he's doing a fantastic job behind the scenes, making it all happen. Him and obviously the hamster. It's really good. Glenn doing also an amazing job, and just, like the intro as well was fantastic. Watching that, it's one of the things that always drew me into OOR, was just how amazing the community is, and everybody pitching and doing a great job. So yeah, just a shout out there to Bignett.
Yeah, as we're looking there at Gobby, just not quite finding the groove with that Mustang just yet. He's taking that one a little bit dirt track. He's doing a little bit of the rallying while he's going. He might be just trying to get a little bit of something off the tyres or onto the tyres, finding a little bit of extra traction or not quite enough. Hopefully he can get himself into a nice little groove here though. But that little guy, that one of those quiet achievers, I find Gobby is. He's always
in the middle of the race where it's boring as well in a way. You've got to just circulate. You're not necessarily fighting for position. So you just got to hang in there sometimes, do the boring stints, and that's what counts in the endurance races.
Yep, that's where I tend to try and want to be. I'm happy to drive the middle ones where there's not really anyone around, and I've just got to try and find my own little groove. No battles, no pressure. Just keep it clean.
How long does that last, Brad?
At least 2
lights go out.
Yeah, there you go, exactly. So yeah, it's funny, one of those things. You find yourself in a little bit of clear air, and then you sort of, you almost doze off, and you sort of glass eyes and everything, and then you wake up, and all of a sudden you're fighting for position, whether it's someone hounding you from behind or in front. Because I'm very much the same. It's funny, like in previous enduros, I've tended to do the race starts because I avoid death like the plague. And then it just managed to try and keep us up somewhere reasonable, and then let the faster boys come in and take over when there's a bit of clean air. The clean air possibly gives me a bit too much room to work with, and I just tend to poop the bed, I suppose would be the technical term at some stage, but we'll see.
Yep, that's it. It's where it takes a lot of the mental effort in the middle where it just seems boring as all get out. It's just lap after lap after lap, but at the same time, that's what enduro racing is, and that's where you set it up. As we've got the old Tick Mustangs off in the background again, unfortunately. But it's like I was saying, it's probably a little bit before you turned up, Matt. But I got to go shortly too before I get ready for my next stint. But yeah, it's amazing how even from the start, for those guys, how aggressive do you want to be? How much do you fuel save? You go, okay, well, I think I might just sit in behind this car for a little bit. For those that are a little bit better at racing than I am. Oh, looking at the whoa,
that's so unfortunate.
Oh, that was the solo ghost.
Wow.
JC's. Yeah, it was
JC's.
I reckon that was JC. I was actually following in behind JC. And it flicked on me as well. He flickered on me.
I'll tell you what. Kudos to Kurnos, which I feel like sometimes we don't give Kurnos enough kudos here. There's a lot of things to complain about, I guess, but that kind of thing rarely happens. I've had a couple of flickers in my time racing, and it doesn't usually result in that. That is we'll call it the 0.1%. That's very, very unlucky.
Yep.
But I suppose in real world racing, you get engine failures, kangaroos jumping across the track, all kinds of different things. And in sim racing, you've just got those ones. Sometimes things just happen.
I couldn't agree more. It's like the mechanical, and you got to just deal with it, man, and move on with it. There's still 9 hours left, so that was unfortunate. That doesn't happen often. I do agree. I think if you compare it to some of the other sim titles, there's a little bit more of those things happening. So that is one of the things Kunos have always done well, even though the game hasn't really seen or will see many more enhancements down the line. But it's one of the things they've definitely nailed.
Yeah, too right. So we're seeing a little bit of lap traffic coming up here. We've got Hobbsy in the car. Not something that we see too often, but behind... we're on board with the 911 Porsche, are we?
Yeah, who's leading currently? Because I think because of the offset with the pit stops, because I reckon that Porsche is obviously going much longer. So they'll be in the running at the end as well, depending on how it all shakes out. As the 777 is now back into P2 after those pit stops.
Yeah, McKenna is not a name I know too much about. I know you boys have been in and around OOR a lot longer than I have. Anyone know too much about Zach McKenna here?
No, I was thinking there's a couple of names down through there that I haven't really seen much of. It's which is great, I suppose. It's good to be able to see a few extra guys. You wonder how many have come across, acquaintances from whoever, from some of the different racing genres out there, from iRacing, LMU. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I also haven't seen him around. I mean, I personally haven't been around OOR or ACC for probably 2 years, so I'm probably the worst person to ask, Matt.
Oh, whoa, whoa,
Oh, big
whoa!
crash.
There's a couple of cars. Oh, that's not good. That was
Forest
mine.
elbow.
That was my car.
Oh no.
The 333. Oh,
Hey, just making your day a
but-
bit longer.
yeah, that's it. Although I do see, was it a 987? I don't know whether or not our guys were
Triple
just
three's
a
going
victim,
again.
Well,
of, or what? Not sure on that one.
I'm sure
While
we'll get a
Biggie Higgy the
beautiful replay.
hamster gets a replay up, I'd just like to draw your attention to something that I've just seen in the top right of my screen. Rain in 30 minutes.
Now we
The Bathurst weather is rearing its ugly head, and we're going to get some variability. But we're going to see this replay here. Brad, talk us through. I feel like you're going to have a bit of emotion in this one.
Oh, it is. Oh, that's exactly the tip that you were talking about there earlier. Oh,
That Porsche got served. I'm so sorry for him. That's just unfortunate.
yeah.
Jeez.
Ouch. Ouch.
Something.
That's exactly what you were talking about there a bit earlier. When you need to be as aggressive as you can on that inside corner, but you get that bee's whisker too much, and that's exactly what it does. That's
Room fair.
yep.
Not
That's
much. Yep.
case in point there. So just looking down on my little side monitor, a nice little 45 seconds of damage on the car. I don't know if he'll make too many more laps out of that. Oh no, he's in the pits. We're getting fixed up.
Just saying in the
Brad,
YouTube, Captain Parallax, I think, is one of your teammates there, and he's just saying, of course, Bender isn't here to drive the car. Someone else is jumping in for you, mate.
I'll tell you what, we'll keep an eye on that 333 and see how you fight your way back. How's that, Brad? We'll
yeah, cheers, fellas.
challenge accepted.
Yes, that's it. 100% from starting in the pits with our server issues at the start. When you're talking about the issues, sometimes it's mechanical, and with QNOS, it's all computer done. Our driver that was going to start, as soon as it flicked over from the time and we all ended up on the grid, he disappeared. So not sure what happened. He just
that JC flickering again.
JC flickering again.
Yeah.
So I ended up having to do our first stint, being actual driver number 1 on the server, which was the frantic 2.5 minute countdown, and we all had to jump off and then jump back on again, and then had to try and find our setups and then try and swap our drivers back over, and hence the reason we ended up not being able to hit the drive button and starting from the pits, which wasn't all bad on that side of things, but it was for me because I was definitely not prepared to start the race. So but yes,
right. We've got an interesting battle on screen now. That's Damien Lonergan. So, Academy driver that's stepping up into a silver car for this race as well, has just taken the wheel off the hands of Damo Mansell. Damo to Damo, straight up swap. But he's going to have an interesting dilemma here where he's going to be outpaced by at least 1 or 2 seconds a lap by many of the drivers around him. So we're going to see almost, blue flag equations without the actual blue flag itself. So he doesn't have to concede anywhere, but I'd suspect that he's going to give a healthy amount of room to the chasing cars behind him.
Yeah, Bentley just got past JC there for P8 as well. So Kovacs red. Kovacs obviously being a staple of OOR over the years, and we'll see a replay here as well.
Jeez, knowing how much JT's flickering, you'd be hellishly nervous trying to do this one.
He just got out of it completely, so you just let him go. Yeah, I don't know if there's any issues in that car at the moment after some of the pranks he's had. I don't know if he pitted after that previous incident that they had. I don't know. Maybe he's carrying a bit of damage. I think it's the other thing Kunos does well, just as a shout out with regards to other types of titles. 45 seconds of damage you said there, Matt. Like, that doesn't sound too bad compared to, if that happened in iRacing, that's 45 minutes sometimes,
Yeah.
It's like day over. So on the one hand, it keeps you in the race to some degree,
Yep. Yeah, that's it. That's probably the only part that's a little bit outside of the reality of what actually would happen as far as the time frames to get something done, but it does. It keeps you in the race, which is
triple three getting out of the way there completely.
Yes.
It's kind of an interesting viewpoint, right? Like, what do you want out of your simulation here? Is it more preferable to have a sim that's super realistic on the damage, puts you out of the race, or one that's a little bit more lenient, but it means that you can keep driving? Because LMU is kind of an interesting, maybe junction point between
I agree.
ACC and iRacing, where you can't return to garage and completely just flick the, you can't just get out of the damage scot-free, but you can't also just be picked up from anywhere off the track and then go and return to garage, almost like there's a magical tow truck supporting you. So it brings this interesting dynamic. Whereas if you can't get it back to the garage, your race is well and
It is
truly
an
over
interesting
in
debate.
LMU.
I think if you look at big endurance races, I feel, personally, iRacing sometimes can be a little bit too harsh. And also with netcode, you could get shot off in the distance and pick up, an hour's worth of damage, and, the whole day is gone when you've put a lot of effort into it. So I think it's a really good debate as to, I think for a sprint race, in a way, I feel like it can be a bit more realistic. But when you've got teams, you've got 6 people or 5 people, you're putting your heart and soul into it, it's a little bit gut-wrenching sometimes. So I think, with ACC and the LMU model, I think for endurance races, it's a bit, for me as a sim racer, that's what I prefer. I think we do a lot of the iRacing special events as a team, and we've had a lot of bad luck there, just sometimes through fault of our own. But and then you just everything's ruined, like a day and a half gone, so interesting.
Yes, that's it. It's obviously truer to reality, but at the same time, if we were too far down the full reality line, then we'd probably be doing it for real.
Well, if we had the money.
So, that's where I think you find the balance of going, okay, we're guys that are passionate about racing cars. If we had oodles and, I dare say if we all had enough to be able to do it, we would be doing it. But, it's that balance and the compromise of going, a lot of times it is we're just, guys in our own houses doing as best as we can and enjoying the ability to actually, have cars that are as close as they are, like even like just within you think of the physics engines that a lot of these, the newer, racing that games do have, and how finely tuned you can actually get these cars is incredible. So the actual, the driving experience I find it's fantastic. It's amazing to be able to have even just a small taste of what these cars actually do and feel is fantastic. It's a great ability to be able to really do that.
Yeah, that's really well put. And it's funny, like talking to, he's a mate of mine, but he's also become relatively well known across OOR in the last year or so, Dave Stevo. For me, he's kind of my anchor point as to someone that really knows racing in and out. Like he runs a go-kart shop these days. Still does a lot of go-kart endurance events and everything, but used to, I think he got as high as the Porsche Carrera Cup really briefly, tried to raise a bit of money to go over to Europe, and just listening to him talk about the amount of money required to actually go and run these things, even for a season, in sponsorship, in just family raising. You kind of got to be born rich or get lucky, or both, maybe.
Yeah.
It's one of those really tough things. But the love for it still, the fact that we can pick this up and do it from home. I've watched motorsport all my life.
We've got two guys on our team. Same, they're running go-kart, teams themselves, and competing. At quite a aggressive level. But the amount of money it takes is incredible. And I think what's nice these days is a lot of people are getting introduced, as we all know, through sim racing into the bigger echelons of actual racing. You don't necessarily just need to go through the go-karting track anymore, right? There's different ways to get there. So that's always good, as we see the number one there, the last year's winner, isn't it, Mr. Anderson? No,
I don't know.
Last year was definitely.
Oh, of course they can. Who else is in that car? Actually, I need to probably find out who is that. Is that the one that Matty Powell's in? Is he in the number one? I think he's in the number one car.
Oh, that's how they get the one. Oh, there you go.
That's smart. No, I think last year we had Keys, and it might have been Johnson as well in that in the Ford last year. It was definitely the 777 entry, or I think it was 771 maybe last year, or 774. We saw it at the start of the race. Hobbsy talked it through better than any of us could. But incredible ability to drive this car at the moment. right at the front is Gobby. There we go. Car 714. I was close. We had Lucas Keys and Brady Adderton. Yeah. Which makes a lot of sense, actually, now. Thanks so much for Benny Hignett bringing that one up, helping us out here in the commentary box. We've clearly not
need all the help we can get.
Yeah, well, we've got the memory of elephants. We've got the memory of race car drivers with a few concussions, so this is no good. But yeah, racing the Ford last year, 714. Very good, very clean entry that definitely sailed their way to the top, had a commanding lead all race with the rain. And speaking of which, I've also just seen that rain clear up that was due in 30 minutes.
Yeah. Yes. Looking overcast still, but it does look like the rain's not quite coming. Typical radar, mate. It's hitting the hills and going round to the west.
Yeah, usual the Daily Bailey situation out here. Tim Bailey's given us a bit of a wonky forecast here for Bathurst, so whenever you can get it up, Tim Bailey, that'd be very helpful. We're about to have another replay come up in a few seconds here, but we're on board watching Zach McKenna in the 667 entry. Bloody good race car at the moment. The Ferraris are dominating here early, and we're seeing that primarily because of the fact that you can run this car for just shy of 80 minutes at full noise. What even is fuel saving in Ferrari's language? We just don't have it in ACC, but these things can run flat stick for a very, very long time.
Yeah, that's definitely why they're moving to the front.
Seen here, looks like one of the Kovacs Porsches, one on number 19 here as well. Just going to run a little bit wide here at Solomon. Smashing into it just before grabbing that into McPhillamy, and then at that point... Oh, wow, avoided.
Great avoidance.
JC, that's number 2. That's the second time that he's got through that same little crest there.
It's to keep him awake, mate, for 12 hours driving. I think that's what he needs, man.
Oh, mate, that's out of control. Twice at that same spot.
Yeah, those drivers would have lost a lot of time, JC and all the others that had to skirt around, because that is a full flat section of the track going from Reed into Salmon into McPhillamy, so really tough one at the Dirty Great. Big corner there, but you're going to lose a lot of time. But again, safety is paramount there. So when you see those yellow flags, make sure you do just lean on that big fat brake pedal just ever so slightly so that we're avoiding any incidents.
Absolutely.
How good to see Mr. Hobbs in the tower. That's so good, man. It's been a while. Running in P6. So like you said, the Ferraris are definitely dominating at the top end. Out of the top 6, 4 of them are Ferraris, and it will be interesting to see how the Porsche goes, because they've got a massive offset on their pit stops. How long do they go, guys? Are they about 90 minutes almost on a stint?
Yeah,
so
pretty
much.
Was that a touch?
Goodness.
Oof, I don't know. Is he going to hold the brakes?
Still got a blue flag. Who knows?
We're going to have to get a replay up of that.
We will know shortly. That's it. But, I know the Porsches normally get pretty well right on that 90-minute mark. The two Mercedes were running about 85, 86 minutes. And then, not far behind that was the Ferraris, sitting between 80 and 85 minutes.
Oh, no.
He's just hit the inside.
Hold the brakes. Oh, beautiful. Beautifully done.
Hold on. Hobbsy would have been screaming at the ex-Academy driver there. Hold your brakes!
Yeah, exactly.
Glad they listened.
If you say that enough on the comm box on these streams, maybe it helps at some point.
Too right. Hobbsy yelling out, getting all angry in the Academy driver's ears everywhere. Hold your brakes, hold your brakes, hold your brakes. Sounded like Randy felt-faced, but he drives a message home. So we have a very good standard of driver here, and sportsmanship that goes on courtesy of the entry through OR into the Academy Series. All the drivers get taught good and right from the start. We are seeing your man Hobbsy here, Leo, surging through a pack. He's got a couple of blue flaggers behind him, got a couple before him. So he's got McKellar and Carpenter in front of him in the Ford and Aston respectively. But then he's got Liam Hamilton sitting 13.3 seconds up the road from him. So it's not too far ahead, not out of reach for someone of Hobbsy's pace. I know that he's looking to really lay down a good stint here. He said that he wasn't going to get competitive over this weekend. He said he was just in it for the fun, but I know that there's a little fire under him that's boiling and bubbling in his blood. So he's very, very keen to put in a good stint here, particularly with the position that Keka's got him into.
That's exactly what we were saying. These middle ones where you're saying to me there before, man, it's just like, yeah, the middle stints, you just got to find your groove and just relax into it. It's like, yeah, how many laps does that last? Yeah, I'm just going to relax. Just going to chill through this one. Nah, 2 laps in. Come on.
Come on.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Start watching the Delta, mate. And then you go,
I've never done a 2-minute flat with full fuel before, but I could
"But
try
let's
now.
try." And then try and save fuel somewhere in between.
Exactly. Yeah.
Teammates screaming at you, "Stop trying to hit the fastest lap."
I can lift and coast over Skyline. It's fine.
That's it. Just for the solo ride, I see we got Loopty is fighting his way back. I know he had a bit of bad luck in the McLaren earlier. I think he's just ahead of Graham Hill. So we've got 5 solo drivers. We've got Ty, Convoy, and then Loopty is third at the moment in that individual comp, if I could call it that, for the solo drivers. So fighting his way back well.
Yeah, Graham Hill only a couple seconds behind him as well, doing extremely well in the BMW, which is not the ideal car for enduros. You're pretty lucky to get 68 to 70 minutes out of the thing, so puts you at a great dirty big disadvantage on the old pit stop front.
Yeah, and he also had a couple of penalties and all kinds of other technical dramas. So yeah, back up to P19. So I'm sure those 2 guys will come through the order. But there's a bunch of silver drivers that's really fast. I mean, when I used to race ACC with OOR, like the Carpenter entry, Convicts and Colonials, and a bunch of those silver drivers, they are all extremely capable and very fast. So if you don't have kind of like the coolies space, I think it's hard to work your way just simply through those guys. They're all extremely capable. So it'll be interesting to see where they all end up.
So we're on board here now with Zach McKenna, buddied up with an incredibly fast driver of Will Hammond. Just amazing stint the other night. I don't know if you boys got a chance to watch the top 10 shootout, but geez, we had some great moments and some even better moments in the curtain raiser community event before. I like to think the last couple of nights, Benny Hignet's just been thinking about going too wide for about 15 laps without a break. But mate, it just speaks to the incredible racing that we get here at OOR. The community events, the show, like the shootouts, the production level, the everything that makes this what it is. It's absolutely awesome, and I will talk about it until the cows come home, and I'll just continue rabbiting on about it when they continue coming home.
It starts with the Academy series, I think, making sure people that come into this is obviously, well within, understanding how to drive safely in endurance races and how to go about the game. OOR does an amazing job with that as well, but then the whole production, like you said earlier, the people behind the scenes that make it all happen, and there's a lot of friendships that's been built through this. A lot of people have created their own little teams and just built friendships on the back of it as well. That is actually incredible. Like a lot of us are going to the actual Bathurst 12-hour this year, and we will all be catching up there as a team, and it's incredible. It's all started with a great community like this in OOR, so it's more than just the game, guys. As we've got have we been joined by Daniel in the comm box as well?
Yeah, got a couple in there now, so actually that's going to be well and truly my tag out, boys. So I'll now that we've got a few extra lads come in. So Daniel, great to see you, mate. It's awesome effort from you. I did a little bit of a shout out at your driving, mate. Fantastic effort. So I'll let you give the boys a bit of a rundown on how the first kind of 3 hours is going. But on that note, boys, I'm going to head off and see how the 333 guys are going.
Thanks, Brad. We'll keep an eye on that 333, mate. We'll see you come through the field.
Yeah, when I'm not driving. Cheers, fellas. Talk to you soon.
Thanks, Brad. Dan, g'day.
Hello.
How are you, mate? How's your race been going so far?
It's good. I was worried when we saw that rain pop up it's
raining in 10 minutes.
It's just come back in 10 minutes as well. Really brief shower.
It looks like it's going to be a short shower. I was worried that it was going to be an extended shower and it was going to fall at the wrong time for us because with the way our strategy's falling at the moment, it would have been nice if everyone else had pitted and we didn't, and it rained.
Absolutely. We've actually, just to briefly interrupt, we're going to need to get a replay. There was a Ford that just axed themselves coming down out of Forest Elbow as well, Mr. Hignet. You can get a glimpse of that for us in a few seconds. But Yeah, the rain's definitely going to play with something a little bit here. We don't know how long the rain's going to last, but it is there for 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, and it could last just long enough to justify the wets, or it might not. We've got side by side, though, is Harry Murphy currently being tackled by Pickford. Pickford making the dive there late into the chase. Manages to break away and get a little bit of room.
He's picking up a lot of ground. He obviously went past Convoy earlier and now past the Porsche. So obviously, Daniel, that's your entry there. How's the Porsche go in the wet? Have you guys done much practice or the setups? Obviously, I would imagine set up for a dry track.
Yeah, I mean Porsche rear engine, naturally the rear traction of it's normally quite good. It's normally a really good car in the wet. This is the 333 Mustang into the fence in the S's.
It's Brad's car again.
Brad's day's about to get even longer.
Yep. I bet Brad's very happy he's just left the combox.
We're going to see it go again here. I think just coming down into Forest Elbow might just clip the inside wall or something here. Trying to tip in a little bit too early.
Bit of damage in front of the car.
Oh, it's a touch from Mitchell Hobbs. Oh, no.
Commentators having a go at each other. Love it.
Yep.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I mean, he was trying to get out of the way. Hobbs obviously had pressure from behind, so yeah, that's just unfortunate. Yeah, so Daniel, you're saying the Porsche is obviously pretty good in the wet, so probably not too much of a issue, but the track might not take. Will take a while to. There's another replay coming up as Mr. Ignat's keeping us busy here. The Honda late on the brakes.
Oh no.
And that is.
Oh, what's the rejoin here?
Save.
That's right, sleeper, isn't it? Or is
Good save from Gobi.
Yeah, he was running P2 or P1 at that time, I think. Yep.
Yep. So it's conceded a position there as well, with McKenna taken off in front. But Dan, you're someone that I've actually had my eyes on for quite a bit. I've wanted to talk to you for ages because I've been racing LMU and I've seen your name pop up quite a bit there, and I wanted to kind of get your thoughts on chopping and changing sims. You're a lot faster and a lot better of a driver than I am, and have clearly been doing this a long time. Have a very, very deep well of talent that you're drawing on. But talk to us about what it's like making the switch back from Le Mans Ultimate to ACC for this race.
Not very enjoyable.
I'm glad you said it.
There's a reason why this is only the second time I've opened ACC in like the last 9 months or 6 months. I just ACC's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Obviously, the fact it's end of life now, the I guess enthusiasm to put time into it isn't really there anymore. So really, it's why I'm not haven't done sprints for the last couple of seasons. I'll do the enduros. Damo and Thurk, same person. Dirk and Harry were 2 men in it. It was like, well, I've got nothing on. I'll add me to the entry. I'll do some driving as well.
How different is the brakes? So comparing LMU to ACC. So yeah, take us through that for some of the people that don't know.
It's hard because I don't really drive the GT3, so I'm probably not. I'm used to brake modulating in LMU because I'm so used to not having ABS.
For the hypers, yeah.
Yeah, for the hypers. Well, I haven't even driven the hypers after the Le Mans 24 that they had at the end of November last year. I said I'm not driving the hypercar until it's on the new tyre model. So
yep.
So I've just been smashing out the LMP2 at the moment. I'm thoroughly enjoying it.
Which is a great car in LMU, man. It's
so good. It's honestly the best car in LMU at the moment until the hypercars get the tyre.
And there's something amazing about single make type series as well, because I feel like then there's no complaints about bop and this and that, and people can just all have a crack in the same car. I really like that as well. So
can I complain about? Am I allowed to complain about bop here? No.
Fire away.
Only Porsche.
I think we get 1 mention per hour. So
good. I'll take this hour then.
Make excuses now, Dan. This is your time.
Well, I mean, we're the only Porsche in the top 25 in quali, and even now, coming up 3 hours into the race, only Porsche in the top 19, top 18, and only Porsche on the lead lap still. I think Layla Bell might actually be 2 laps down. So,
mate, it gets worse. There's a BMW in P17 who's the top BMW. So I'll just say that maybe you've got it bad, but it could be worse.
Yeah, the BMW. In saying that, I had to drive some GT3, and the BMW was actually the car I felt the best in GT3, which is completely opposite to what I normally like. I normally like the mid-engine cars, so that felt a bit foreign, but it is what it is.
I love how Matt said Daniel's name pops up in LMU. It doesn't pop up; it's always at the top, man. Daniel, you've been like
at the top of
absolutely
my screen.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly. It's always right on top.
I feel like I haven't really done much LMU either recently. Waiting for obviously our series went back to Hypercurrent GT3 for the main series. Obviously, thoroughly enjoyable LMP2 Summer Series, which wasn't broadcasted through December at the end of last year, which is very enjoyable. Very different actually, having like the single class grid. So used to multi-class in LMU. That having the single class was a bit of a spice up.
Yeah, no, a very good point. And it's been like, it's funny because one of my favorite things about LMU so far has been the multi-class. You just call it chaos or whichever, but it's just, it adds an extra dynamic to racing, whether you're in the faster class or the slower class. But I've been doing the GT3 series in LMU, and it took me a good couple, again, not as deep a skill well as you guys have, but it took me a good couple of days to actually get back into the groove and the drive that these cars require in ACC. It's very much more, I mean, you hear the term bro steer get thrown around, but it is a lot more hurling the car into corners to get it to do what you want it to do, rather than in LMU, it's a softer, it's a gentle caress. It's a convincing, whereas this is just pure manhandling these massive machines around the track. But I think the braking is quite similar. It's not too different. The only thing is in ACC you can trail brake while turning into a corner, whereas LMU tends to prefer trail braking in the straight line.
I think the difference is like, I don't know what wheelbases you guys have, but for me, an ACC, I only won a CSL direct drive, so I only got 5 new mids. I feel like that I can't feel the weight of the car in ACC compared to LMU. Right. Like, I feel like, honestly, I feel the weight of an LMP2 better in LMU than I do in GT3 in ACC. That's what I've always struggled with, and it's why it's honestly why I've never been the biggest fan of LMU. I don't know if that's just a Porsche thing, since the weight's not over the front and the engine's in the back, so all the weight's over the back. So I don't know if it's a Porsche thing specifically. I mean, I only really drive the Porsche because I get roped into the Porsche guy's car every time instead of the MRT car. But it's also the car I've driven the most. I mean, going back years and years. I'm talking like, I think it was season 4 or season 6 of sprints. They had the BAM, and this would have been the 991 Spec 2 rather than the 992, but they had the BAM, and this was when we had assigned, like, you got assigned your car, you got your pick your preferences, and they'd have banned me from the Porsche because they were worried about me just dominating in the Porsche. Obviously, not saying that the drivers we had back then were less skilled, but I think that the talent at the top now in OOR is much higher than it was back then as well.
Yeah, it's definitely, there's been a lot of people coming across. I think, and you were talking about the multi-class earlier. I think what happened initially and why I didn't like LMU is a lot of people would come from just racing, say, GT3s, and then get into multi-class and didn't quite understand, I suppose, how to properly handle your car or stay predictable with hypers and GT3s on the track. But it's definitely become better as the rain, I think, has just hit the service, so it's about to get spicy, and we're right in the middle of a game. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I could see there it was building up. Yeah, I think it's the Pixel Racers Mustang. There's another car gone round. It's about to get very spicy here. So the rain is coming down. Yeah, track's gone green straight away. Obviously, it's going to go wet. As we come to the top of the hour as well, so right on 3 hours into the race, the rain's come down.
But interesting, you look at the top, the 10-minute one has just gone back to cloudy already. So this is going to be a short 10-minute shower, but it looks like it's a heavy shower.
What's the play here, gentlemen? Are we staying out on the dries, or are you making a dive for wets?
I'm glad I'm not in the car. That's what I am.
That's true. That's true.
Oh, he went for the inside. Oh, jeez. Yeah, there was no space there.
Well avoided from the two. I think that's the Rockets Evolved and Nissan's there. Yeah. Oh no, we got another one around almost in the spare box wall. That's a good save.
I think this is where a lot of people's races will be made or break. I think you got to either be brave and just stick it out on dries. Probably is what I would have done back in the day with ACC. It is Bathurst though, so if you crash, you lose a lot of time. So you got to take that into account as well. Some people always say just be on the right tire for the right conditions and don't overthink it. So, which means that probably you probably want to go wets, but not. I don't know. It's quite cool. I don't know how quickly the track will dry out in ACC. I'm not that familiar with the title anymore. So, yeah, I don't know. It's jeez, you were just saying how they avoided that. Calsonic has avoided a lot of carnage on that, but the other one was not so lucky. So I don't know which one got caught up there, whether that was Ty or, unlucky there.
Either way, it's a tough break, but that's the. It's not multi-class racing, but we've got multiple classes of driver here, and they're all going to have very different braking. You do have to err on the side of caution, particularly in these extenuating conditions and circumstances now with the weather.
Oh no, there's some more carnage.
We're about to get another bit of a replay there. You can see there's a McLaren spun out just after the dipper before Forest Elbow.
McKenna got involved with that. He's got a bit of damage now front end as well, which is not ideal for them.
Yikes.
The 777 car was just in the lane as well. I think they're back out on track now.
I saw that as well. Good pickup, Dan. Yeah, didn't hold the brakes, rolled back into in front of him. Boom. Yeah, that's unlucky for that entry because they've been running really well, but they've got good pace, and it's still 9 hours to go. So they'll so this is the thing. Now you got damage. It's a wet track. Do you come in, fix it, put wets on, but then you're out of sequence again with pit stops. So it's a lot of big decisions to be made in some of those teams at the moment.
The other problem is obviously we know this show's gonna be done in 10 minutes. As the looks like the 3 cars gone around at the chase. They've had
love to be biglet at the moment. There's no shortage of replays to be thrown at the moment. It's all happening out there.
These 5 different arms across 3 different PCs. He's pressing all the buttons at once. Incredible.
As we see another replay come through here now. It's the Kovacs red entry.
Oh yeah, hits the curb there at Quarry. It's a tough one. Every car hopefully taking a little bit more caution there coming up into it. It's a
nice
good spin. Now you're mid-track though, you got to be super careful.
I mean, I'm okay with. I think that's one of the cars we're racing. So
many cars diving in now for wet tires, fellas. As you can see, as we have the cars come across our screen, the key trick is to look for whether or not the side of the cars say Pirelli or whether they're just a clean black wall. If it's the black wall tire, then it is a wet that we are noticing. So I've seen there's at least 5, 6, 7 different cars coming into the pits at the moment, all vying for wets, which is pretty interesting now. Lucas Keys also coming out of the pits has put on wet tires too.
Yeah, these Ferraris weren't due for a stop. The interesting thing will be if you're in a Mustang at the moment, because you're probably about 5-10 minutes away from stopping anyway, because that tends to be where they've been stopping so far in the race.
So this probably, Daniel, for you guys is not ideal because this is falling right in the middle of a stint, right? So you're not like at the end of a stint to just put tires on, right? So
we needed it about 40 minutes ago.
I thought so, yeah.
40, 30, even half an hour ago. No, half an hour ago would have been perfect because it would have started raining with like 2-3 laps left on the stint, and that's why it hasn't been good timing for us. Like obviously, if it was a sustained, given it's only like a 10 minute odd shower, it probably won't hurt us as much. But if it was a more sustained shower, it would have essentially reset the strategy, which would have been not good.
So for you guys, is this probably staying out is the only option at the moment because you're so it's right in the middle of your stint, or what do you reckon?
Well,
when are you back in the car?
I don't have the team radio in the background at the moment, but I'm going to guess the call will be to try and stay out if it stays damp. I'm not back in now because obviously we're a 3-driver team. We're limited to 5 hours 20 per driver. So, and given we're getting 80 minutes, and so I've done half my drive time already. So, I probably won't be in until the last double of the race now.
So it's definitely spiced it up. So that 777 came in, and as you said, it's Lucas Keys is in the car now again. So I'm sure that they're going to be rapid. But it's definitely a little bit of rain shower. Always throws throws a bit of a curveball, and a lot of different strategies out there at the moment. So we'll see who prevails and who can keep it safe. I see JC and the McLaren has gone down as well. He was up ahead of Graham Hill earlier, the other solo runner, and I'm not sure if he's gone in for the pits as well. As we're on board here with Stephen Ty, looking back at Hamilton, who's harassing him and reading the serial numbers of his bumper there. Oh, sideways through
big
there,
slide
coming
there into Salmon Park out of Reed.
That was out of control.
Very impressive catch up there. This whole section of the track is so sketchy at the moment if you're on dry tyres, which Liam Hamilton still is. He's looking to stick it out. But I think, so I'm just looking at the weather here. So we haven't got sun coming back for a little bit. And I think the overcast conditions are going to cause the track to actually sit at this like damp or greasy stage for a while. So wet tyres, it's still going to be, like I think it's still too tight to call, but I'd say that we'd have to have a little bit of advantage to anyone that's on a wet tyre.
I would agree with that. I think, Matt, one of the things I've always realised with these games, especially with the track, let's say the ambient's only 16. Yes, it rains now, and it's sometimes good to stay out on slicks, but the track stays damp and greasy for another good 30-40 minutes. So you probably get the better half of like 50 minutes, even if it's only a 10-minute rain shower. You're in the better tyre for 50 minutes of that, period. So, yeah, if it's within your pit window, it's good. But like Daniel said, if it's not, you probably have to brave it out. But that was a great catch there from Hammy. That was incredible, actually. Would have been good to see an onboard of that as well, because the wheel, I think the counter steering there must have been ridiculous.
We're seeing here, we're on board with Lucas Keys, just making a bit of a dive there on a blue flag car, but really well done and a good place to do it down there out of Forest Elbow. We're going to see the replay here of Hamo there. Whoa, how's the repeated catches?
I gotta love that. Well
that
done.
is immense. It's funny, he almost over-counted that at a couple of different points, but Liam Hamilton, excellent driver, incredible commentator, very valued member of the OOR community, and he's putting, he's laying down the law this morning, doing really, really well into the afternoon now as well.
Yeah, that Ferrari is one to watch for the overall victory today. For sure, they're in the hunt. I mean, the race is really tight at the moment. We got Slade at the moment in the lead. Ty 4 seconds back, and Hammy only another second back from there, and then you got Lucas Keys. So it's very tight at the top on the back of all of this, bit of the rain. We've got another yellow flag out on track. Lots going on.
Yeah, Talbot in the Bentley. The Boatley, I think it's okay in the rain. Seems to be doing okay here in this entry. I do love to see it out there. Hobbsy and I talked before. It's quite a regal little looking car. Makes you think that the driver's in there, not with a bottle of water beside it, but maybe a cup of tea of the finest. But yeah, incredibly cool car to drive. Right-hand drive, so it almost feels like it's right at home here. We're back on board with Kafil Slade in possibly one of my favourite liveries that we're running, the Last Raw livery on their Ferrari. But here, Slade, like holding and owning the lead here, doing a really, really good job. 91 laps down, give or take 260, 250 laps to go. We're going to see a bit of a replay here. Benny Higgy doing something here. Lonergan in the front. That's Austin McNeil, I think, now in the Milk Racing team. These two are mates. That's no good. Blocked the track completely there.
They used to say that with Ambrose and the guys too, and then they were not mates after.
And it's almost at the cutting where that famous Ambrose incident went down between Greg Murphy and Ambrose.
No one got out of the car this time round, so they were okay.
Yeah, thankfully there's no button for that, so maybe we're spared there. But Lonergan unlucky to get turned there, as I think it's McNeil now in the car. It makes a bit of a move up the inside there. Really, I actually could have been Dylan King. Can't see car 700 on our timing tower at the moment, but we'll get back to you if we find out what driver that is. But we're back on board. We've got Talbot in the Bentley, defending like a lion now to a very persistent, persuasive Mitchell Hobbs, begging for a way around.
Great exit
looking
there
here.
Hobbsy.
Excellent exit here. Hobbsy on wets. I suspect Talbot would be doing the same given the level of grip, but have a go at that. So I think Hobbsy's had to back out there just a little bit, because we know that the Ferrari can get up to 288 to 290 kilometers an hour heading into the chase here outside of the kink. So interesting to see what Talbot does here, but Hobbsy too far back to make a move, does show the nose, chooses and prefers to sit inside while forcing Talbot to grab a little bit of curve there. Forcing the error perhaps, but Hobbsy now going to get a really good run down into Murray's. Don't think he's going to make a move, but God, he's going to make Talbot think that he's looking for something. Jezza having to hold on there, just defend a little bit, while in front of him he's got Murphy in the 911 Porsche. These three are probably going to go at it for just a little bit now that we've got the conditions drying up. No more rain, but the track is going to stay damp for a little bit. Talbot breaking early, forcing... we got Murphy breaking early, forcing Talbot into an error. Hobbsy unaffected. Manages to sit hard on the arse there, looking at the taillights, staring, two red eyes blinking back at Hobbsy as they head up Mountain Straight. Boys, I think we're going to see these three go at it for quite a while.
100%. So as the track's drying out, you got the 667 behind as well in McKenna, who used to lead the race a little bit earlier. They're also going to be in this fight. So this is a great battle for P7, 8, 9, and 10 here at the moment. And not to I can see Hamilton as well. Like I think Ty and Hamilton is catching the leader as well. So there's a lot of great battles going on at the moment. 3 hours into the race, and it's good to see so many different options. I think we got a bit of a recap going on here. It's got two different.
Yep, absolutely. So we're just going to watch the lead pack here, catching on Kafil Slade, who's currently in the number 1 spot in the number 7 Ferrari. But we've got on the right-hand side that battle of 4 of them. We're looking at almost 2 wide over and down into Skyline, but Talbot backing out. Talbot really wanting Murphy here to think that he's actually going to try and make a move over the top of the mountain. Something going on here. We don't know what's going to happen, but they are in formation. 4 of them, one after the other, looking like little wolves across the top of a mountain here. Here we are at Mount Panorama. The 4 of them going neck and neck, tail to tail, nose to tail, rather, into Forest Elbow and out onto the chase. But we've got this lead group on the left-hand side. Keeping an eye on that will be our 2 men in the box. We've got Dan and Leo. Keeping an eye on that. There's too much to watch, boys.
It's insane. Like this is why we love OOR, and why ACC is always. Oh, and Bentley went deep there.
Talbot there before the kink to get that kind of drive
out
on Murphy. Incredible work.
Oh, they're all on the same tyres, guys. I mean, I lost a little bit track as to who's on what tyre. I wonder if they're all on the exact same tyre, or if there's maybe a little bit of that coming into play with different wets and dries.
So it actually looks like, Hobbsy in that little group, Hobbsy and who else have we got there? Hobbsy and McKenna are the only 2 on wet tyres. I believe Talbot and Murphy are actually both on dries.
Yeah, so I think, Daniel, that's your car there. They're under attack here at the moment still, so it looks like the wets is still the better tyre at this point. Or it's that bop he spoke about earlier. I'm not sure.
There's a bit of both. No, I think we're still in a good spot, to be honest, even though we're on slicks. Now that it's not raining, the track will dry out. So these guys are going to have to make an extra stop again on top of... I think the Ferraris were going to make an extra stop over us anyway already.
Yep.
And actually, to be honest, now that the pace has been taken out of the race... I don't think he'll change us to 1 less stop, but it'll make hitting the number we need to by the end a lot easier, especially for Damo and Harry, because they're not as time limited as I was with my stints. I had to make sure, had to get 80 minutes but not go over 80 minutes at the same time, which, is a very interesting
I reckon Hobbsy almost drilled Murphy there. That was super close. Yeah, look,
going through McPhillamy Park, a lot of speed there.
I'm not enjoying watching this at the moment. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, a lot of thoughts going on here. A lot of demons creeping in, perhaps for Harry. But we've got Hobbsy hard on the tail now, and then McKenna right behind him too. Going to get a really good drive out of Forest Elbow, but Murphy managing to just hold on there as we get on board here. We've got Stevie Ty, I believe, being overtaken there by Liam Hamilton. Great move out of the kink. Very daring move under these conditions. There's not a lot of grip there when you take that inside line. But we're back on board now. We've got Murphy defending against Mitchell Hobbs. Down the inside, we've got Lonergan sitting hogging the outside line. This is not an ideal position. Blue flag car holding up the faster boys, but
there was a car sideways off Conrad there as well. I don't know if you guys saw that 229.
Yeah, the green Aston again.
Big move from Hobbsy here, diving to the inside under braking. Very, very clean. Excellently performed. Well done, Mitchell Hobbs. McKenna looking to take advantage of the same situation. Along main straight, going to get alongside. Can he pull up along that? He's going to tuck in behind and wait for another opportunity.
Can we just say that a Porsche just outran a Ferrari in a straight line?
Well, that was a short straight. Here's the long straight. Here we go.
Yeah, and it's done. To be honest, this is probably good for Harry. Well, not good for Harry. It would have been nice to hold on to the track position, but he's got no pressure behind. We're just running our own race, to be honest, in our car. Obviously, you guys would have seen from the opening 2 stints, we're running a very different fuel strategy. We're trying to go as long as we can. Minimize the
I reckon it will
stops.
still come back to you guys, man. I reckon there's still there's definitely something in it.
Even over the Mustangs, because the Mustangs can only do about 65 minutes.
Yeah.
68 minutes. So we're getting 12 minutes or 6 or 7.
We're on board here with Hamilton, who's just got past Ty, and I think he's busy closing the gap to Slady in first position. So the battle for the lead is definitely heating up here. But yeah, Daniel, I reckon we got a replay coming. I think it's of that Aston coming through the chase here. Wet track, no one on the inside. I don't know if these hit puddle. That's that car was.
Why was the Ferrari so slow?
I think he was trying to get out of.
Then.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened with the Ferrari there. But yeah, that caught out the 229, and I think he hit the brakes, which is not what you want to do on a wet track coming through the chase. So yeah, he went sideways. Unlucky there.
It's like Convoy's letting Talbot past here as well for P6.
Yeah, this Bentley has had a really good run in the last, call it 10 or 20 minutes in the current conditions. Talbot and... Yep.
JC's been having some issues as well. The opening stint, he was a pain in the butt, not because he was like matching my pace and right behind me, because he kept like lagging out occasionally, and it seemed to be like every lap in the cutting, like I wouldn't know where he was. And
I don't know if you saw that earlier, Daniel. He actually had a couple of flickers earlier, and he caught out another car that crashed into him. So he's definitely had his issues.
I was worried, and I got the guys to just mention, like, because I know he's solo, but I think someone's looking over him, and it's like, can you guys just send a message, just let him know that I don't know where he's in the cutting?
He's got a stream up. Maybe we should find it and just leave him a message. But there's not much you can do when you're in the chair and you're in a 12-hour on your own, and someone tells you, mate, you're flickering. I don't know what I can do about that.
Well, it was more because it seemed, at least in the opening stint, it was always in the cutting. So it was like, just don't have a go at the cutting, because I'm not gonna see you, like just straight up, because I can't see you. And then eventually he got a run down the Conrod, and as I said, we're just running our own race, so we haven't really been racing anyone hard. Obviously we're not pulling over and letting them go as well, but if they're gonna have a run, there's no point us fighting them. We got a lack of straight line speed as it was. It didn't show so much in quali, but I ran the wing super low and came and bit me a bit in the shootout. But now we've put on a bit more wing for the race, and we're just sitting duck in the straight.
Yeah, I think it will come back to you guys, man. You're obviously running a proper endurance strategy thing as opposed to just pure out pace and sprint. So yeah, so Ty's got a drive through, and Hamilton is right on the back of Slade here. So yeah, I don't know why Ty got the drive through. I'm sure we'll be able to get some information, but I reckon
I wonder if it was the punt in the chase we saw on the Ferrari. I wonder if he was the one that did the punting, because we had both of the I don't think it's Calsonic anymore, is it? It changed last year from Calsonic, and but we saw that both the Nissans were together on the track, and one was letting the other past, and then straight afterwards into the chase, the Nissan that got let past hit the Ferrari at the turning point.
Yes, we've got this battle going on. 2 Ferraris, so they're running obviously probably very similar setups, maybe same car. So it's going to be hard to just get past in a straight unless it doesn't get a good exit or really go deep on the brakes. We've got a replay coming through here.
It's Lonergan in the car ahead. McLaren hard on him into Skyline. This is such a tough spot. Very easy to get wrong. There's an inside wall. He's around the wrong way. He's on dries too. It's very, very tough to do there.
That might explain why he was so slow coming through the chase then after that accident as well. Maybe he was trying to let cars through, and that's probably what caught out that Bentley too.
Don't know who was in McLaren, but impressive job to not actually hit Ferrari then. don't
Oh,
think there was contact.
Stevie Ty's got a drive-through.
He has indeed.
Also, guys, the track's back to greasy now. We're seeing a lot of the Ferraris, like the Hobbs and McKenna Ferraris, in as here comes Hamilton has a look on the slide into Griffin's Bend. But the Hobbs and McKenna Ferraris have pitted again and gone back to slicks. So if you manage to stay out on slicks, like our car did,
Yes. So that was only
very-
about 25 to 30 minutes, right, Daniel? So I think, yeah, they're now stopping again, so this will definitely benefit you guys a lot. So it brings you back into play.
just try to work back because they're getting about 75 minutes, I think. So it will kind of work. They should be able to do 6 stints from here. Slightly shorter one at the end.
It will be interesting to see if that 777 Ford, I think they put on wets too when Lucas got in
Correct.
the car. And so they were going to have to stop again. So that will drop them down the order again as well. As these two Ferraris are still at it and they're right in the middle of some blue flags. Just to It's not what you need at this part of the track, but they're getting out of the way really beautifully there, and a bit of a squirrely exit there for Slade. I don't know if that's going to be enough for Hamilton towards the end of the straight. It will be interesting to see when these guys have to come into the pits, or if Hamilton will just wait it out. He definitely looks like he's got pace on Slade. He's caught him, obviously. As we come towards the end of the chase here, is he going to send it? Do you think better of it? Yeah, it's you're in two minds when you get to that point, when you're so close, and you haven't been that close for a couple of laps. But yeah, there's another back marker, just get out of the way.
It's going to be hard, as that's definitely getting out. He doesn't make the wall. It's going to be hard as well because as the track is greasy at the moment, but offline it's going to be much less great compared to the racing line at the moment as well. So that's going to make the job a bit harder for Liam Hamilton as well on the Slade Ferrari. And which GTR is that?
He's got a really good run here. He showed his nose a
yeah.
few times before. I think if he's brave, he's going to just send it this time round. There we go.
Wow, yeah,
job done.
stylish at the inside there. Very, very, very ballsy move, especially with the track still at greasy, but well performed there by an expert driver of Hamilton. This is interesting now. So Slady hard on the tail of him. What's he going to do over the top? Because you don't want to drop too far, right? These cars should be pretty evenly matched. I think both on dry tires at this point.
A lot of it, and it's going to be interesting where the pressures are as well in these cars, because I'm not sure if these guys pitted before we saw it was going to rain. I don't think they did. So they probably got their standard dry pressures in them. They probably haven't overinflated the tyres slightly to help in the greasier conditions. But it looks like the Liam Hamilton car is much more
At home at the moment, yeah. No,
yeah,
100%,
it looks much nicer and much quicker to drive at the moment.
Looks slow, which is why it looks fast, right? So yeah, he's definitely got a good car under him and got great pace at the moment. So Stephen Ty back now 21 seconds on the back of that. I don't know what happened with that, if that's already served the drive-through. So it will be interesting to see. I mean, it's really good to see that the Nissan is still in contention. I'm just kind of giving him a call out here, and you know, he's the top of the solo runners. JC sitting in 7th. I'm just constantly keeping an eye on that. And you've got Loopty and Mr. Hill down 21 and 22nd. So yeah, these boys are doing a phenomenal job. As this Kovacs Red has been really making his way up the field. They're up to 5th now. Pickford in the car has been having a really good stint here.
Yeah, Mick Pick has been a really, really steady driver, steady hand this morning in one of 2 Bentleys, as we see Talbot, the Speedy Mite Racing car, coming back up through the field. Not too bad, sitting there in 6th. It's the lead silver car, and by a handy 6 positions as well. Has absolutely just surged up the field. The only other call out as well is, again, Brock Godfrey sitting in that Honda Pro-Am car with 15 seconds worth of penalties, but is sitting in top 10 as a Pro-Am, which is just outstanding. Very, very talented, very skilled drivers. Putting it all down here at the track. This is pretty cool. We've had some good moments so far. It'd be interesting to see whether or not the weather does make an appearance a little bit later. Got to think that the wind has died down to 1 kilometre, and we were talking a little bit earlier that the main factor in ACC weather is that wind speed. and whether or not it blows in different weather systems. So for here for now, we got 8.5 hours left in this 12-hour race at Mount Panorama Bathurst in Assetto Corsa Competizione with Octane Online Racing as part of the Simrigs Endurance Series kicking off 2026. We've got a few people as well that will be rolling into the real-life Bathurst 12-hour in just a couple of weeks for those that will be there. It sounds like you'll be there, Leo. We'll probably all meet up, crack a beer, maybe walk the track, hang around, go to the pub for dinner.
100%, man.
Nice.
You guys camping there, or what's the go?
Yes, sir. We'll be up with, I think, a fair few people. I know Chris Cooley will be up there. Austin McNeil, I'm pretty sure, too, heading up the Milk Racing team. We'll all be up the top somewhere between Reed and Salmon. So looking forward to seeing most everyone there, I reckon.
Okay, we're up at McPhillamy, so yeah, we'll definitely catch up for sure, man. Have a beer, and I know 2 years ago when we were there, we saw a few people there of OOR as well. Got some of the merch out. So if any of you watching, feel free to support the I suppose the endeavours of OOR and everybody that's behind it. But yeah, it will be good to catch up, man. I reckon 2 years ago there was a bit of rain when I was there, which made it interesting. I wasn't there last year, but there's a cracking lineup this year so far from what we've seen. So it's gonna be amazing.
Yeah, all Aussie prototype entry would be great to see as well.
All I'm hearing is if it rains this year, if it rains on us this year, it's Leo's fault.
yeah. Leo's commentators cursed the weather into existence.
Oh, more just being present because it rained in 24 when he was there. So yeah.
We are seeing Blake Brenner here in the 988 Porsche. Rexy sitting there looking for any way around Ryan Anderson, aka Dog Ryan, for those that know him, coming out of the chase and into Murray's now. These two, look at how much later the Porsche is on the brakes there into Murray's. Very, very game, very ballsy, but a great, great ability to drive that. We've also got JC looking for a little bit of a squirmy way to break the tail that he's feeling from the MRT car behind him. But we've got Porsche just makes a move up the inside coming. He's going to have the inside all the way Mountain Straight, but a pretty good drive on there from Ryan Anderson.
That's the problem when you do the
back.
T1 move, man, because when you do the T1 move, you just lose
everything. Look at this.
Yep.
Blue flag to Jamie Conboy.
Is that Porsche on wets or slicks? I can't tell. I think it's on slicks.
We'll have to get a look at the side of it, see if we can see that Pirelli tyre logo. But we've got JC surging up around the cars here because these cars are back in a separate battle pack of sort of 19th through 22nd now. But surging through also is the MRT Milk Racing Team 700, going to have to come up and find a little bit of a way around, looking for a move here into or out of the cutting and up into Reed. Very, very tight place to try that maneuver, but there's absolutely no room for him there. You're going to have to look for something as we see. Oh, no, JC's gone pinging again. Yeah. This is a massive problem that we've had all morning, and he's causing some difficulties.
I think he's actually made the wall that time. He
has, indeed. He's got a bit of damage. I don't know what happens with him every time only going over the top. I would like to see it happen to him maybe just on the straight.
Well,
it feels like it.
As I said before, when in that opening stint, it was only in
the cutting.
Yeah, only in the cutting. Everywhere else was fine.
That's so
it was annoying though because whenever he came back, his headlights wouldn't be off. They wouldn't be on, even though he would have had them on his end. And I was getting the he was getting the meatball flag, and particularly McPhillamy because there's a marshal post right as you crest McPhillamy, and it was really freaking annoying.
Jamie Conboy's off and out.
Yeah. That is very sad to see. A beautiful livery, and he's had a really good race up until that point. So some technical difficulties, unfortunately, and he's still pulled over at the bottom of Forest Elbow there.
I wonder if he's completely broken the suspension when he went off, when he went in the wall at the top of the hill, which has just made it too much of a handful trying to get back to the pit lane.
Funny, where he's actually pulled over there is kind of reminiscent for anyone that watched the Bathurst 1000 last year. It's pretty much exactly where Chas Mostert pulled over and cracked a beer with some fans.
That's right.
Maybe JC's hopping the fence and walking up and grabbing a beer with some of the locals.
Going over to Crailsy's place, mate, and go and grab a beer there.
Exactly. So, well, JC, if we don't see you out on the track, incredible effort up until this point. Maybe a quick restart of the old internet router and see how you go. But we're on board here with Austin McNeil. Yeah, you just see it there. It's no bueno on the internet pinging around there. Austin McNeil skating through in the MRT AMG.
It's
Unscathed.
definitely what you want to see while you're coming through Reed Park. 100%.
Yeah.
Full
Full
on the
noise,
throttle, man.
right pedal
Yep.
down to the floor of the car, and then you see
Holding
that
on to the
happen in front of
car, and then the car's right in front of you. Then it's not. Then it's sideways. It's like
What do you do here? But we're seeing a bit of a move here from Stevie Ty. Nice overtaking of the blue flag there of the Super Cheap Auto Ford Mustang coming down, racing into the one and only chase under no brake markers there. They've all been knocked out and clear. So at this point in time, you just got to try and find your flow, try and find your feel. Remember where that 125 meter mark is.
It was funny actually because before we did our last stop and Harry got in the car, he asked, "What are you using for a marker now?" And I gave the very helpful response of a feel.
That's funny
So-
because I asked Keckers, Chris Hewley, the exact same question. I said, "Oh mate, the 150 boards out, 100 boards out. Where are you looking to break? What's your mark?" And he goes, "Yes." Good to know.
That's it.
Seeing a McLaren here now defending. Whoa, that's really deep.
That's off.
Yeah.
Is that the Mechanica?
That is
yeah,
that car.
it is.
100%.
Wowie.
That is the way not to get damage at least, and he's out of the way, so that's
correct,
good. But yeah, that's
correct,
going to
yeah.
cost them some time. Yeah, so that's dropping them down a little bit. I mean, they've had their fair share now of issues, and they were caught up in that earlier problems as well, where they had where it was wet and they got some damage. So they've dropped down to P9 at the moment, but a very fast car with fast drivers coming. So I'm sure that they'll fight their way back to the top. As we're on board here with this beautiful Calsonic GDR. End of an era. I know the raw livery says, but you know you kind of feel the same way. They've always said the GTR end of an era, but it's always been there. And as the Rockets Evolve has always loved the GTR, so good on them, man.
In a way, this kind of a transfer into real life racing because anyone that knows me well enough how much of a crazy Super GT fan I am. It is an end of an era for this livery because it's Manelli now. It's not Calsonic anymore. It's still the same blue for the import
Exactly.
car, but it's Manelli now down the side of it now, not Calsonic. That was a change I think last year. That change happened, and it's still the same blue, but it's not the same.
Same but different. So we're on board here with Lucas Key. So it looks like he's only 6 seconds behind Stephen Ty now. So yeah, I don't know. They obviously had put on the wets and they had to put on the dries. So they're back on slicks now and probably about 20-30 seconds off the lead, I would imagine at this stage. So what's that? 27? Yeah, about 32 seconds. So I think I don't have the visual on the laps, but last lap there was a 2:03.9 with a bit of traffic. So keep an eye on how Keys is going, but I think he's definitely coming back top, as we would expect, as we're on board here with the two solo runners at the back in Mr. Hill and Loopty. So it looks like the BMW doesn't quite have the straight line speed here.
Loopty going to look to make a move down here at the kink. Very scary place to try and take the inside line. Graham Hill chooses life over a battle there, letting Loopty run through. Great use of the brake markers there. Pinpoint perfection as they race away. Solo entry is Jaden Rondinello. I don't think anyone has put more time into ACC in the last, let's say, give or take 6 to 12 months than Rondinello. Loopty's done an unbelievable job, and his pace just reflective of that. As we see him now surging up behind car number 1 of Ryan Anderson as well. Not too far ahead of him is Ryan Anderson, is an 18-second gap. But then Brenner, Griffiths, and then Muller, Vettiger, Layla Bell, Aaron Lee. Good to see him coming back out in the 111 Nissan. Underwood, Dylan King, Carpenter, and McKenna. Just sitting all pretty much just outside of just in the top 10 there. Unbelievable little battle packs developing here too.
Got to remember with Lufty as well, definitely has the pace. He was backwards on lap 1 or 2 in the fence and almost a lap down, or he might have even gone a lap down. I can't remember now, to be honest. But qualified just missed the shootout. Qualified in 11th and slowly coming back through the field after his lap 1 or lap 2 excursion.
Yeah, and Hamilton has pulled a 5-second gap over Slady now since he's passed him, so that car's still going really strong in this drying conditions now. So definitely got speed over him. Just want to go back to Mr. Hill there, where when he was passed by Ronella, he's obviously it's the first time he's ever done an enduro for this long. I think the longest he's done solo was a 3 hour. And I know I spoke to him before the race as well. It's just about trying to survive. He used to be a staple in OOR, and the Mosaic boys. We used to be called FPS, and now Mosaic. And he just felt like you have to. One of us have to at least come and join this amazing, Bathurst 12 hour of OOR on ACC. So I know he spent a lot of time recently in LMU. So good to see him out on track and still going around. I was having a crack with him earlier because how do you prep for a 12 hour? You think, oh yeah, going to have a couple of bars or make sure you've got water, but you need a team behind you to feed you and bring drinks and it's not the easiest thing. So good on these boys for smashing out 12 hours, man. I don't know how they do it.
Yeah, it'd be good with all the racing going back to the sort of normal programming next week. It'd actually be really good to see if we can bring one of these drivers in and actually just chat to them, whether it's Loopty, JC, Hilly here as well. Like just talking to them about as you said, Leah, get them to walk us through the logistics. I was sort of thinking you got to have all the water beside you, but when do you choose to sacrifice your pit stop time to go and actually have a bathroom break, maybe feel like a human again? Yes,
exactly. He was saying something silly as just having the snack bar's fine, but you actually have to open the wrappers before the race.
Yeah,
you're gonna think of all those little things. It's it's quite crazy.
You tape the leak when you well, at least in my case, when you inevitably put it in the wall, and have the extended pit stop.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I'm gonna have to head out, guys, because I have received a message from the car that we might have a bit of an issue. So I'm gonna go and work out what is happening.
Well, you're in P5. We'll keep an eye on Daniel, and thanks for joining us in the box. Always great to chat to you, man, and good luck for the rest of the race. You got 8 hours to go, and we'll be rooting for you for that Porsche, man. We'll see how far you guys can go. Good luck.
Yeah, it would be good if we can keep P5, but I think strategy's starting to take place again. Obviously, the two Ferraris were on wets, have gone back to slicks, and I think the Bentleys have pitted as well. So. And I think we actually gained a position from JC's little unfortunate run of events. But we'll keep running, keep going, work out what this issue is, and go from there.
Yeah, good luck for you guys, man. We'll keep an eye on.
Thanks, guys.
Excellent. Dan Benefield there, one of the best and brightest OOR drivers. So we're seeing here a bit of a replay. We've got Aston Martin, very difficult car to drive at this track, 225 across the top there, into Skyline, dipping down. It's not the ideal line. You are going to push yourself left into the curbing there, managing to avoid it. There's a little bit of calamity, but everyone manages to hold on.
The problem with those things, that creates a comedy of errors behind, because people, you don't know where to go, and then there's another car behind, and it just becomes like a concertina problem there. So not laughing at people's misfortune there. I know how hard it is. I've had a lot of those issues myself over the years. So
yeah, it does result in a bit of a Benny Hill film, right?
Yeah, exactly. We got Hobbsy here up to P6 at the moment, trying to chase down that Porsche of Mr. Benefield and them. So a lot of interesting little battles to keep our eye on as the race evolves. Like I said, Hamilton's still got a lot of pace over Slade. He's now pulled a 6 seconds gap, but Lucas Keys is now only a second behind Ty. And so we were keeping an eye on that earlier. That was about 6 seconds, only a couple of laps ago. So that 777 Mustang definitely has got pace, obviously, as it should, with Mr. Keys behind the wheel and catching up to Ty. So yeah, a lot of interesting battles. I think, as you said earlier, maybe just running through the top 10 at the moment. We've got a couple of the Ferraris doing really well. A few of them, unfortunately, were caught out with some of the rain earlier and had a double stop. But we've got Hamilton at the front at the moment, followed by Slade. And then the Rockets evolved entry of Ty, who's soloing it. Keys, Murphy, the top Porsche at the moment. Hobbsy, P6. Carl Johnson in P7 for Kovacs. And then we've got Jacobs, McKenna, and King rounding out the top 10 at the moment. So yeah, we're almost 4 hours in. Time flies when you're having fun, right?
Yeah, too right. Hey, as we see a bit of a replay here now. Watching, looks like this is a Ferrari coming down over the top. Ferrari and McLaren here. Yeah, it just catches those inside walls and it's so easy. It just, Ferrari is now backwards. I don't know who's in that at the moment, but 614 is Chris Wren's team, I believe.
Go Force. There we go.
Great little colour scheme there. Very difficult to try and get it around. You really got to watch out for that.
Oh, no, he's in the wrong spot.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe there was a big gap. That was good.
Lucky. Yeah. Oh, was that? That wasn't Kevin Slade at the top there, was it? No, it wasn't. Sorry. No. We switched back to it and I thought for a sec, Biggie Higgy's giving me a heart attack.
I tell you what people wouldn't do to get the beautiful livery up on screen, eh? Just maybe send it through the S's and turn it around, and at least you get a call out for the livery. So
yeah, if you're watching the stream out there and you feel like your team has not been featured yet, try and get some air over Skyline. We'll definitely put you on cams after that. We see a bit of a wall tap there on the outside there, coming through Reed Park into Salmon into McPhillamy.
That won't help. Oh my goodness, sideways Aston. That was close call.
Holy dooly.
Oh,
I need to check my shorts after that one. That scared the crap out of me. My word.
Yeah, there's cars going around again at the moment. You would almost think it's wet out there again,
Yeah.
Bicknett has been kept busy again.
I think it's just the fact that the track has just gone optimum. And so, you can feel like you're starting to push the car again. But really, you're just going to result in having so many problems because you're just trying to throw the car around where it may not belong. As we see, there's still a car sideways at the cutting, having to sit and wait there, very, very far from ideal being stuck there because you do have to do the old Austin Powers 17-point turn to try and get it around. But speaking of optimum, we've just got Glenn, Mr. Peabody, has just jumped into the chat to relieve me so I could go out and jump in the car. Glenn, how are you going? This fine Arvo. Bit of a call and response there while we wait for Glenn to find his microphone, perhaps.
Helps if you unmute yourself, doesn't it?
I thought you might have been bird watching again, mate.
I'm just such a professional. Great job, Matt. Best of luck with the next stint. We'll look forward to try and bring you some rain for it, because just to spice things up, because I know how bored you get out there.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's going to get really difficult for me. I think I'm going to be, sweating like nothing else, given I'm currently the car is sitting in 6th place, and I'm going to do my best not to drop that to 60th. So stay tuned and we'll see how we go. But you're going to have the Madden brothers swapping for a little bit, so expect some interesting things to come out of the old 147 Pro Class Ferrari.
Matt, nothing better than a top 5 when you get out of the car, man. We'll keep an eye on it, man. So, good luck out there, man, and have fun.
Yeah, Leo, great to meet you. Great to chat. Looking forward to seeing you at the Bathurst 12 hour as well, but I'll probably also bump into you and everyone else a little bit later in the day. We'll speak soon.
Too easy, mate. Have a good one. Glenn, how good to see you in the box, mate. It's a day of legends. We've got Hobbsy in the car. We've got you in the pit, in the comp box.
Look.
It's all happening, mate.
It's just one of those magical days, isn't it? Oh, look at this replay, the 199. Yep, there's going to be, as Damiano would say, there's going to be some chickens put under that bonnet to be cooked.
It's such a hard place to lose the car, because to then come back and find a gap, and it's so hard, man.
Absolute shocker. And you do that reverse there, that's the right thing to do, but then you're relying on your teammates to tell you when you're going to get a gap.
That's if all your teammates is not off having a beer already, mate.
That's exactly right. Yeah. So this is thrown a bit of a cat amongst the pigeons, hasn't it? This bit of rain.
Yeah, definitely spiced it up. Definitely, I think some people stayed out, like the Porsche we spoke about earlier with Daniel's team, and other people decided to pits. Like I think the 667 got caught up in some accident, and then thought probably good to put on wets, so then they had to put slicks on, so they've all dropped back a bit. But the 777 Ford, if Lucas Keys, they actually put on wets and have gone back on slicks and has taken the lead again, because I just saw we had Slade was in the pits just then. So I mean, I think they've got great pace in that car, obviously. So
it was probably a good idea to chuck the wets on, because it got very slippery very quickly, and we saw all sorts of carnage happening with people spinning and That catch of Liam Hamilton's, I don't know
Oh, it's something else.
how he kept that straight along the top of the mountain there. It was certainly the catch of the day.
100%, mate. So I don't know if we can order that anywhere, but that was definitely the catch of the day. So yeah, it was fantastic car control. The problem with that, sometimes you look at just the inputs on the steering wheel and people go, oh yeah, okay, he caught it, but you've got to also work with the pedals. It's like it's just instinctively like when do you hit the brakes and sometimes the accelerator whilst you do that to actually keep the car going. So yeah, great car control there.
Yes, not to overcorrect and end up spearing off in the opposite direction. I'm really good at that. I can promise you, I'm really good at the old spearing off to the opposite side by overcorrecting.
Mate, you're also good at very, very many other things behind the scenes. Don't let that be your legacy, mate. You've got lots of other things you're doing, which is amazing.
Well, we do what we can, and Ben's doing an awesome job on the cameras. I did appreciate it when he put his hand up and said, "Hey, I'm not going to be racing, and would you like me to do the 12 hours of broadcast?" I went,
That's it. As he's bringing us another replay, he hasn't missed anything. Like Mr. Hignett has been right on it. As another little inside tap. We've seen that a lot today. Cars, unfortunately, just I don't know if it's tightness or whatever, but just for whatever reason, and he's reversing as well. Like, yeah, just hitting the inside of the walls and then it bounces you back to the outside is a typical thing that happens at Bathurst. Yeah, but yeah, Ben doing a really good job. You're doing such a good job. I reckon you should do it full time, eh? What do you reckon, Glenn?
Look, I wouldn't argue. He's better. He's better at queuing up these replays than I am. I'm a bit slow and getting old, so he's right on it. He's quick as on the draw. I click all the buttons. Yes, you do. I'm sure you've got 4 hands up there. It must be more than 2.
But no, caught us this little battle is on track as well as the Sofa King slow. Merc has just hit the wall there, and you don't always see a pass over there.
No.
Good on Mr. Underwood there, just sending it through there. Yeah, so that was a bit unfortunate. I think Dylan just lost a bit of traction there, and there was a bit of an opportunity there. Some people would wait it out, but good on the Honda just sending it through there, and they both kept it out of the walls, which is great.
Yeah, it's a real Fernando Alonso see gap go put car in, and he just went for it.
Yeah, you no longer go for a gap if you see it. You're no longer a racing driver.
That's the one. Yeah, Dylan just lost a bit of momentum with that hit of the wall there, and was vulnerable. But anyway, who are we back to now? We're back to Keys in the lead.
Yeah, he's pulled a 25-second gap over Hamilton, who was fast earlier as well, and he pulled a gap on the number 7 car as well. So they're all stretching their legs at the moment. As I think we've seen another replay here going into final corner here. Being tapped by his teammate. There you go. That will help.
Dear, that
will be a nice little debrief afterwards.
That's Hobbsy giving a little kiss to the teammate. Well,
I think he was trying to back out of it, but he stayed on the racing line and maybe just caught him out a little bit. So that's a bit unfortunate. So, but yeah, sometimes it happens. Weirdly, when you race with teammates on track, sometimes you're trying to be almost too nice, and it actually creates sometimes issues. It's the weirdest thing.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what happened there.
Yeah, for sure. Well, the Pidgey car's going quite well. It'll be interesting to see how Matt goes when he gets in there. It's quite a combination having the 2 pros and the 2, shall I say, not so pros in the team.
I like it.
Yeah.
Many years ago, I actually lobbied for that. I thought it would be great if we have teams where you have to have a pro, a silver, and a pro-am or something like that, just to balance it out, because it was always like very dominated with a bunch of the good guys just being in the same team, and it helps create, so our team have always been a bit like that, in a bit of a mixed bag. So yeah, I quite like that as well. It just creates a different vibe. So we'll keep an eye on that Pigdy car. It's quite nice to see the differences in how they put that team together. Don't know how much they had to pay Hobbsy to get in the car, but he said they had to do money, but I think there was more involved than that.
No, he was. It's Hobbsy. He's pretty cheap. He's pretty easy cheap and easy to get, to manipulate. So, but don't tell them I told you that.
Yeah. As we're almost coming to the end of the first 4 hours of this OOR Bathurst 12 hour, it's obviously the first Enduro kicking us off for the year. Just an amazing couple of hours already. I mean, the start at the with the lights and the roar is always amazing, and then as the sun comes up and there's been a little bit of rain, a lot of overtaking, there's been some catches, there's been quite a lot of accidents. It's been full on. It's been really good, and we're also joined by Neil at the moment. Neil Haynes, been a while since I've spoken to you. Welcome to the Combox.
Yeah, thank you for the welcome there, Leo, and hello, Glenn. What
G'day, Neil.
a start to the race so far. Almost, as he said, 4 hours down almost.
It's been a ripper. How have you been going, Neil? How's things for you? You were in the car earlier, weren't you?
No, unfortunately, we had to withdraw our entry for ANZ CRL.
Oh, you did too? Yes.
Yeah, a few of our drivers had a few things on. I ended up having to have work in the morning, which we couldn't juggle. So, so I'm here in the Combox just to do a few hours.
And it's the other ANZ car that's still running, I believe. Or have I got that wrong as well?
You might have it wrong. We only had the one car, yeah. So.
Only the one? Okay, well, there's a gold. Who's the gold? It's the Oz team. Yeah, no.
Oh, that's the Oz team, I think it is. Yeah, that's the gold and green Porsche, I think it is.
Correct. Yep.
It's harder than it looks, isn't it, Glenn Germain?
It is, and you see, and that's why I only come in and make a nuisance of myself when there's nobody else around.
Like you said, you've got a lot of skills, Glenn. So we've all got our strengths and weaknesses, But it's good to have Blake in here as well.
Yes.
Blake driving the is it the Aston, the 317?
Yeah.
How's your race going, mate?
That's correct. It's been pretty up and down. This is my first full-on endurance race, and we've got a hodgepodge team. We've got Lucas Marshall, my longtime duo's teammate, and I've picked up Noah Reinhardt, who's in the car, and Ben Oliver as well. So I've been trading off with Noah this morning. I think we've both had a few learning experiences, shall we say, but
it's character building, mate. That's what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. But overall, it's been quite good. I think we've been running pretty well. I navigated that little bit of rain. We stayed out. I'm not sure how that looked from the box, but we decided to stay out, and I didn't put it in the wall, so that was a win to me.
For sure. Got
a tap one time over Skyline, tapped someone into the elbow that was blue flag. That was my bad. So it's been here and there. I think I hopped out the car and then Noah put it in the wall slightly. So we're nursing a little bit of damage again, but it's going all right.
No, that's good, mate. If you can stay out on slicks when it's a wet track through Bathurst, that's a job well done, and still going around. P21 there at the moment, so looking really good.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's been it's been a bit hairy at times, but we're doing well. We've not had anything too major. To get turned around once, but I think as long as we're not committing too many mistakes that are our own making, I think we'll be relatively happy. So yeah.
Just saw Stephen Tyres in the pits. I think obviously with that rain and when that hit and when people had to go put slicks on again, there's the strategy has all gone out of the window for a lot of people. Some people are still on track, like you guys if you stayed out, but everybody else is it's a bit scrambled up. So it will all make sense in the last 2 hours, but at this point it's hard to know who's where, on net pace. But do you guys reckon where you're at the moment, that's kind of, because you got Matt Powell just behind you. I know 16 seconds down the road, but how good is that to see Matt in the car as well in the number one entry as we're on board?
It's so funny that you bring that up, because that is our rival car.
There we go.
Yeah, we're anything to beat this car for sure. But no, I love the guys in this car.
Mate, they run the admin. Let's hope they don't kick you out of the race before. No, I'm joking.
Octane Online Racing needs me too bad to organise the commentary. But no, Ryan and I have had a friendly rivalry for a long time. So when I saw that team pull up, I thought we'd be relatively similar in pace. I think they're having a better race than us, truthfully. We started a bit further ahead, but they're putting along pretty nice. So we'll see how it all plays out. But yeah, that's definitely the car to beat. But I think we're going to try and look a little bit higher than that for the time being.
So we'll keep an eye on that. So the 317 and the 1, they're about 16 seconds back at the moment. So yeah, do you guys reckon you're on a similar strategy with them at the moment, or is there a bit of an offset if you've kept your eye on it?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I think it might be slightly offset, but at present, look, I'm giving away, team secrets here, but
You
we're
don't
pretty
have to,
much
mate.
just no, it's okay. It doesn't really do anything like we're gonna do. We're gonna do what we do, because we didn't do anything through that wet stint. We're just running and gunning it. We didn't need to fuel save to get an extra pit stop per se. There was maybe a tiny bit of fuel saving going to be involved, but because of that rain, and a couple of penalties, we've the time is made up, so we can just gun it at this point.
Yep.
Well,
As you're back on. Sorry, go
I'm
for
going
it.
to jump. Oh, sorry. I was just going to say I'm going to jump out and just leave you professionals to it. Leo, I understand you've got a nip out too now, and we'll probably leave Blake and Neil for the next hour or so, if that's okay.
Yeah, no, perfect. I think it's really good to see you. Most of you guys who haven't been here for a while, so it's always great to be a part of this amazing event. And thanks to everybody putting together such a good show. And yeah, glad to contribute. And I'll, with Glenn, also leave the pros to it.
Oh, thanks.
Thanks very much, Leo. See ya. See you guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, so welcome back into the boxy, Blake. It was good to hear about how your start of your race went, obviously a bit up and down, but yeah, we've going to have something to have a look at for the next few hours to see how that 317 performs and if you can stay in front of Matt Power in the car one.
Yeah. I think it'll be interesting, but it's so hard to quantify anything. I've commentated a lot of enduros at this point, so you see the stories play out, and it's hard to really put it all together, particularly for the cars in the midfields, because there's just so many storylines to watch. What's actually going to happen until sort of the last two stints. But yeah, we're doing our best, and that's the main thing. I think I said to everyone on the team, just do what you can. We'll see how we go. But now jumping on board with Harry Murphy in the 911 car. The Porsche guy's entry, followed along by Mitch Hobbs, who has a purple lap right now. Johnson and Jacobs in close quarter. No, they're not. Ignore me. That's Carpenter, I believe, and Stephen Ty even further back. But these two very, very close together. It's less than a tenth as they come up to Griffin's Bend. Hobbsy just very, very close under the wing of Murphy. In the bloody, you know what though, Hobbsy, absolute traitor. He was supposed to be in the booth more than he was, and then he joined the team. He joined the Pidgey boys as well. But there's a move up the inside, and the 911 car kind of lets that one happen. Doesn't want to get their hands dirty too much with that, and a couple of blue flags just getting through there. Stephen Ty, and another car, the Convicts and Colonials car, I believe that is, if I'm not mistaken, Neil.
Yeah, and it's now gets the Ferraris, 2, 3, and 4. So we're going to see a lot of the Italian makes, seeing if they can knock off some of these other cars. We've got obviously Lucas Keys leading the way. I think he might be out of sync possibly with that rain, I think, because Hamilton was leading a while back. So might have been a change up in that dry conditions as it was drying, but Lucas leading the way. He was, I think, when I last saw, he was 5th or so. So he's found himself in the front of this motor race with 8 hours roughly remaining now. So doing a great job.
Yeah, definitely. Great looking car in front of these guys, I will say.
Just a little self-plug there.
Yeah, took me a while to get that car together, to be honest with you. It's got 3 different finishes on the car, which is tricky to do in ACC, but we got it done. Noah just doing some good blue flagging there. Well done, Noah. Getting out of the way of the leaders. That's what we like to see.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it all comes down, is mitigating any further penalties, isn't it? When you're in that, you said about the mid pack, like the midfield, when you're from 20 trying to climb to 15 can be so hard, and it's the more that you can limit those little silly mistakes, a spin here or there, which can, as we know, can cost you 20 to 30 seconds just to get going again. So it's very important just to run your own race, like you were saying, and do your thing, and see what ends up happening when it gets closer to the gritty part of the race with 2 hours remaining.
yeah, just jumping onto a replay here, coming through the S's. We've got a Porsche, so that's dangerous. That is a lot of curb. That was a 50-50 board slide, if you don't mind. And we're ping-ponging all the way down. That's going to be left and right front quarter damage. That's not ideal.
Soul crunching, that one. You don't like to see that, especially when you're behind the wheel.
No, negative. I'm not sure exactly which car that was. We don't have a lot of Porsches out there, though. But rough going to see Keys getting by another blue flag car. So what's been happening? Can you give me have you been following along the whole race, or am I just setting you up to fail here?
Pretty much setting me up to fail, I'd say, because I've been working all morning and I quickly I was chasing my tail to get here, to get into the comms box, eating a pie, letting it drip down my elbow. That's a tomato sauce, that is, as I was trying to get into the onto the computer. But no, all good. I got away from third-degree burns with that hot mince pie, but yeah, going well.
Oh, nothing worse than that, biting into a pie and it's just like oozes out the side and just obliterates your skin.
That's Bathurst, isn't it? You got to have a pie and a beer or something like that. So very good. It's good to hear that some of the OOR guys are going to be there in a couple of weeks as well. I'm one that will be roaming around there at McPhillamy Park as well. So I'm sure I'm going to try and reach out and put a face to a lot of the voices here at OOR. So it'll be a tremendous event. Plenty of quality cars entered this year, just like we have here at OOR for our opening endurance season.
Yeah, it's big grids. I'll be there as well. My teammate Lucas Marshall is going to be there. I feel like, you know, a good percentage of the crowd must be Octane Online Racing people. The Venn diagram is nearly a circle, but yeah, I think we should be able to organize some kind of meetup or something if you're going to be there. But more on that to come. I'll tell you what, Neil, it's gotten pretty cloudy, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it has. I was going to say, like, we brought the sunshine once we got in the booth, but definitely it's gone a little bit cloudy now. So, you know, I should have, like, I didn't say that to open up my opening comment when they introduced me, but definitely a little bit cloudy out there. But track's still optimum. Probably good conditions for some of these guys, if depending where they are, mid-fuel tank and how the tyres are holding up.
Yeah, definitely. But I think we're going to be on rain watch for the time being. But for now, we do have Daniel Clark joining us in the booth. Daniel running that sick Need for Speed BMW, where I can't see them on our timing tower just now. But how are you doing, Daniel?
Yeah, I'm going really well. I think our team is doing amazing at the moment. We've just put Michael Rosser in the car for the first time out on track, and he's absolutely doing well so far.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. How are you? Have you been in the car yet? I think I've seen you in the car.
Yeah, but I have. Unfortunately, it didn't go so well. I did drop it at the car team, but hey, it happens. Move on.
Yeah, I remember that. I was spotting for Noah at the time, and you were perpendicular to the wall. So, but it happens. I think most of everyone's going to have a story to tell here, and if you don't,
I
it's gonna be
think
somewhere right up the top.
I was going to say, yeah, one D Johnson, as we all know, has had a very good one there. Oh no, I'm thinking Forest Elbow, sorry, but the cutting just through here is this coming up here where you had the incident, Daniel.
I mean, mind you, I did also drop it at the elbow, so yes, I'm very much like Dick Johnson as well.
I mean, you're just telling on yourself now, mate.
I swear I'm not as bad as I swear I am, I promise.
Well, up in 30th years, they're doing a very good job, to be honest. There's still some nice, pretty fast drivers behind you guys as well. So it's good to see it's just nudging into getting into the 20s. So obviously eyes forward to what's the aim? Has it been talked within chatter there, Daniel, the team?
Yeah, I think so. We've been talking prior to the race, and I think our goal is to keep it clean. That's the track, not the cars around us. And hopefully let everyone else fail around us and almost do a Stephen Bradbury at the end.
Yeah, definitely. I think that we've touched. Like, I've been in the booth for about 10 minutes, and I think we've touched on that about 3 different times. The mountain is so treacherous. It's a perfectly good strategy just to try and keep it pretty clean, and I think you can be on for a pretty good result. Just
Yeah,
into a little bit of action here. Carl Johnson. Never mind. I've been bamboozled. That was Stephen Ty, who's a little bit further back. God, I'm so ready for some action, Neil and Daniel. I'm ready to call it.
Yeah, definitely. Stephen Ty, obviously the solo driver as well. Dropping down the order a little bit. I think he had a drive through at just near the rain ending, so something's happened there. He's fallen down the order, but I'm sure he's going to start to make his way up if he's fatigued. He might be starting to ache a little bit. And what do you think? 4 hours in the Simrig, you'd be a little bit sore at this stage, wouldn't you?
I don't know what these guys are thinking, to be honest. Hats off to them, but it's a humongous ask. Like, what the logistics of it are a nightmare to me as well.
I don't have no idea how they eat or drink over the course of a lap.
Maybe if you have like the classic like actual race driving, like the camel pack, and you just like do a little tube to your mouth. But I mean, I don't want to bring up toilet talk on the stream, but the thing to me is the toilet, like, and me personally, I was very nervous to start. I think I did about 3 nervous pees as well, so.
Yeah, definitely. But it looks like he's having a good look here at McKenna, so it's a good little battle here at this stage, and see if the Nissan can get on top. Here's a little replay, I think, coming our way.
Oh, we got the double screen action. Very lovely. Big shout out to Ben Ignat, who's running the cameras for today. On your left, we've got Johnson and Murphy, I believe that is. And just along with that, McKenna and Stephen Ty battle. But while we have you here, Daniel, what are you guys aiming for, do you think? Or you have a rival car or anything you're looking towards to beat?
Yeah, so our rival car definitely Roy Atkin and to the bank and Buckerfield. That's our sort of goal. If we can get them, we're doing well.
Yeah, very fair. So whereabouts are they in comparison to you guys right now?
They were on the last stop. They were about 5 seconds ahead of us. So I think Buckerfield had an incident at the elbow, which brought us right back into play. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, there we go. So on board with Roy Ankin now. The Rob Bank Roy. God, that's a bit of a mouthful. Rob Bank Roy Racing 820 Ferrari. And then just looking down, Callum Rosser. So a few positions down. It looks like a couple of laps down, though, unfortunately, at this point. But there's a lot of race to go.
Oh well, I gotta say big shout out to them. Also, them are absolutely lovely guys. We chat almost every sprint race, and there's a very good, healthy rivalry between all of us in our car and all of them in their car. So we love it.
For sure. I've been in the booth with Roy before. He's a great guy. Hot mic'd his strategy once. That was very, very funny, and I'm never going to let him live that down. But yeah, this battle is really heating up, though. Stephen Ty coming down the mountain with authority, thundering down even. See if there's anything crazy to happen in the elbow. I don't think there's going to be. Or a little bit of a slide. That GTR doing a bit of Tokyo drifting, if you don't mind, but it's not going to be there right now. Though the GTR is going to have a field day on this Ferrari as we come down Conrod Street for the 7 billionth time.
Yeah, and just behind them is obviously the leader of the race too. Hamilton has resumed back up the top after it looks like Keys is handed over to Johnson in that Ford, so currently holding third for the 777 Ford, but Hamilton back in front. And oh, geez, we've got Stephen Tye. That could be just a little bit of fatigued induced there. We'll have a look.
Yeah, definitely. That was a very quick commentator's curse, I would say. It's been about 20 minutes in the booth for me, but it looks like he's just missed it. Yeah.
Oh,
I
just
said
avoiding.
I said it in the endurance chat, and I'll say it again. The braking markers at Conrod Straight got taken out 10 minutes into the race. We didn't get very far whatsoever, and it's been a struggle ever since.
Well, you can't hold that against Stephen Tye there, because obviously doing it solo, that endurance, that memory, trying to just pick up a point without those braking markers is going to get harder and harder without that driver being able to have a break to refresh. So just imagine the mental capacity going on there for these solo drivers. So all the ones with a little asterisk on that leaderboard, you'll probably be, for some of the viewers that may have been watching from the start, they're the drivers actually trying to do this race, this 12-hour race, solo. And as we've also already heard from Blake, the toilet breaks, that's going to be one of those issues. So pit stop, literally, jump out of the rig, and hopefully the toilet's not too far away.
Yeah, well, as we will say goodbye to Daniel for the time being, thank you very much for joining us. I hope the rest of the race treats you kindly. We will be saying... Oh, sorry, go ahead, Daniel.
No, I'm going to say thank you guys for having me in the booth. My first time in the booth. Hopefully I haven't cursed anyone out there, but good luck for the rest of the race, guys. Enjoy the call.
Love you, Daniel.
No worries. I hope you curse someone. It's part of the experience. But yeah, thank you very much, mate. We'll catch you later.
Yeah. All the best for them. 3.5 Sirs, the number 14 BMW. So that was a good chat from Daniel.
Yeah, great to catch up with those guys. But speaking of toilets, Tim Gobe is in the booth. Tim, how you doing, mate?
I'm doing good. I did not have the best first stint, but I'm all right. I'm
yeah, me
having
and
fun.
you both, brother.
I should probably say hello Neil, hello June, hello Ben. How's everyone today?
Going very good, Tim. But I'm wondering why when we're talking toilets, all of a sudden Blake said introduced you. You're not one that would normally have a potty mouth or something, would you?
Yes.
He's speechless. I've never heard Tim go speechless in my life.
You know, we like to take digs at each other in a team speak, especially me, Patrick, and Lucas. Fun fact, I was supposed to start this race, but decided I wasn't gonna wake up in time. Woke up 30 minutes into the race, like, oops. So they're a bit disappointed in me right now.
You woke up late for your own race?
Yeah. It's unfortunate because I had this beautiful stream is starting picture, you know, already, and then I realized it's 3 a.m. and I have to be up in 2 hours, so, oops.
Oh, God, Tim.
Well, Patrick's doing a good job for you guys at the moment, isn't he? Currently holding third.
Yeah, you know what? Patrick and Lucas are both heavily carrying me. And I mean, heavily carrying me. But I do have an excuse, right? My first stint, I was running at a very high 40 FPS. So, not ideal when you're going through Skyline, because it genuinely looks like a slideshow going through there at 40 FPS, and I found out the culprit. First of all, I was running at maximum graphics because I was taking pictures last night of the cars, like I said, for my stream. That didn't fix it, and then I realized I was streaming, so I asked my mates. So we have Gorilla also in there, so we've got two solo drivers, Jaden and Monks in the same TeamSpeak, and Gorilla's their spotter. And he's basically told me, are you streaming using your CPU as the encoder? I'm like, huh? Normally not, but I checked my settings anyways, and it turns out my stream was eating all of my performance. So yeah, not fun. So I'm gonna blame me losing, I would say, about half a second to a second of pace to that. But anyways,
because I was behind you for a bit, and I like bearing in mind I was blue flagged, so I wasn't going to try anything special on you, but I was like held up by you a little bit. I was like, "What's going on with Tim? He's a lot faster than this." So we have the answer to that one. But
it's
all good now.
It also doesn't help that I got completely destroyed by Mr. Godfrey. He completely missed his brake marker. I was in front of him, and to be fair, he did have pace at that point, but it looked like he missed his brake marker and completely rear-ended me, so that was not ideal either. So the mountain felt really sketchy for the end of my stint. I had a lot of oversteer there, so I was trying to take it safe as well before handing it over to Lucas. But
yeah, definitely.
It is what it is.
Yeah, we got the final roll here of Breno in this Ferrari running second. Nice livery, and we quickly check this replay of what we're looking at here. Is
so
this the Honda?
Tim was just talking about. That's a little late on the brakes, I will say.
To be fair, looking at this now, perhaps I was also a bit early on the brakes. But once again, I'm gonna blame my frame rate for that. And also, someone took out all the brake markers. Yeah, that's another one. And I keep restarting my game, right? I keep getting out the server and going back in. So that's a little trick for people that don't know if you're not driving, obviously, and you're about to go for your stint. Just get out the server, get back in, and usually it'll bring you back the brake markers. But I swear, every time I do this, within 3-4 laps, someone else takes them out. So, so
there you go, Tim. On the screen, it's just the 200 board.
Yeah, that's good to know, because I was complaining about that about 5 seconds before you got in the booth, because it really did me in. I was really struggling to get that braking marker down, and then it rained, so that made it even harder.
People are telling me as well, use the grass, use the grass,
there is a spot on the grass, but it's bloody hard to see. Like, it's not ideal.
I prefer between 150 and 100. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Well, very close to the wall as these guys starting to push it a little bit harder, as it doesn't look like any of that wet weather. It's still cloudy, 1 kilometre wind. We did hear earlier that ACC sort of uses the wind for what comes in with the weather, so it looks like nothing much really happening with 1 kilometre of wind.
Yeah, very true. It's very dark. It's like gotten quite dark again, but that was a bit of nothing earlier on. So
as you say that the sun's coming back.
Yeah, but with the 1 kilometre wind, I don't think we're going to see much going on.
Tim, if you've ever listened to some of my streams that I did back, I think last year or the year before for Split Red, I jinxed nearly everything that came out of my mouth. So if I say rain, it'll probably be sun. If I say sun, it's going to rain.
Here's the deal, right? When I'm driving, make sure it's dry. As we have Matt Powell spun around. That is not a good spot to be spun around.
That's not ideal. Someone put the elevator waiting music on, 'cause there's a lot of cars coming. Still.
It's so scary in that part of the track when the car spun around. It's so tight. It's terrifying. We've had our close moments ourselves. It's definitely wants to make you go for a number 2. Let's put it that way.
And that's why I said toilet earlier.
Exactly. You've answered my question there.
Talking about toilet, my toilet's right next to my rig, so if I was to solo, I'd take 20 seconds at most to get there, do my business, and come back.
I think we can do without the mental image, Tim. Well, we've got a replay here. I think we're going to probably see what happened to old Matty Powell. So coming through the S's, as fast as you like, into the dipper. Ooh,
that's a weird spot to lose it, actually.
Yeah, it's like just a bit too close to the wall of the dipper, and it's really played with the suspension. Could be a bit of a setup thing.
Yeah, do you think that doesn't look like he actually hit the wall? So he might have got away without hitting anything there.
Yeah, I think so. Or it'd be very, very minimal, but yeah, unfortunately it's a lot of time lost trying to get it back the right way around.
Yeah, like I said, that mid-pack battle, that's what we were saying before, that's a good 30 seconds that he's lost, and we know how long that's going to take to try and make up when you sometimes find that your delta, you might be only half a of a hundredth of a second or something up, or something like that. So it's very important that these drivers minimise their mistakes, and I think that's why when we see the top 5 do so well all the time here at OOR, they minimise a lot of mistakes. But we did say there, Tim, you got away a little bit lucky early in the race with that little hit from behind and able to come through here at the chase. But you definitely don't want to be set back too much, do you?
You know what it is? It's the restrictor on the Ford. That's exactly what it is.
Be quiet. That thing is
The
still a
restrictor
monster. The
and
acceleration
10 kilos.
is ridiculous. Still,
Well,
look,
you say
it
that,
was like
but
it was stupid before.
It was. It definitely was. I've got no counter to that. Before that, it was way too strong. I decided to go do some hot lapping sessions without any BOP just to check it out, and I was doing 59s consistently, and I don't remember doing 59s with actual BOP. So that's how strong that car is without the BOP it currently has, and even with the restrictor, if you've got this someone slipstream, unless they're in a GTR as we've experienced earlier today, you'll still get them on Conrad. So just imagine how strong that car would be without the restrictor. So I think it's definitely fair.
Isn't that a nice view we're looking at behind here of car 32 of Hopkins?
Yeah, bloody hell, it's scary. You've got that big old Mustang in your rear view, good lord. But these guys are making it tough for Stephen Tai. Do see, I'm not even sure which car that is. There's a lot of Mustangs out and about, but they get out of the way. But I think that's Muller, who we'll hear from a little bit later, still in front. And I'm not going to lie, keeping Luke Johnson a bit checked up as it is right now.
Yeah, these two Mustangs, I think that we were looking at, they were 30th and 31st possibly. They look like they're going to have a good race right through. A little Mustang Cup for those two.
Bloody sketchy as you like. Luke Johnson navigating the top of the mountain section between these two Mustangs that have been battling for quite a while. He's kind of looking left and right, but there's nothing
He's in a
to be
rush.
done. Yeah, he is in a rush. He's late for work, late for his own race, even maybe.
And it'd be good to see if that Mustang was going to get a run then, because it looked like he let off a little bit coming out of Forest Elbow there, and battle might be resuming.
That's the trouble. If you don't quite get it right and the car behind you...
Here we go.
See, look, they're side by side as they're going to come into the chase with the car still ahead. They are keeping it relatively clean. Early on the brakes for the navy blue car. Muller, though, pulls it up, and that is going to be a move done for Hopkinson. Very nicely done, but uses that blue flag situation to get ahead of his competitor.
Yeah, good job, eh? But you did explain though, Tim. I think the BOP obviously is working, but obviously it'd be nice if you could have that little bit of extra advantage over the others. That's what you're trying to squeeze out of the officials.
Remember the good old days of the Mustang.
It's still plenty good. We've got a lot of Mustangs.
It's still extremely good, even with the BOP. Some to argue, though. Obviously, another reason the Mustang feels so good is just the gearing is just right for this track. It's just something about the Mustang gearing and this track that just works, and it's one of the reasons, in my opinion, why it feels so nice. And obviously can take a couple bumps here and there. That's the disadvantage of a car, let's say like the Ferrari. One of our competitors actually spun for touching that curb coming up actually at the chase. In a Ferrari, they touched that curb and completely spun, while the Mustang obviously doesn't like it too much, but it can hit it and obviously still be fine. So that's another thing about the Mustang that just feels really nice. It's just a mix of gearing, car feels stable and planted, and obviously in the past it's just a rocket.
Yeah, it's still quite quick. Is there two of those Rockets Evolved cars? We've got Luke Johnson and Stephen Tai. Do they have the same livery, or am I imagining that?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
They most definitely do.
Right. Because
I'm pretty sure they were supposed to drive together, but then Stevie decided, you know what? Nah, I want to do this solo.
Yeah. Well, it was a bit late on the cards because I think it was a bit of a sort of like, yeah, we'll give this a go in terms of organizing, and I'm sure that was a bit irresistible to some. But for the moment, we do have Kane Phipps joining us in the booth. Kane, how are you doing, my friend?
Excellent. Thanks, yourself.
Well, thank you. Just recovering from my couple of stints in the car. How have you guys been going? Which car are you in, please remind me?
90, with Rashidi driving.
Yeah. Oh, this is... Whoa, that's a little bit spicy to join on board, but Rashidi doing a good job to keep that pointing in the right direction. This is one of my favorite liveries on the grid. Perhaps my favorite. I love the pink houndstooth car. It's so good.
Thanks. I think it was actually done by Benny Hignet.
Oh, then it's shit. I hate it. Nah, love you, Ben. How are you guys going? I was up with you at the start, and then I'm not quite as good as you guys, so we've fallen back a little bit. But in 12th, looking at the pointy end of silver class right now, is that P3 in class?
Looks like it. Yeah, we're doing all right at the moment. We're the AMG, or at least our setup, seems a little bit down on pace, so we're having to try something a bit unconventional to put us where we are at the moment. So hopefully the weather's on our side, and we'll see how it all pans out at the end.
So what is something unconventional, can we know?
Well, we're currently doing 80 to 90 minute stints in the old AMG.
Yeah.
And at least at the moment, it seems to be paying out for us. So I think we're only on our 4th stint at the moment. As it pans out, I've only driven once.
Yeah, yeah.
How's Mr. Mercedes going, Dylan King? I believe that he's all over the Merc all the time, so doing all right out there?
Yeah, he's loving it in the car. He's unfortunately been the only one who's copped the rain, so he's had to do pretty much the full stint on a crappy set of tyres. So he was a bit upset that he didn't get a good run on a fresh set, but no, he's driving really well.
Yeah, we'll look out, I guess, when he does get those fresh set. But a safe pair of hands to be out there in the wet, and we did see Dylan going fairly well during his stint. So, yeah, good steerer there.
Yeah, he's circulating well, so we'll see how the rest of the race goes. The AMG is a super stable car, so it's not the quickest, but it's great for this track.
So we just had Tim jump out. I just wanted to say thank you for joining us in the booth and sharing how you were going, Tim. Obviously got team duties to get back to, but I want to say I love the Mercedes. It was a real handful in the sprint series. I tried to lobby for my team to take it because it's a really good endurance car. I'm surprised there's not more of them out there, but it's a great car.
Well, it sounds good, doesn't it?
It's bloody sounds so good too. It's really like got pretty much the whole package. I think it's just sometimes if the setup isn't quite right, it can feel pretty dastardly at times. But it's a great car, and yeah, like the ability to run for so long is just like nearly unparalleled. It's pretty much the Porsche, and that's it, without major fuel saving. So
yeah, absolutely.
Got Zed McKenna here. He's obviously starting to feel the pressure of Steve and Ty on his comeback drive in the Nissan solo as well. He'll be enjoying this bit of sunshine now as well. Steve and Ty might start needing to pull out the sunnies.
Yeah, that was a really interesting little spell of rain. It was like getting borderline enough to come in and take tyres, but like not like I don't think it was in the end. But God, might have been a run there. But we're jumping back down to Matt Powell. He's got, I believe this is Patterson behind in the 47. That's oh so close. Pete Viney actually going to pick up the scraps of that and get side by side with Patterson as they run down two of the cars that are the worst in a straight line, and that Mustang is doing just fine. They're going to be side by side through the kink into the chase, though. No, they're not. Pete Viney, I'm not sure if he let that one go, didn't want any of that smoke in this endurance race, which is a fair call to have late on the brakes potentially for Pete Viney. Very close up to the back of Patterson, but for the time being, they are holding pat as they were. A little bit of a wiggle onto the grass, but play on.
Yeah, a bit of marks there in front of Ward's Ferrari there, but yeah, they're doing a good job. A three-way battle for those guys. and Stephen Ty still following. Zed up a cry over the top for another lap.
He's just really glued to the back of McKenna. I mean, they've been sort of back and forth. The gap, it's been widening and coming together. Perhaps it's the difference in the machinery. Two pretty different cars, these two. Perhaps even the most different of the cars on the grid. But yeah, getting a look back at Godzilla here as we do come into the chase. It's staying relatively stable at about 3/10. But God, you must be feeling the fatigue even at this point, and there's still 8 hours to go if you're Stephen Ty, right?
Exactly. So, yeah, it's obviously, you got to keep your mind to it, but you got to, I guess, trying to relax it as best you can. If you're on it all the time, I don't know how it's going to get through the 12 hours, but credit to them. There's a few of them out there.
I guess at least the track has a little bit of breathing room up and down Mountain and Conrod Straight, but it's very involved. But I think this is a pretty good run here. It's not going to be quite enough to make a fully committed move this time around, but God, it's getting close. But I'm getting away from our friend and guest in the booth, Kane. Would you guys have a goal that you're aiming for? Is there a car that you're looking to beat?
Well, I would love to beat Benny Vintner's car. Unfortunately, it seems like he's had a bit of bad luck, but he's racing with some of his mates over in Pidgey, so our goal was to see if we can top him. But realistically, our goal every race is just to finish ahead of where we started. It's getting the podium in class is always a nice bonus, but as long as we move forward, that's for us. We're here to have fun racing. We're not the quick guys that get podiums or anything like that, other than Stefano. So yeah, it's just have fun, really.
Yeah. From memory, you guys started in 13th because you were one car ahead of me. Is that correct?
I believe so. It was 13th, yeah.
Yeah. So you're about on track for that run now. I think you were in 12th when we were just along with you. Yeah, 12th. Yeah. So it's looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, so hopefully we can keep that going. I mean, depending on how strategy runs, maybe we'll get a top 10, but they seem to be really opening that gap up at the moment, so I don't think that's really going to be possible, but we'll see.
Well, you're just under 17 seconds as well, behind second in class of Bartlett. So, as you said, class podiums are always nice, and he's right there on the third place at the moment, so there's more to be had. A long way to go, isn't there?
That's it. That's the fun thing about these races is even with the attrition at Bathurst is one of the things that I love about it so much is that, it's always changing.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, if you guys can maintain and do one stop less while keeping up that pace, that will come back to you towards the end. Depending on what the weather does, of course, with the gigantic asterisks. But for now, I mean, there's literally no wind. So I'm not sure what's going to happen in that front, but yeah, there's a lot of time to go. So I think it's looking good for you guys, though, regardless.
Fingers crossed. I think, provided all goes well, we should be able to do the race on 8 stops. So we'll see how that unfolds, though. You can always get damage and have to pit and all that kind of stuff.
Well, let's hope you don't have those setbacks. And at this stage, 8 stops throughout. Probably, you might out-strategize one or two in front of you and pick up a couple of those positions late in the race.
We'll see. I'm doing some spreadsheet foo to try and work it out, so...
That's it. Team events during here. No one really rests, do they? There's always someone that's got to do something in the background.
That's it. You've always got to be thinking about strategy, and even when you see rain coming, trying to pick the right time to box, because you've always got with the changing conditions of the rain, you always want to try and stay out on the slicks as long as you can, but not too long that you start losing too much pace. So yeah, there's always stuff going on, even if you're not racing. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, for sure. It's cool to just keep up with your guys and see how they're going, and doing the spotting and stuff. Like, I don't know, it's a really great atmosphere. I'm really happy that I've So we just see McKenna actually coming in, getting out of this battle. Stephen Ty did not get by on track, but it was a very valiant effort. I'm very glad to have jumped in for a race this time around instead of just commentating it, because I'm getting a feel for what's actually going on. It's a very cool experience.
Absolutely, it's even sitting in practice. It's one of the things I really like doing, sitting on the practice server, which is you are essentially hot lapping, but even just playing around with different engine maps and things, because you can find that you gain so much time just by running a slower car, because you can stay out longer and stop less.
Yeah, for sure. Jumping a little bit further down the grid, on board with Jaden Lupti Rondinella. He's got Mike Crick ahead, and Graham Hill. Is that BMW? Or is it a different BMW? It is blue flag, so I don't think so. But this is getting a little bit racy here. Rondinella with a bit of overspeed potentially, but he's running out of track before it turns into a corner.
Ooh, the
Tucks back in,
Ferrari!
but, oh my lord, that was so close. And that Ferrari's just been done a little bit dirty, but does it very well to keep it way out of the wall. It does look like there was a little bit of a board slide across the wall, but for the time being, it's okay. We do have a McLaren in the middle of this as well. I'm not sure who that is. I think Ryan King was piloting that car earlier, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure who's in it now. But yeah, this is heating up a little bit. We've got blue flags right in the middle too.
Yeah, definitely. Cricky's just got a blue flag in between himself. He'd be happy about that coming down the mountain, not having Rondinella right behind him on his bumper here. So just a bit of breathing room for Cricky. And seeing if he can stretch the legs here of the Mustang down Conrod.
Geez, look at this train. And is that the Lucas Keys / Tim Gobe car in the background there, that teal Mustang?
Yeah, it looks like it. They're all holding here for these blue flags, but you got Bartolotti just behind here. He's just letting Rondinella through here at the chase, so that was a nice move there. He doesn't want to be a part of it.
Oh, watch the rejoin. Oh, it looks like it's going to be okay. That was worrying for a second there. Little bit, yeah, it was pretty at the last minute, but it was good enough by the blue flag getting out of the way there. But yeah, this is a bit of a kerfuffle we're seeing. It does look like the leaders did get through, or sorry, I'm not sure where they are on the track right now, but they got through with relative ease through that little bit of traffic.
Yeah, it looks like Jaden has definitely got the pace here on Cricky, but look, you don't know. Cricky's, he's been doing this for a long time. He knows where to place that Mustang.
Yeah, certainly. Looks like Jaden are actually deciding to get out of the way before they hit the mountain, which is quite noble of him. But might put him a little bit worse for it. Looks like Cricky's actually going to get out of the way as they get into the cutting too. So very nice. But he's worse off for that. Yeah, a bit of a slide, almost touches the wall, but hangs on. But oh god, it is inviting Rondinella, and they're going to be side by side as we come up through the mountain section.
And the Ferrari's going everywhere at the behind too. This is exciting here.
Oh, and Lutti does manage to get around the outside. I think Cricky just sort of letting that one go. That was going to be pretty spicy if he tried to hold on to that one.
Yeah, it's good driving by both.
Yeah, certainly. Props to Jaden for forcing that issue. It worked out in his favour. Really used that blue flag to his advantage.
And look how much he's pulled away though too, just over the top, since he did get past Mike.
Yeah, I think Cricky took it a bit easy through the S's and over Skyline.
I just saw Mike's slow down here. Something gone on, or no? He seems to just dropped a lot of time out of Forest Elbow, but carrying speed's still down here. So
yeah, maybe just a bit cautious down on the downhill section. Just really lost a bit of time. But for now, you can't complain too much. I think looks relatively stable. Just looking on board with the Matt Madden. Big shout out to Matt. That's interesting. We are watching Cricky let him go. But oh no, Matt's ahead.
yeah,
Right,
that's it. Yeah, blue.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. I think is Vintner's driving with Matt Madden and Hobbsy, right? Or is Vintner in the other Pidgey car?
We've got Curley and Hobbs with Madden.
Bloody Madden. He's so charismatic, this guy, that he's just picked up some of the fastest drivers in OOR on personality alone.
Yeah,
These
probably
guys,
the gift of the gab, mate. You know, to sign them up.
yeah. No, it's looking good for these guys though. But looking a little bit further back at some of the guys in this fight, on board with Walsh in the 47 car, did see them get sidelined, if you will, by the battle we saw earlier with Cricky and Ronzella, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Not sure which BMW that is though.
Yeah, not too sure. Can't help you there.
it's a lot to keep up with when you haven't been here from the start.
But the leading, oh no, it's not the leading Bentley actually. Take that away from Cole Johnson actually in 4th position. So just ahead of Sean.
Yeah, definitely. For the time being, though, we've got another driver hot out the car about to come in, so I will say goodbye to Kane Fitch for the time being. Thank you very much for joining us, mate. Appreciate
Thanks for having me, great.
Yeah,
Cheers.
No worries. Yeah, thanks for sharing how you guys are going. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Good luck with the rest of the race.
Yeah, all the
much.
best
Catch you later.
for Sofa King Slow. Good luck.
Thanks, mate.
Got to say that one a little bit slow. You know, just not to proc anything on YouTube.
Oh, I missed that, sorry. So I think, I was just having a look here. I think we got Will Hammond. Will might come in and join. So the fast Ferrari driver that was going, did he get pole for the top 10 or did he just miss out? I think he missed out. I think he second or third. I think we'll ask him when he comes in.
Yeah, definitely. A little bit of a replay here just before we do chat to him on board. I think this is the Porsche guys. Porsche, if I'm not mistaken, navigating the S's. Looks okay. Whoa! No. Well, at least the engine's not in the front. That's all I'm going to say. But that was a bit of Porsche things. That weight slung in the rear just brought it all the way around. That's rough going.
Talking about Will. Welcome, Will.
Hey guys, how are we?
Good. How are things going? Now, I asked a question just before you come on. You just missed out on pole. Is that correct?
Yep.
Sorry to bring that to you, but where did we start?
So what was that? I started third. Yep.
Third. Okay. No drama on the second race. So how's your race been going so far? You're currently leading the race, are you? You have 1, 2. What car are you in?
6, 6, 7, 8th.
8th.
Yeah.
Would you believe that Ben has done a really good job and now we're on board with your car as we speak? So, yeah, we've been watching a little bit of the action you guys have been up to, particularly with Steve and Ty earlier before you guys pitted, but it looks like it's going well. How are you feeling about it thus far?
It was a bit rough because we had some bad luck when that rain came through. I just double stinted and we were in first and then just had some bad luck and lost 2 laps, which is a bit rough, but what can you do?
Yeah, it was a really tricky little patch of rain. It was like enough to make you consider stopping, but like either way, it felt like the choice would have been, you could have argued. So what did you guys end up doing?
We ended up stopping because we had damage, which is unfortunate. We had pretty bad steering damage. I think it was 40 seconds worth.
Yeah, okay. And that's where we find you guys now, in 8th position after that.
Yeah, because we had to obviously pit twice because we had to come off them pretty fast, and yeah.
No good. But you guys have looked relatively in control since I've been in the booth at least, which has only been 50 minutes, mind you. But I'm sure you're probably feeling a little bit sore about that.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just trying to kind of ignore it, to be honest, and just drive the best I can. I'll be back in about an hour, and we'll send it for an hour, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. It's all you can do. Put your head down. I mean, we've still got more than half the race to go, so plenty of opportunities still to come. I think everyone's going to have their share of good and bad luck for sure.
Yeah, still a long way to go. So.
Yeah, so Aiden's jumped in. Did he just jump in after Zed? Did Zed just got out of the car, or?
Yeah, Zed just got out of the car. He did. It was about 2 hours, I think. And Aiden's just jumped in. Yep.
Yeah, good job. And you've got Madden, I think, just in front of you in the is it the Pidgey Racing
Yeah.
Bravo, the car we were watching just a little bit a while ago with Matt Madden, I think, driving. So he's up the road a little bit. So I guess the eyes forward for him, about 16 seconds, I think, up the road.
Yep, so I'm seeing. Yep, just eyes forward and see what we can do.
Is
Yeah,
there
nice.
I've been asking everyone because I think it's a little bit interesting. Is there a car you're looking to beat? Is there a marker that you need to pass? Rivalry, even?
Well, I don't race in OOR enough to, I don't know, have rivalries and stuff. Like I know a couple of guys, like the number 90, I know Dylan King, and I know Benny Benita as well. But but I just wanted to do the best I could. That was my only goal. Obviously, I would have liked to be top 3 right now, but that obviously is not happening.
Yeah. That's very noble of you. It would have been funnier though if you had someone. But
Nah.
Alas, I think just heads down, keep at it. Well, thank you very much for joining us in the booth.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
I was going to say, don't be too hard on yourself though, Will, because that I watched that top 10 shootout, and that lap was, and I think the commentators too, they were in awe. So awesome.
It was
lap,
awesome.
mate.
Yeah.
And something great to take away from this event. But hey, I will get a rivalry going. How about the Bentleys? You try and get a Bentley, or possibly even that solo driver that's driving around that Stephen Tye, but might be a bit too far up. But I'm sure that you got some fast drivers, capable drivers. Keep it out of the wall, and all the best.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, nice young driver, Will. He gets around, and he's a very fast steerer. So hopefully the guys in the team can all pull together for those guys and see where they end up.
Yeah, definitely. Will's not one. Yeah, he mentioned it as well. Doesn't race in Octane a lot, so not a name I'm super familiar with, but obviously very, very talented to come in and challenge for the top in the shootout. And obviously these guys going very, very well thus far. I know they sounded a little bit disappointed potentially with where they're at, but I mean, I wouldn't be hanging my head too low. And as I said, there's a lot of race still to go.
Yeah, I've raced him around a little bit around the traps, a bit on ACC, a bit on AMS2, and I tell you what, he's always up the top end of the leaderboard. So definitely a good driver out there.
We are actually seeing this battle unfold on track. Nick De Silva with Tan just behind. So this is heating up a little bit. It is half a second right now, but it has been ebbing and flowing.
Yeah, and the Ferrari, as you can see, so strong, and the brakes, but just a little bit squiggly on the rears, as he's probably just pinched a rear just a little bit coming in there, a little bit hot, but well done. But his Bentley, let's see, I don't know if I think they may, I'm not too sure if they just pitted and maybe come out just recently, but
I think they might have, truthfully. Because we
Could
weren't
be just-
really looking for this battle so much.
No.
But yeah, there's a lot of pace here from Tan. Potentially even a run up into Griffin's on this go around. It's very, very close, tucked right up under the wing of the 84 car. We'll see if he pulls out alongside, if he's going to hold on. Does pull into the mirrors, but I think it's just a spook, and it is. Just letting De Silva know that they're there. But there is that McLaren in the back that is blue flagged is looking quite racy against both of these guys, interestingly. Which could be a little bit of a spanner in the works.
Yeah, definitely. I think and that's where I think Tan wanted to try and see if he could make that move into Griffin's because of, it probably could be that tyre temperature. Just try and get the pressures up on the Bentley. Oh, and that's a side glance on the wall. He's hopefully has escaped a bit of damage there. This is where you just need to breathe a little bit, don't you? And maybe if this car is a blue flag, try and let him through and follow him down Conrod and try and latch on the back of the Bentley again.
Yeah, it's a difficult position when you find yourself in a situation like this where you've got a car behind you. Like maybe the stint is very offset, so the tire is very fresh on that McLaren. But I'm not even sure where.
I think that's Viney. Oh no, it's not Viney. Sorry, it might be.
Viney.
Yeah, he's in
Viney's
a Porsche.
In a Porsche.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I'm just trying to see if I can see on the front windscreen. And here we are.
There you
It's
go,
Justin Griffin.
31, why not car? So running in 30th place, but God, there's some blistering pace coming from this car at the moment.
Yeah, silver class car, so, you know, obviously got some pace and maybe we've had a few little issues. So that's the thing, though. If he thinks he's got the pace, though, he's, you know, if he can make a pass on Aiden, he needs to try and clear out, you know, within a couple of laps as well. Otherwise, he'll probably have to give that position back. But it's a hard thing when you've had a few incidents during the race and you can come up to some of these drivers where you are a little bit faster, but you don't want to ruin their race, especially what we're seeing here now for a battle for, what are we looking at, 7th and 8th.
Yeah, certainly. And, you know, obviously really big invoice comes through if you mess with something like this.
Oh, and I think, yeah, stewards don't look onto it too kindly either, so you could be visiting the pit lane for a little while. But just flat out around the top here, it's just nice seeing the cars just dance around at the limit, especially as we were just saying, depending where you are on your tyres too, if you've got that grip or you're just holding on to dear life as well with those tyres. This McLaren just does not want to go away, does it?
No, it's not quitting whatsoever. It's really, really bothering Tan at this point. Tan's fallen off the back of De Silva for the time being. So De Silva's thanking this McLaren greatly for its efforts, but God, it's a little bit spicy. But oh, here we go. So that is Grant Hill in the 26 solo entry coming up alongside Mike Crick. They're going side by side. Into the chase, and that's a lot of curb. BMW did not like that so much. They're going to have to line another one up if he's going to want to get past Cricky there.
Oh, so he's let him through now, but I was going to say, lucky Will wasn't in the commentary during that little, 2 or 3 laps of watching his team driver negotiate that Mustang. I mean, the McLaren that's in 30th position.
Yeah. I think probably wise, because it just seems like that car had a lot of pace. Hill recovered significantly, though, to get back alongside with Crick. That is technically overlap, and now it's plenty of overlap. As we head up into Griffiths, it's going to be the outside, though, and Hill wisely backs out. It's so difficult to get something done around the outside of Griffiths, but the run is still quite good. Cricky really just on the back foot. It's very, very wide and off camber out here for Hill, but doing just enough to hold on, really, really hounding Mike Crick, not letting him have any breathing room as they send it up the mountain, but they're going to have to hold pat unless there's a mistake for Cricky.
I just don't know if Crick's actually, if they're sort of fuel saving a little bit, because he seems to be struggling a little bit on the straights there, so I wouldn't think that he'd have it on a low fuel map when you got to hit the straights, but there's a couple of times we've been looking at that Mustang. It just seems to be struggling either out off the corners, either out of turn 1 or out of Forest Elbow to get that power down.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It looks a little bit funky, to say the least. We'll keep an eye on it as they come down here. Oh, was there a wall tap just there?
Not too sure. I was admiring this Chad Pethelbridge's Mercedes, this day glow yellow, isn't it? Oh, not even day, it's very bright.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. The MRT lost our way car. I'm not sure what happened with these guys. I mean, they lost their way, I guess. But it started pretty far back. But these guys have been, running for a long time. This car, I want to say this is a Ben Hignett special as well. It's got that sort of cartography element on the livery, or wood grain. Yeah, there you go. Bloody Ben. He's so quick. But letting Tan through. I
was just going to say that McLaren, see, that was actually a position on Chad. So that you could see that's why the McLaren was actually hanging in the back of Tan as well, because he had a position of that Mercedes in his eyes. So he's made that stick, Griffin. So credit to him. And it does look like he is being able to keep a nice pace in front of Tan. Well, that being W, I think that might have been a little visit to New South Wales tyres.
Yeah, I think that was certainly a big visit to New South Wales tyres. The barrier
Destination.
Yeah. Oh, I think we're going to see that replay immediately. So just very, very wide. Oh, just a little love tap, just a glancing blow, if you will. Nothing too dangerous, but you don't want to be doing that too many times.
No, not at all.
It starts to accumulate. If you get involved with the walls over the course of the race, you'll probably have to be repairing that for the time being. But looking at Michael Crick with the battle with Hill, just maintaining for the time being. We do have that very, very quick McLaren in the background, though.
Yeah, definitely. Doing a good job.
Yeah, I think so. Bit just questioning a little bit what they were potentially doing in terms of, maybe running a fuel-saving map or something. But, I mean, he's keeping it ahead. He's doing all right.
Yeah. And it's the Pixel Races. It's been a staple here of IOR as well, this livery. We've seen it, I think it was all Endurance Series last year, this livery as well.
Yeah, it's pretty... it's a hallmark of Cricky's design. I know the Jamie Convoy car had a similar sort of one, but in yellow. And we've seen a few different variations of it, but we are going to look on board with the MRT car replay up the top of the mountain. I'm not sure how far back this was, but there's a bit of a squiggle and a wiggle, and we're doing a bit of sandcastle making. That's almost on the racing line, but not so much. It looks like they got away with that just okay. We'll say just up ahead we have a car going a little bit slow. It looks like the number 91. They've gotten moving, so it shouldn't hamper these guys too much. But Hill is looking up the inside, and it's very, very, very wide for Cricky, and it's going to put him way on the back foot as they come into the cutting. We'll see if Hill can hold on to something here, but we've got blue flag cars, and there's a huge wiggle for Hill, and he loses out significantly. And that's going to be Griffin.
10 made the most of it there to get the BMW and then get past Justin again. So it looks like 10, he's got himself back in front of Justin. It wasn't for position. Obviously, we're looking at 10's in 8th, I think was it 11th or 8th?
Yeah,
maybe 8th?
It was, quite just
11th.
inside the top 10. But so we watched them past this 31 car because I had so much pace earlier. But now we're back in this sort of situation, and now Cricky is at the front of this train, just in a bit of a tricky situation.
Yeah, so we've got position 29 there, and we had the battle going on for 18th with Crick and Hill, and Tan himself is a lap in front of all these guys, maybe a couple of laps in front of all of them, and we've got nice slipstream here by Griffin.
Yeah. Crick, I think, wisely just letting both of those guys go through, not hampered too much in his own battle with Hill. These guys are going to resume being nose to wing. Hill's going to actually have a look on the inside turns to outside as they're coming into the last corner. It's late on the brakes for Cricky, though. I think might...
I think they both outbrake themselves, to be honest there, I think, Blake.
Yeah,
but it's been pretty good. But when we asked Will in that Ferrari that we'll just watch in there of Tan, if they've got a rivalry, I think you might want to say that that car 29 may become the rivalry.
It's it's interesting because it's the car is a couple of laps down or whatever, but it's really given them something to think about, given them a lot of grief. So I think going forward they might have them on their radar, but it might be a case of and not that anyone here is particularly slow, but the slower driver versus the faster driver, and the overlap is there. But speaking of overlap, we do have Murphy getting done in by Godfrey down the inside of the final corner. Easy as you like. I don't think Murphy was fighting that one too hard, but Godfrey doing well in that Honda for the time being.
Yeah, definitely Pro-Am as well. Up in the top 10. Awesome job, and also made the shootout as well. So
I think
pace in that Honda.
Not to drag the admin through the coals, but I'm a bit surprised that they're Pro-Am. Isn't that there's a little bit of a tap. I think that car, we saw this car earlier having a moment with the wall, and it's got that bonnet up. Great looking car behind it though, but yeah, as we just get a little bit of a replay here, I think I'm not sure which car this is actually, but we are watching it navigate the S's and just catching
Oh,
too much of that curb up on the inside, hooks the wheels. Oh, that's that blue Mustang we saw earlier, and yeah, that's meatball time. Ay, ay, ay.
yeah, that's unfortunate because they were having a great battle earlier. And is this your car? Did you see the
Yeah.
Aston?
Yeah,
Here we go.
that's my Aston. I think Lucas Marshall's in the car, so that's our speediest driver. Oh, he's just glanced at the wall though. That's not ideal.
Can't get away with anything, eh?
Oh god, but yeah, just giving Murphy a bit of trouble. But we do welcome in, I believe that's Liam Hamilton joining us in the booth. Liam, how are you doing, my friend?
Yeah, I'm doing alright. A bit sore and tired after the double stint, but that's how it goes sometimes.
Yep, I mean it's a lot of work. You got a big Newton meter rig as well, working those arms.
Yeah, it's got the Fanatec CSLDD, the 8 Newton meter kit, so it's enough. It's a bit of a workout, but yeah, Taufik just wasn't quite feeling it this morning, and given where we were on track, I was in the groove and just wanted to kind of build the gap to the 777 Mustang and the 7 Ferrari around us, and just try and push on a little bit. So I ended up unfortunately had to sacrifice a bit of the commentary time and just taking that extra stint in the car and hand it over to Naim.
How could you, honestly?
I know, I'm sorry.
I mean, Glenn's the one you're apologising to. Just looking on board though with Matt Baden, De Silva, we were riding a little bit earlier in their tangle with Tan, but Madden in trouble here, running number 6 in 6th right now. Looks like De Silva's got quite a bit of pace, and it looks like a potentially better exit from the elbow. They are going to be side by side as they come through the kink to the chase. Madden taking the outside line, I think wisely letting that one go. Matt is very, very good driver and he's improved leaps and bounds, but I'm not sure that he has that pace of where that car is right now.
So Liam, how's things been going? Like, it looks like you're out of sync a little bit with the 777. It seems every time you pit, and then they pit, it seems to swap the leaderboard there.
Yeah, I think if anything, they're probably a little bit out of sync with us. We've kind of just been running to the end of our fuel every stint. The rain helped us save a little bit, so we were looking at a splash and dash potentially later in the race, but it looks like we may potentially be able to save that one, so we'll have to sort of see how that works out towards the end. But I think just in that rain there, I'm not sure if it seems like they stopped a bit early, and Gobby got out of the car and they put Lucas' keys back in when we had that rain, and everyone was running on slicks, so that was super dicey this morning. A few cars trying to run side by side on wet track on slicks made things interesting, but yeah, currently still running in the position we want to be, and we'll see how that sort of plays out towards the end of the race.
Yeah, and you feel now, I think you're mentioning that you've got Amaral Nam in there now?
Yep, Errol Naim is in there. He's probably our quickest driver, one of our resident esports driver for the HPNT team. So I have complete faith in him that he'll be able to keep the car in one piece and keep it out front.
Yeah, nice. We'll keep track of there and hopefully maybe build that little bit of a gap on that 777 once they pit again.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you guys started in 4th, is that right?
6th, actually.
Oh, okay. So big jump for you guys. So looking quite nice.
Yeah, started in 6th. I think I was up to 4th by the end of the 2nd or 1st lap. So I made up a couple of spots. We're just seeing a replay here of Porsche and one of the blue Calsonic GTRs. It's actually going to be the Aston, I think. Is that going to be a move? Oh, it just gets a spin. I think that's probably, I imagine that's Damiano's car, just that livery just gets a bit of a tap from the Aston Martin and around she goes.
No.
Blake, you didn't see that, did you, Blake? You didn't see that?
I did. I can't talk. I've had my own moments, so... But
I wonder who belongs to that Aston Martin.
So the HPNT Motorsport team, you're saying that Amaral's one of the fastest in that group. How long have you been running the Ferrari? Is this the first event for a while, or...?
Oh, that's...
Oh, hang on. There we go.
Well, one for me, one for you, Liam.
Yeah, okay, that's... Didn't see that happen.
That's...
Great. Sorry, what was the question?
That's just going to say, how long have you guys have been running the Ferrari for? Is it only new or for you guys, or have you been in it last year?
No, we were running that one last year as well. Taufik basically lives in the Ferrari. I think I've seen him drive one other car maybe once or twice, so it's a pretty comfortable car for him. Name and I will pretty much jump into anything, but yeah, it's been a pretty strong car for a lot of circuits that we raced in last year, and I did I did sort of toss and turn the idea of changing to another car, but ended up sticking with the Ferrari. We just got setups for it. Taufik's got plenty of setups ready to go for it, and he's already strong in this car and used to it, so it seems to be a pretty good car here. We were worried about some potential death issues across Skyline, but otherwise it's pretty quick in a straight line from what I've heard a few people complain about. So we're kind of just trying to use that to our advantage at the moment.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think this car
definitely.
is probably one of the handful to be in at this track. We can generally look at the BOP to see what's going on, not to bring up the B word on stream, but yeah, it's looking like you guys are having a pretty good run of it at the moment, apart from what we just saw. I guess that was a little bit of a curse. For the time being, I'm going to jump out of the booth. I'm going to have some lunch. I've got one more stint to go, and then I will be back a bit later on, I think with you again, Liam, and with Matt, which I'm looking forward to. But yeah, thank you for having me, guys.
No
Yeah,
problem.
good to have you here, Blake, and all the best, mate. And go wrap those knuckles, your Aston team.
Cheers.
Sounds like she might have to have a word or two with them when she comes back.
Could be. We're looking at a replay of the Bentleys. What's going on here? Nice little pass around the outside.
We're in the outside of turn 2. You don't see that very often, especially once you get out of that camber and out of the groove. I think whoever that was there in the red Bentley, I think that's Pickford, just kind of letting De Silva go through there. Not worth fighting that one, just to live learn to live another day. That's the word.
Yeah, I think they obviously had a sync too, because I think we saw the 84 pit a little, like quite a while now, but obviously running probably about 10 laps into his stint now, possibly.
Yeah, okay. Do we know how long the Bentleys are running? I don't think they're going to be the best on fuel, are they? I suspect they're having to stop a little bit short.
I wouldn't really know. I don't have any sort of that data there, to be honest with you, Liam.
No, that's all good. That's all good. How's the rest of the race been? I've been have my head stuck inside the car for the best part of 3 hours this morning. How's the rest of the race been? I've seen a lot of flags, and I've heard a lot of yellow flags, and I've heard a lot of warnings. Sounds like there's been a bit of carnage going on.
Yeah, there's been a few cars, especially coming through the dipper here. There's been a few drivers just misjudging the left-hand wall there, or even on the entry, just tagging it and pinballing around. And we've had a few spinners into turn 2 as well, as we're having a look and move into turn 2 here at Griffins of Noah. But generally, we were all excited watching you guys in the wet, to be honest, Liam. It was a lot of fun. Were you on slicks? Were you on wets? We were all guessing, second guessing, and yeah, it was a good opening to the 12-hour.
Yeah, you guys might have been excited. We were absolutely wrecking it. Excitement was not the feeling in the car at the time. It was more nerves and very, very apprehensive. We stayed out on slicks. It was only 11 minutes of rain, I think, and it was only light rain, so it was kind of a flip of the coin whether or not that was going to be the right move, and it seems like it was. The track only really got to greasy, but it was still pretty dicey. There's a couple of moments trying to make some overtakes there. Cars not quite having the same pace on those slick tyres, so still able to make moves, but yeah, I was very careful trying not to run into the back of anyone or tag any of these walls.
Yeah, we did see a little bit of that going on as well. I think going down into the chase with something like that happening, but definitely we were thinking as well. Well, I wasn't thinking. I wasn't in the commentary there, but I was listening to it that with that rain, even though when it looks like it was going to dissipate, it was very cold conditions and overcast. So it was like 16 degrees and. That's the sort of conditions that can just keep the track wet and just be so frustrating for the guys holding out on slicks.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we just saw a bit of a move there between the McLaren and the Ferrari down at the chase. As we see the Ferrari actually stop there. I'm not sure who exactly that was. I think that was Buckerfield, potentially. Looks like he might have had a bit of a moment there coming into the very final Murray's corner. It's such a deceptive corner, that one. So we'll try and get a replay of what happened there as the camera panned around to a stop Ferrari on the outside. That was going to be my concern. Oh, that's a very sad-looking BMW there on the inside of the elbow. To quote Damiano, you can definitely fit a couple of chickens up in that bonnet, so I suspect they've had a bit of an escapade into the wall. As we'll get a replay on that one too, keeping Mr. Heater behind the camera very, very busy there. I'm sure he's been absolutely frothing pulling up all these replays so far today. But answer your question, getting back to that one, that was going to be my concern with staying out on slicks, is that as we do see a replay here of the Ferrari of, I think it was Buckerfield, as just gets a little bit deep, just outbrakes himself and weirdly stops on the outside. I'm not sure exactly what happened to that one. Any thoughts on that, Neil?
I'm possibly thinking maybe the blue flags were coming in, and just as you said, he did outbrake himself, and he thought, well, he didn't want to cause any incident, so it's best just to let that train of 3 cars go by. And he's probably then in the ear with his teammates in the ear saying it's all clear for him to go, and he found a gear and off he went.
Yeah, that's the important thing, just keeping out of the way of any faster cars that are approaching. I was worried about the track staying damp because it was only, like you said, it was only about 16 degrees ambient and track temperature. So it did stay damp for a little while. I think we probably still had around half an hour of wet track and just wanted to it stayed greasy for a long time. It just didn't quite tick over. I was getting closer and closer to hitting my dry marks in terms of sort of what corners are flat, what corners are a lift, and that kind of thing. It was just getting closer and closer, but it just didn't tick over to fast. And in usual ACC fashion, once it did hit fast, it pretty much went green and optimum pretty much straight away. So it did eventually dry up, but it did take its time just because of that lack of temperature in the track.
Yeah, and I think that's where we wanted to really find out, I think, because as some of the viewers might have heard from the commentators, and that's something that they were actually leading to, that, the cooler temperatures, the overcast, it's very tempting to, if you're going to be on wets, do you go onto slicks, or, if you're on wets, you might be able to hold it out a little bit just because of that. It takes a while for it to move from damp to fast, and as you said, when it does that, the old-fashioned, though, it goes fast optimum very quick, and if you are stuck on those wets, not a good time. As the Sofa King Mercedes makes a move here on the Porsche, looks like it's all stock standard, no issues there.
Yeah, very nice move down the inside. I think the Porsche there that was Murphy in that one might have just sort of let him past and played it a little bit safe, but a very clean move down the inside for the Sofa King car.
Yeah, I think Rashudi's driving there at that time. They're actually made up into 10th now. I think last time we were actually talking to one of the drivers, I think they were in 12th, so made up a few, now in the top 10.
Yeah, good to see them on the move towards the front. One of the issues with the wet earlier today, though, was even if you are on wets, the track, because it stayed greasy for such a long time, it didn't really favour the wet tyres. Your wets are just going to be overheating. It's sort of that horrible middle ground where neither tyre really works. We did see a couple of cars around us stop for wets, and I was having my teammate in my ears just to keep me updated on what their lap times were, but it seems like they were still a couple of seconds off the pace in wet tyres. It seems like the wets weren't the play. Just that short shower, unfortunately, means you don't have enough time to regain that.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, definitely.
Sorry, do you want to take that one?
I was just going to quickly mention, just to answer your question before we welcome the new commentator in, is that Sean Jays has actually mentioned 70 minutes of fuel, roughly, for the Bentley. So I have heard that the Mercedes are trying to eke out around about 80 to 90 minutes out of their Merc, so going long.
Yeah, 70 minutes sounds about right. I think in the Ferrari we're getting 72, 73 minutes, so decently showing for the Bentley. The Mercedes is always going to be running long in map 2, I would imagine. And the Porsche, I've seen, there was a Porsche up towards the front. I think that was, I'm not sure if that was, I can't remember the car number on the top of my head, but there was a Porsche up towards the front earlier in this race that was running probably 80 minutes or so, so the Porsche's still running a long way as well. As we welcome no one other than Matt Powell into the commentary booth. Matt, how you doing?
Afternoon, gents. How we going?
Yeah, fantastic. Bathurst Day. Love it.
How can you not like it?
Absolutely. Love this day. And for once, I finally get to have a drive, which is the first time in a long time I've got to do that here.
Yeah, I was surprised to see your name out on track. I was up there behind you, giving you a little bit of bully with some blue flags at one point.
That's all right, to be expected. You can't claim passing someone who never races, can you?
No, not really. That's yeah, I think it's definitely been a while since you've been out there. How are you finding it today?
It's been good. It's been really good. I got a little bit fortunate. We shuffled our stints around a little bit when that rain came, and I was meant to be in the car, and luckily wasn't, and I'm very glad I wasn't, and got away with the dry stint, which was nice. So it's going pretty well.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. Absolutely. Did your team stop for wets, or did you hang it out on slicks for that wet period?
We didn't. We stuck it out on dries. It probably stayed wet longer than we thought it was going to. We were sort of hoping with just the 10-minute shower, the track would have dried out quicker after it did stop raining. But in the end, we made it through, no incidents. So all good. I think we made up time doing it that way.
Yeah, I think that's still the better way to do it, as we were just kind of discussing there. The wet tires, it just wasn't quite wet enough for the wets to really come into its own, and then it started to dry out. And even though it stayed damp for such a long time, it was still too dry for the wets to really get working. They just ended up overheating, I suspect, for a few of those cars. So it was definitely sketchy for a while, but I'm glad to hear that you guys managed to keep it out there alive.
That's sort of what these guys do. This team has been very nice to let me in for this race, and they've been doing these a long time, and they tend to just stick around and stay out of incidents and get some pretty good results out of it. So that's working for us again here.
Yeah, you can get surprised sometimes what you can do just by keeping out of trouble in these races, and that's part of the action, part of the fun is just trying to keep it out of the wall at this track, or to stop getting involved in any battles that is going to end in sadness. But yeah, speaking of sadness, has there been any incidents out there on track today that have caught your attention where you thought, whoa, we don't want to get involved in that?
I've been away from the steward's box for the most part today. I was in there for a little while this morning. It's sort of a different way of looking at the race. I normally spend all day looking at incidents, so you think they're happening all the time. But being in the car, I've really caught very little of what's going on in the race relative to what I'm used to doing. So just focused on our own thing, really.
Awesome, Matt. Yeah, always a voice that all competitors are used to in the intro to most of our endurances for our driver briefing. So it's great to see you actually in the car and enjoying yourself. So Alex, where are you running here? Car 1, aren't you? You're in team first name?
That is us, yep.
And who's in the car, did you say, at the moment? Is it McNulty?
Diabols. Ben Curtis is in the car at the moment.
Oh, Curtis.
Unfortunately, Bender was supposed to be in the car with us, but he is unfortunately quite sick at the moment, so I had to pull out yesterday afternoon, which is a shame, but we hope he gets better soon and he'll be back on deck.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, all the best for him. Hopefully he's watching a little bit of it, and yeah, all the best.
I'm sure he is.
Yeah, we can thank him for the rain in there earlier, can't we?
Definitely. I'm sure he would have been very upset that he wasn't here and missed out on that opportunity.
Yeah, 100%. As we're just looking here on track, is Matt, is that position? No. One of the things I keep forgetting about these enduro races is a lot of the time it's just blue flags out on track, is that I think he's going to be having to let wave that McLaren really quick up behind him there.
He's been a feature, this McLaren.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly who that one is. Just trying to see if I can get a name for you guys. The leaderboard. Either I'm blind or I don't know how leaderboards work.
Yeah, he's the one that we've been calling where he's been getting, Justin. That's it, Justin Griffin, who's been amongst some of the battle packs, but he's trying to get up the order. Got a very fast McLaren there.
It looks like there's a few scuffs on the windscreen. I'm not sure if he's been involved in any incidents, as we're going to go down the inside of Matt Madden through the chase, unlapping himself on P7 there. Matt Madden, I've just realised, has the fastest lap of the race. Is that what I'm seeing here?
Yeah, I think so. It popped up about half an hour ago, I think. Okay. Possibly, yeah.
Must have been Mitch Hobbs alike, or someone of that calibre, grabbing that purple lap.
But as he runs up, this is 8 and 10, so this is where we'll talk in before about to Will if they have a nemesis or someone that they want to beat, and we're talking about that McLaren that's up the road, which has been involved throughout the chase, and has added a lot of excitement to the screens. And Justin actually doing a good job though in that McLaren there, but he has got a little bit of scuff marks as we've witnessed there, so he's been elbows out and battling hard to get through the field.
Yeah, I think he started up somewhere towards the top 10, if I remember correctly, Justin.
Yeah, I think that obviously that the pace of their car and what we've been seeing is he's definitely on a comeback drive. So maybe they've been disconnected at some stage and reconnect, and because they're way down the order and definitely showing a lot of pace as well. So here we go with 8 and 10. Is this for position over Madden? I think it possibly is.
Yeah, Glenn just informing us there. I'm used to having him in my ears when I'm commentating, but not this time. He's informing me through the method of text chat. He's actually started P4, so he started up a couple of positions ahead of my car. So I'm not sure exactly what's happened to him through the race, but hopefully we could still see a strong recovery drive. And there's still more than 6 hours left in this race, so we haven't even hit the halfway mark yet, so still plenty of time for him to claw back some positions.
Yeah, so Justin actually would have started alongside Will then, which is this car behind. So because Will qualified third, so if he started fourth, they would have been side by side as well. So
yeah, it was up there in the mix somewhere. But Will and I had a bit of a fight there, and he was actually having a fight with my teammate, with Taufik. One of the really good overtakes that we saw towards the start of the race, really clean overtake from Will, so I have to give him his kudos for that one. Not sure how Taufik thought of being overtaken by a 16-year-old, but yeah, it was a very clean move from him.
yeah, I think in the on the YouTube coverage here, I think one of the has been put down as probably the overtake of the day by the Octane staff here. So that's the overtake you must be alluding to, Liam, sorry.
Yeah, I think so. I did see some remarks in chat when it happened about that being a really good one, and it was very, very clean. As we welcome Brad Gosling, I believe, fresh out of the car. Brad, how you doing?
Oh, sweat my butthole off, mate. Far out.
I can relate. Don't you worry.
Oh, well, one of two things. Yes, I was actually in the comms box. There's our 333 car. I got Sam O'Brien taking over the wheel there. But yes, I was actually in the comms box with Muller there this morning when we saw that incredible overtake. So yes, I put that down as the overtake of the race. So I haven't obviously seen every overtake since then, but far out, that was car control and great race headspace for both cars in that one. So that was great to watch that one, and it's been quite fun. This last little stint that I've had, I've been nose to tail with Matt's car there, number one, in behind Curtis. We were chopping and changing lap times throughout most of that stint. So that was quite an enjoyable little race there. So I hope I didn't make him pucker up too much, getting right up on his back bumper a few times, and then a few blue cars kind of splitting us, and then getting back together come the end of it. It was a great little stint there.
Yeah, that's always the challenge around this place. With some of those blue flag cars, it ended up being, I think, what caught Will out at the start of the race when I was fighting him. We had about a 1.5 second gap, and he just happened to come across a slower car at the wrong time there through turn 2, and just ended up stuck behind him the whole way across the top, all the way to the elbow, and that allowed me to just reel in that gap.
Yep.
And yeah, I was then just a couple of turns behind him, slipstream in the Ferrari. His car, I have a feeling that car is trimmed out for a bit of top speed. When I was following, he was just applying a bit of brakes in some areas where I wouldn't expect it. So I suspect that car is trimmed out in that one.
Yeah. Which, definitely for the Ferraris, the Achilles heel for them is unfortunately that the top speed or down the straights, both Conrod and Mountain Straight, it is the hard thing for those cars. They are all over you everywhere else, all through the top of the mountain, but unfortunately there isn't really the opportunity to do much with it. So I do get a bit of an understanding why a lot of the guys would want to try and trim a little bit of the wing out, or try and get it to be a little bit more slippery to find an extra couple of Ks an hour. But I could well imagine how hairy that would be in a lot of spots that you wouldn't necessarily be wanting to slow down.
All right, Brad, Liam and Matt, it's been a pleasure. I'm going to see myself out the back door of the comms, and I'll be back in roughly half an hour, 40 minutes for another little stint. all the best in your run, and look forward to seeing you back out on track.
No problem. Thanks,
Cheers,
Neil.
Neil.
Thanks, Neil.
See you on track, mate.
Bye.
Yeah, talking of setups, we actually did the opposite in our setup. Our quali setup didn't have a lot of wing on it. I saw Nate in the top 10 shootout getting 290 k's an hour down the back straight, which is absolutely crazy.
Unheard of in affairs.
But we put a bit more wing back in it just to make the car a bit more stable across the top.
Yep. Yeah, that's it. It's definitely one of those tracks that I can fully understand why you would want to have a quali setup versus a race setup. Absolutely running it on the line over the top of the hill to make up the difference, because far out the straights are just so long, and you can, there's like it's half a second that, depending on how much wing you do or don't have, the difference between doing 275 or 280 versus 290 is huge. And can either get you inside or outside the top 10, especially.
Yeah, 100%. What's the top speed like of the Mustang there, Matt?
We've discovered we're definitely running more wing than some of the other Fords around, I think, because we have been out dragged a few times down the straight. So I don't know exactly what our top speed is, but we're definitely running a higher downforce setup than some of the other cars. We sat behind, I know Pete was in the car earlier and sat behind one of the other Mustangs, and he was probably faster than him over the lap, but just couldn't get a pass done because we had no straight line speed versus them. So you'd catch right up over the top, over the hill where you can't make a pass, and then couldn't do anything about it once we got to the straight bits.
And that is the risk you run when you start piling on a little bit more wing. The car's going to be safer, but you've got, unfortunately, one of the only places you can really make any overtakes here is down one of two very long straights. So you still need to have a car that you can get extract a bit of speed out of when the time is needed. But yeah, I was up behind when I was looking at the 777 Mustang. I think they were running sort of 282, 283 by the looks of things in testing. So maybe they've got a bit more wing, as well as Ryan in the chat just saying that about 283 for that team as well.
Yeah, we're running about the same. I think the car itself is sitting probably flatter. We're running a fair bit of wing, but we're the back end of the cars are quite a bit lower as well. Trying to find that balance of not too much compromise down the straights, but then also making sure that you do have a car settled through the danger zone, which is up and over the top of the hill. No sense in being able to do 290 k's an hour if you're going to risk clipping the wall every time through Skyline or up and then down the dipper. So it's it's a bit of fun trying to work out the difference in your setups. Hey.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's been our goal for the most part, is let's just have a car we know we can get around relatively safely.
Yeah.
It can be frustrating when you're stuck in behind a car in that sort of situation, but over the course of 12 hours, it's probably going to end in a better result than if we risked it a little bit more. It only takes one incident and you lose any gain you had down those straights.
Oh, absolutely. That's definitely testament to that for us as well. So we've we had some QNOS issues at the start of the race. We ended up our number one, our starting driver, as soon as it clicked over onto the grid, he got booted off the server. Which was rather awkward. The next thing, it's like, oh, that's not our number, and he's back up, and it's like, oh, something's not right here. So we ended up all having to exit. I ended up having to do the first stint. I'm like, oh, I wasn't supposed to be on till stint number 4. So not real sure what the go was with him, but it was definitely as you say, Matt, it's a race of attrition, this one. So realistically starting from the back of the grid up, currently sitting about that P35 mark, and it's we're definitely not anywhere near the fastest guys out there, but it's definitely about, here's the two Pidgey guys. Stay off each other, boys. Stay off each other. Oh dear.
And just to make things even more exciting, there's a 777 Mustang, I think that is in the middle of all that, who's going to be a lap ahead of the rest of these guys. So they're going to have to also watch out for that Mustang and try and let them through in a clean way. As Alex Tant is running a little bit wide again, is going to let the Mustang there that's Tim Gobe there,
Yeah,
letting him through
Gobby's there.
into turn 1. That got a little bit exciting there. It looks like Tan was eyeing up Madden for a move and just kicked everything off.
Oh, isn't it exciting? Exciting. It doesn't matter what corner you're at here. There's always something going on.
Absolutely. So we see Stevie Ty here. I don't know how. Can we just give a shout out to these guys that are doing this event solo? I've done 2 stints and I'm buggered. I can only imagine what those guys are going through at the moment.
Oh, absolutely. And only thinking, like, with a few of the technical difficulties we've had, like right at the start, it's just like, mate, if you've got no one else around to just go, hey, can you just check this? Can you just have a look at that? Can you just work through this? Like even just on that side of things, let alone having to put up all your own strategies, all your pit stuff while you're driving. Fortunately, you got long enough straights that you can kind of chip away at it, but there's so much more that you got to be thinking about. What's the temperatures? What's my pressures? What were my pressures? What am I going to run? And all that while you're trying to outrun cars behind you and keep away from blue cars and all that. Absolute hats off to all of the guys that are doing this on their own. That's no mean feat for sure. That's for Liam. No mean feat.
Yeah, I think there was some organizational stuff behind the scenes there, but maybe Matt can touch on a little bit about these guys doing it solo. I think there were some extra requirements for them, if I understand correctly.
Yeah, we did want to make sure that it was fair for everybody, I suppose, and that these guys did have some support in their car. So every single one of them has nominated either another team who's competing in the race or another OOR member who's sitting in their team speak with them, who can sort of talk to them throughout the day and make sure some of those extra issues are covered off, or they can log incidents if they get involved in something and stuff like that. But that's nice to have, but at the end of the day, physically just getting through the 12 hours I think would be a massive challenge, especially given it's not exactly cool at the moment throughout most of Australia, so it's going to be a pretty long day for them, I imagine.
Yeah, I had the mistake of shutting my door this morning through my first stint. It went from about 25 to 30 degrees very quickly within the room that I'm sitting in, and didn't do that again. So the door's open, the air conditioner's on, and I'm so much better for it.
Oh, absolutely. One of our guys that he ended up not being able to race, but he was saying through the week he lives down in Victoria, and it's like he went out. He's thought, oh yeah, I'll have a little practice session. Went out to his rig, and it was 46 degrees.
No thanks.
He just closed the door, turned around, and said, "Yeah, I'm not practicing. Not today, boys." Oh,
yeah, that is way too warm for me.
Oh, so bad. Like, I know there's plenty of guys out there that'll probably do it, but yeah, not me. Yeah, just looking at Tan there, he just looked a little bit loose, and I'm just going back through, and he's got 56, 57 minutes running, so the tyres are definitely starting to see the back end of what is workable, but there's a few guys out there that are definitely going to have some second-hand looking tyres shortly. Now that the temperature is starting to warm up a bit more too, we'll start to see a bit more tyre burn.
Yeah, hoping the tyres actually start to bite into the surface and get a bit more grip, as we see Tan there looking for a move on Pickford in the Bentley. It gets it done into the chase. Very nice move there, and is it over yet? Pickford going to show the nose towards the inside, but I think that one is all covered off by Tan. He's signed, sealed, and delivered for that one. But yeah, that would probably line up with my thoughts on that car, that they're just running a bit less wing and trying to keep a bit more straight line speed, trying to make those overtakes easy, but sometimes it can cost you up the top of the mountain. Stevie Ty right up the back of De Silva in the 84 Bentley, a silver class since P4. So it looks like a very strong drive for them so far. Stevie Ty can probably see nothing but the Bentley, I imagine, at this point, as he's following them over the cross of the mountain. I can't speak, but though you know what I mean. Following them across the top of the mountain once again for probably the third or fourth lap in a row that I've seen so far.
Yeah, I know we're saying in the last time I was in the comms that around about between that kind of 2, 3, 4 hour mark, and there was a couple of just tight battles like this. It was definitely inside the top 10 as well, and it's just like it's such a mind game where you go, I know I've got a little bit of an edge here or a bit of an edge there, but just making sure you don't overcook yourself when it's like, okay, it's 12-hour race, like having it to the point where you just got to just kind of, a lot of times you just got to sit in the groove, which can be frustrating when you know that you've just got the edge in a few different spots, and you've just got to wait for the opportunity. You know, patience in this game is what pays off. And because a few of the overtakes that I did see when you got battles like this that you're going on for 10, 15 laps, and it's just they're within a second of each other the whole time, and then all of a sudden one of them will just kick the tire out onto the grass, lose a couple of k's an hour, and then there's your move. And it's one of those things that it takes 10, 15 laps for something like that. It's just maintaining that pressure and keeping that mental game on, where you just got to sometimes just sit in the groove in behind and just buy your time, especially through the middle half of this race too.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes these moves, you can try and plan them as much as you want, but sometimes you might just see a kick of dust from the car in front. They've run a little bit wide, or they've had a little bit of a tap with a wall, and that's all you need sometimes is an invitation to get past them. But yeah, I think Stevie Tyres are going to be applying the pressure big time to De Silva. He's going to have the imprint of a GTR front fascia stenciled into his eyeballs at this rate. He's going to be feeling that pressure, that heat from Stevie Tyre, who is certainly no slouch on his own.
That's it. It's and a lot of times it can be that mind game, just that little bit of pressure. And I know we saw a few times where you get close to a braking marker and you just kind of show the nose a little bit just to try and get the whoever's in front just to kind of take the eye off the road in front, just provide that little bit of a distraction, hoping that you might do that bit of a mind game where you do just try and force an error. Is a lot of times what you got to end up doing in these situations.
Yeah, absolutely. Stevie Tyre is pushing hard there, as we see him run a tiny bit wide and just bump the wall out of Forest Elbow. That one sneaks up on you if you're not careful. Very easy to run out and nab that one. GTR versus Bentley. Both of these cars kind of cancel each other out. They're both known for their absolutely insane acceleration. I was following a Bentley as a blue flag car earlier today, and the way that thing shot off down the straight, I could not believe it. So Stevie Tyre's going to absolutely have his work cut out for him here. Also in a quick accelerating car, but they're sort of two negatives cancel each other out kind of thing in this case.
Yeah, that's it. I'm not sure what the because I know the Bentley's not renowned for its top speed, so I'm almost surprised. Obviously, the GTR must be running a pretty solid downforce as well to not be able to get past. Especially knowing how much Steve Tyre would be absolutely applying the pressure. He's not just going to sit there and la-di-da if he doesn't have to. That's for sure. Be interesting to. I don't know whether, Ben, you can get inside a comms to get any form of a speed run on any of the cars. I don't even know if that's possible. Outside of kind of sitting in the car yourself within ACC. See how fast these guys are going.
Yeah, I think the Bentley.
Oh, there we go.
We were discussing that earlier, and I think the Bentley's probably looking at about 282 or so down the straight, give or take. So it's quick, but it's not as quick as some of the really fast cars. It's just the way that the time that it takes to reach that speed is the strong part with the Bentley.
Yeah, that's it. It'll sit on the limiter. Hits the limiter first out of a lot of the cars. Oh, I see. There's another little GTR scar on the back of that Bentley.
Yeah, as I think very shortly we're going to have to say goodbye to Matt Powell. He's going to have to jump back into, I was going to say his happy place, but I think that might be his basement that he doesn't want to leave.
Yeah, I'm not sure I love being in the stewards box. I've enjoyed today not being in there for a change. But
they've let you out for once. See, Stevie Tyre eyes up for a move down the inside of the chase. As there might be a little bit of touch. Not quite enough space there, as there's just enough room left, and Stevie Tyre stuck behind for another lap.
I did see him for about a tenth of a second, just tap the 286. So these guys are definitely not slouches, that's for sure.
For sure. But yeah, thank you very much for joining us in here, Matt. I'll let you get back into your stewarding. I'm sure you're so eager to get back into the stewarding box and issuing out all those penalties. Speaking of penalties, I've just seen Admiral Name has a 15-second penalty. I'm not sure exactly what's happened with that one. Maybe an incident with a blue flag car. Or see what happened with that.
Yeah, not sure. I'll see if I can find out. Here we go.
Yeah, well, we'll see there. Definitely didn't have that penalty when I got out of the car.
Yeah.
So.
Lap 153 causing a collision, so not quite sure how that came about. Hopefully it wasn't anything
I
too
suspect
major.
it'll be something with a blue flag car. If I had to guess across the top, yeah, it looks like it
Here
might
we
be
go.
where it's going to be.
Oh! Yep. Oh! Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!
Yeah. Okay. That's
Yeah.
Yeah. That probably deserves that one then.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate. You wouldn't. Sorry, go on.
No, I was about to say I kind of feel for him. I know exactly what's happened. It's really easy to do. Sometimes you just get caught out with the closing speed. You're expecting them to take the speed that you end up taking through there, and some of these cars, unfortunately, they just don't quite have the momentum through these corners. And yeah, and at that point, you can't just that secondary hit. At that point, there you can't just jab on the brakes, because if you hit the brakes, you're just going to go flying yourself. So you kind of just have to hope you've judged the speed correctly before you've entered the corner. And unfortunately, they just got caught out with one of the Pidgey cars.
Yeah, that's it.
That is an unfortunate one. We sort of see those a lot in the stewards box at this track in particular, so it is a real shame. But yeah, I will pop out, and good luck to you guys for the rest of the day. And hope everyone has a good race.
Cheers, Matt. I can definitely not say I know from that point of view perspective, Liam. I know you certainly do, mate, as far as having the blue flags in front of you over the top. And I think especially for a lot of the faster guys, when you're so used to, like, when it's lap after lap, and exactly, like, it becomes that muscle memory of exactly when you lift, exactly when you brake, when you turn in. And when you got someone that's going that a little bit slower, like you think a lot of times, like, over the top of the mountain, what you're talking 15 odd corners, and it's probably only a second over all of those, so you're probably only talking like a tenth per corner that you're quicker than the blue flag guys in front of you. But it's amazing how when your muscle memory just gets you so used to when you turn in, when you lift, and all of that, and when you've got someone who's that little bit slower, you just don't know. Like your brain's just like, I've got it. When do I now have to brake? When do I now have to lift? When you're so used to that rhythm that you get into, like I can empathise with the faster guys and the frustrations of knowing that over the top of the hill is when you can make up so much time when you've got a great setup, but and that's when you can lose a lot of time if you're stuck in behind a blue flag car, as you said yourself there, Liam, when you've been able to make up a little bit of time. But I can definitely say from being the slower car in front, it's you try your hardest to be as smooth and as quick as you can, but it's just like, wow, you got these guys all over you. You're like, far out, I don't even know how you can go that quick.
Yeah, thankfully it happened yesterday when I was doing some practice. I got caught out with a car that was ahead of me, and I was just trying to do exactly that, just trying to follow a couple of cars across the top of the hill. It's been a little while since there, and it can be tricky if you're right up behind someone. You can basically see nothing except for walls. Oh, there's a Mustang there going. Is that your car going for a bit of adventure?
That's Sam. Come on, mate.
But yeah, you can. I just wanted to get my eye in behind another car just to make sure I could, follow closely, and I just got caught out. Oh, is McLaren trying to get around the outside of Sam?
Oh,
managed to hold
I don't know if that's on.
No, managed to hold that one there. I'm not sure if that was a move for position or if that was a lapped car. In the leaderboard, I think that might have been a lapped car at some point there, but it looks like we're about to have another lapped car in the middle of this battle here. I'm not sure exactly which McLaren that is, whether that is Griffin or if that's someone else.
No, that was just looking at Sam. ours that is for position. I think that's Shawnee Bub now. He's just come into that 959 car. So that's hence the reason he was definitely trying to close the door on him, because that was for position.
Mr. Bub now, no slouch himself. I've done a few duos races with him. As we're going to see, Stevie Ty looks to the outside. There's a car park at the end of the elbow here. It's what I was talking about before with those lapped cars. They just frustrate you a little bit because they just get in the way, and it's not their fault, but you're just shouting move, and they've got nowhere to go. And you end up just causing a car park, but you can't really make a move at that point if you're trying to get an overtake on someone, because all you're going to do if you start putting your car on the inside or outside of another car. Oh, so you see a Ferrari on the grass. Oh no, please stop, please stop.
No. Oh, is that going to stop? Oh, wow.
And
seen a lot of times where they don't stop.
Yeah, sometimes you get moments like that where everyone just kind of scatters, and there's cars on the grass, there's cars in the gravel, there's cars upside down, and you're just praying you make it through in one piece.
Oh, it is so true.
Yeah, just to touch on what we were originally talking about there with those slower cars, I got caught out yesterday when I was just trying to follow someone. I was following Cricky across the top, and I just got caught out with the speed I was taking across Skyline versus what he was doing, and I got caught out and just had to tap the brake through Skyline, and the Ferrari just went immediately spun itself, as we see a replay here of the Mustang going across the gravel, gets it stopped thankfully, and doesn't go plowing into the side of any cars they're trying to make that corner. But yeah, just got caught out with the speed, a couple of probably 20 or 30 k's an hour difference, and I've tapped the brakes over Skyline and it just immediately spun. Like there's nothing I could do. So you've kind of got to make sure that you've allowed enough time, as we see some more blue flag cars get out of the way. Oh, that interesting livery Mustang in the wall there. Looks like Stevie Ty and De Silva there not losing out too much time. Stevie Ty a little bit of a gap there, but I'm sure he will absolutely make that up with little worry there. But yeah, you've kind of got to set your what on earth is going on here?
More trying to get around the that second Pidgey car there by the look of it. Is that Longren in there?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Just getting swallowed up by everyone.
Yeah, it does the right thing and gets out of the way, but yeah, sometimes like that, it's tough because we get drilled into us, do not let any cars pass across top of the mountain, and it isn't safe, but sometimes it's not that it's wrong, but it's still tough because you just don't know how much speed they can actually take through there, so you kind of got to like set your speed you're going taking over the mountain before you get to like the crest of Skyline, and if you get it wrong, you're going to spin and throw yourself into the wall, or you're going to touch the car in front of you. So it's I've just been playing it safe in that situation. I've just backed right off. We know you're not going to gain anything. You're never going to get like an overtake, even if it is the blue flag car. They're not going to let you pass coming down the S's. So I've found it easier just to back off, cruise, save a bit of fuel, nice Sunday drive down the hill, and then wait for the elbow in the straight.
Yeah, that's it. Absolutely, and I'll certainly say a lot of times where I've had the guys coming up behind, it's been a lot better than it has the last couple of years. I've been tapped and spun probably 3 times. I think last Bathurst 12 months ago from blue flags from faster guys coming up behind, just not being able to govern the speed that we're going because. I've got skill issues. I'll just say it straight.
No, not at all.
I'm just not as quick. I just don't have the skill and the speed of being able to extract every little bit out of the car compared. And and it's it was no fault of mine or the guys behind, but it's just such a hard thing for the faster guys to be able to judge, and it's exactly as you said, Liam. Like I think you've just got to make the call at the top as you're coming over Skyline, and just go, rightio, how much am I going to back off here, and hope that I can still keep somewhat of your normal rhythm that you do coming down through the S's and the dipper, without having to tap the brakes or do something too aggressive and end up sending yourself into the wall.
Yeah, I've almost sort of develops a secondary rhythm coming down the S's there when you are stuck behind another car. You just kind of come down a gear early every time, and instead of taking just a little lift and keeping it in fifth, they kind of just have a dab of the brakes back to fourth, back to third, instead of smashing it in fifth and grab 2 gears down and sending it over that curb and just relax and wait till we get to the other side when we can safely get past.
Yeah, that's it. As these guys are just such a good battle here through the chaos, and out the other side, and they've got a nice little bit of breathing space both in front and behind them all now. So the fight continues as we see. Namie's just found the horizon. Still going, but Squires has done well to try and keep it within that 10 seconds. So, here's that little little touch. Oh, that's not what you want to do.
Exit stage left there from the Aston Martin. I'm not sure exactly which car that was. I think there was a bit of a green on it, but I think there's a few of those currently in the field. But yeah, Stevie Tice, they're a bit of clean air there with Silver. Oh, Silver, both of them getting so close to that outside wall. I've tapped that one myself a few times, but yeah, a bit of breathing room there. But the other thing you kind of happens in the situation is you start to learn the driver in front of you. You see where they're fast, you can see where they're slow, and you can kind of start to plan a move at this point. But that's one of the challenges when you're following a blue flag car is you haven't been behind them long enough to know what their speed is. So it might be a complete gamble, and you just have to back off and hope. But yeah, Stevie Ty is very well aware of where that Bentley is strong, and it's about to be right here. Unfortunately for him, both of them tapping the walls. There is absolutely no reins being held in here as we see a yellow flag. Oh no! Oh no! I'm hearing quiet cars in my headset. Oh no! That's
one. That's two. Not sure. And that Namie.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, I heard a car go quiet in the background, and I'm currently still got the game open spectating there. So,
no, I don't know whether that's just because Name's just gone into the pits, or whether that was actually something to do with him. He didn't look like he was coming in very quick, so.
Yeah, he's had a moment there. He's got a minute of damage looking at that. ACC drive running, and he's had another moment coming out of the chase. I think I'm sure we'll get a replay of that one. That is not what we need.
No. I was going to say, I wonder whether there was a bit of a blue flag. Oh no! We're saying that earlier. Sorry, everybody who's we're watching the pre-replay. A little bit wide there, and then into the wall. Yep.
Why do I always end up commentating on my own car spearing into the wall?
Yeah, it's funny. It's like, why is it? Yeah, why are you commentating? I had the same. I was commentating, and I've watched one of our guys clip the inside coming down through the elbow, and it's like, oh no, boys. That's gonna hurt. And then
he's in the lead too.
He was in the lead, yes.
That's now the third time I've commentated my car in the lead and something's happened. So maybe there's something going on here. Maybe I should stay out of it.
Next time you're in P1, Liam, just say I might. I'll just come and commentate once we're in the pits, and I know that we're in P2 at least for half the half of the stint.
Yeah, I think that would have happened to anyone. As we welcome Sam O'Brien into the commentary booth. Sam, what's going on?
Sorry, can we borrow our number one driver for a minute, please?
Oh.
Sorry.
I better go, boys.
Goodbye. All right.
Oh.
I think Brad might be getting a bit of a talking to here, so I'm not sure if there's some strategy going on that side. But Brad has left, and that leaves just me. But that's all right. I'll try my best until we can find someone else to jump in here. And Glenn's just showing me photos of my own car, looking a bit sick. Glenn, that is sick in and of itself. I don't need any more frustration to deal with that. That has not gone our way, but Stevie Ty getting a bit loose out of there, getting right up behind the Bentley of De Silva. It's put us. We've come out in third place. It's going to put us out a little bit out of sync with the pit stops. So We see our car here just ahead of that fight there. But still 6 hours to go. Anything can happen, and hopefully less of that would be nice. Stevie Ty right up behind the Bentley as I'm joined by Glenn. Glenn, how's it going? Might have some push talk issues there with Glenn, but we'll wait for him to get that one sorted.
Oh dear, yes.
Here he is. Here he is.
I just, I didn't want you to get lonely, mate.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
I'll drop in. I think the commentator gods are trying to tell you something.
Yeah.
Like, don't.
I think so.
I dropped a screenshot of your car into our comms booth chat, and she does look pretty sick.
Yeah.
Although, you back out, so that's all right.
It is. I've got the game running in the background still with ACC Drive there. I can see it was about a minute, I think, so I popped us back behind Squires and Gobby there, the cars of sevens, as I've come to call them. But
yes.
Yeah, with Stevie Ty here looking towards the outside of the chase. Not going to be another way through there, and that is perfectly defended there by De Silva. Just shutting the door and making sure that Stevie cannot get past as he's right up behind. Going to go defensive again as De Silva into the pit lane. Finally, that's going to be some clean air for Stevie Ty.
That battle has been going on for what must be about 10 or 12 laps.
Yeah, he's going to be very glad to just finally have some free air and not be stuck up behind a Bentley.
And De Silva soaked up that pressure, that's for sure.
Yeah, very, very well done indeed. As Neil Haynes is back in the booth. Neil, how was your break? You enjoy that one?
Oh, I've just been feasting on a nice little chocolate bar.
Oh, did you bring
Very
us
nice.
anything?
No, I didn't. I remember one year we did a call out for someone's favourite chocolate bar during one of these endurance events.
Yes.
But anyway,
Oh,
so big moment just happened though, I believe, from one of the leaders.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't want to talk about it. Always
Liam's car.
Honda there of Brad Godfrey. I'm not sure exactly who's in that one, but I know he's in that team. Go for a little bit of spin there, but no damage done, thankfully. Yeah, we had a bit of a moment involving a lap car coming through the chase. Looks like they just ran wide, spun, and unfortunately T-boned our car into this wall and sent it straight into the wall. So, yeah,
Oh,
a bit of
no,
damage
sorry
that
to
one
hear.
back into the box, and yeah, it's going to put us out of sequence with the other two ahead of us, and a bit more work to do than we were hoping in there, but we'll see how it goes.
So the final Raw Ferrari is now taking the lead again by the looks of things. They've been a while since they've been in the lead because both yourself and the 777 car have been swapping positions for the lead of the Mustang. Here we go. Oh no, there's not much that could have happened there for your guys, unfortunately. Just stuck at the wrong spot at the wrong time.
Yeah, doesn't get any easier to watch the third time. Don't worry. Oh, that's frustrating, but hey, that's endurance racing. Anything can happen, and who's not to say that there can't be similar moments for these cars ahead? But yeah, 777 into second place, and that is the final Raw number 7 Ferrari up into the lead. A little bit of a gap there between those two cars, and I think we're about 40 seconds or so behind there. So a lot of work to do, but we're just approaching the 6th hour now, getting towards halfway in there. So still a long way to go, and as we've just seen, anything's possible.
Well, definitely, and that's it. It's sometimes that's the nature of the beast, and incident that's not even in your control, and can happen to anyone. So, a long way to go, and that's the attitude to have, I think, Liam. And I'm sure your team will take that and see how you go. You've got the pace, and see what happens for the next 6 hours.
I'll just before I jump out, I'll just mention for YouTube viewers, we'll be going to part 2 of our coverage. With first 6 hours part 1, and the final 6 hours will be part 2, and that'll be happening shortly. Thank you.
Thanks, Glenn. And mate, make sure you don't miss that, guys. So you'll be able to click on the link very shortly for part 2. As we look at the leader here of Aidan Squires, threading the needle of some lap cars. are loving the super cheap Mustang.
Yeah, very nice livery on that Mustang. So you see they're letting them through down the inside of the chase. Nice and simple. Just another blue flag car to go there of Dan Madden, sorry, one of the Madden brothers. Hopefully moving towards the outside here, letting everyone through there nice and cleanly. And we're going to let that Mustang through as well, and slots in behind them there.
And I believe your car may have got a little bit involved going over the top too of that car too, the Ferrari that we just saw copped a little penalty for, again, a spot where you don't want to really brake over the top of the mountain, so you're just gliding over the top and unfortunately just tagged just slightly, I think, just at this point through here.
Yeah, I think that was the 147 Pidgey car as well. Yeah, just misjudged the speed and got a little bit too close and just unfortunately sent them around. Little tiny tap, but yeah, that's all it takes at that point. Those cars are so loaded that it just, all you need is a little tiny look at the rear bumper the wrong way and that car's going to go spinning, which is unfortunately what happened. But yeah,
it could have happened to you guys too, I think, as well. If you hit the brake, you probably find that you would have stepped out rear or something and into the wall.
Yeah, I suspect there you might have been able to get away with it if you just lifted, or maybe a tiny double race. You have to be super careful, otherwise it is going to be, you're going to send yourself spinning into the wall. So something that Brad and I were just discussing before with some slower traffic around you, you kind of have to just judge the gap before you get there and hope that you've sort of bled off enough speed to make it through.
And was that Brad Gosling, who we just saw before as well, back in the car, taking control of his Mustang, I think?
Yeah, it sounds that way. So it seems like there's maybe some technical difficulties going on in that car and some emergency we need to steal our driver going on, which I completely understand. So it looks like Marshy just apologising there in chat for stealing Brad, but no, we understand that the racing comes first. Oh, there's Ferrari on the grass trying to get way to the blue flag car there of the Pixel Racer Mustang. That is Jacob Weatherburn there. As we see this massive train of cars. So I did alt-tab earlier to my game and saw that train there coming at the top of the mountain. As you see the Pidgey car.
Oh, bouncing over the curbs.
I don't like seeing this in my car involved. Oh, 3 wide back there. Is that Stevie Tyre? Is that the other Nissan? I'm not sure. He's going to get blocked, and now, yep. There's lots of cars moving everywhere there. This is
lot going on here. It sure is, and I think it is Stephen Tyre because obviously he's chasing your car up front, and then back in. Obviously, still stayed behind the wheel there, so obviously double stint or going as long as he can, try and make amends here.
I think that one might be Stevie Tyre there, back up behind the Bentley now with Talbot at the wheel. It looks like they've done a driver change to Silver out and Talbot in. Sounds like we might be getting Brad back in a minute. I'm not sure how many minutes Marshy's actually referring to there. I'm not sure if he's driving, if he's in the car, or whether there was just a strategy discussion. But yeah, unfortunately, it looks like Stevie Tyre is still back there behind that Bentley as we see some more cars weaving and dodging around the straight, and Porsche giving way. Is that going to give way to the Nissan as well? Not this time. It's going to have to let him pass there on the next little bit of straight.
There's one's ducking off into the pits there. And yeah, Jeremy Talbot doing an awesome job in this Bentley.
Just taking the wheel, Jeremy Talbot from De Silva.
Yeah. He was motoring, wasn't he? He really brought the Bentley up. I think it was from 7th up to 3rd, possibly.
Yeah, absolutely. And held off Stevie Tyre for a good probably half an hour or so by the looks of things. So did really, really well to soak up that pressure. And yeah, that was very well driven by De Silva there. And unfortunately, that means that there is once again a blue Nissan behind a yellow Bentley, and I'm sure that is not what Mr. Tyre was looking for.
No, not at all. But yeah, 6 more hours to go solo for Mr. Tyre. So credit to him. And also, let's not forget about Rondinella as well, down in 14th, the 888 McLaren, and doing it all on his own. I think Jamie Conboy, I think he had some internet problems or software problems, hardware issues, and I think he may be retired.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame that I don't see his name in the list anymore now that you mention it. Obviously, being in the driver's seat for a lot of this race, I'm not sure exactly what happened towards the start, but yeah, still a few people going solo as we see Jaden Rondinella, Loopty as he's affectionately known here, still keeping his car alive and managing to drive in a straight line without spinning. Always a cheap to get Loopty there when one is available. Graham Hill as well, solo in the 26 BMW. What's that in P18 currently at the moment? So holding pretty strong, I can imagine at this point they're starting to feel pretty sore and tired. These guys.
Yeah, definitely. Graham Hill's been having some great battles too. I think about an hour or so ago, he was really in the thick of it. I think with Cricky, I think it was trying to pass the Mustang, and yeah, he's going not too bad there in 18th.
Absolutely. So got Stevie Ty here in behind the 124 Ferrari. So maybe that's not Stevie Ty. That must be the other Calsonic GTR that's now behind the Bentley. So a little bit of confusion there going on with that one. So change of position, but just not the GTR that we thought it was. That's the other car there that's driven by Luke Johnson and co. There in the. I'm not sure if that's the one. If it was a 111 car or if there was a different number there. But yeah, it's got two Calsonic GTRs out here.
Yeah, there is a few, but we just welcome back all the viewers, slowly filtering back into part 2, as we've part 1 has been wrapped up now for the Bathurst 12 hour for Simrigs, and we are now back into the coverage with part 2.
Yeah, what an exciting first half it's been. We've seen some crazy battles up the front. There's been, I can only imagine by the yellow flags, I've seen a fair few incidents and bits like that, and also some tragic moments, I would say now. In some of them involving leaders, which is not what we want to see.
Yeah, it's not ideal, that's for sure, but yeah, it happens everywhere in the real life as well. You see these things happen as well, and that's what you do, and how you come together as a team and push on. So, you know, definitely not out of it, but you know, you have got one hand tied behind your back at this stage. So hopefully you can fall your way and see what happens in this remaining half of the race.
Yeah, that's kind of how it goes with endurance racing. Like, I'd be very surprised if there was a single car here that didn't have any damage, didn't have any incidents, didn't have any penalties. You pretty much always at least get 1 or 2 moments during 12 hours of racing. It is a long time, so there's always a car. There's always 1 or 2 moments that your car's going to have. It's just about minimizing the impact of that. Also trying to make the best of it. Obviously, sometimes you might find yourself with a couple of seconds of damage that you didn't want to have. As Mustang careering into the wall there. Speaking of a couple of seconds of damage applied to that Mustang there of James Gay's, not what he wanted to do there. But yeah, just maximizing it or making the best decisions with kind of what you've been served, whether you stop and repair the damage or whether you just kind of hang it out and lose a little bit of time. So it all ebbs and flows and it all even out towards the end.
Yeah, definitely. We're just looking at, I think it was the Batman mobile of the McLaren of Luke McKenzie, Noah Reynolds, I think, and Philip Hamilton. Doing a good job there. I think they'll chase him down 24th. I think he's right on the tail here of that Mustang. Of the 666. Of 8 Legs Racing, I think it is, in front.
Yeah, absolutely. Just working behind the scenes here to switch over to part 2 myself so that I can have the YouTube chat open so I can chat with our lovely people who are watching this race here on the live stream. Yeah, welcome everyone to part 2 here. There we go, we've got the chat open now. See a little bit more of what's going on. Team Batman has hinted that McLaren versus the Mustang of James Gaze, and come back up there towards Damiano Cercolini is driving the 911 Porsche. Tim Brook right behind him there in the 676 car, the Colvix and Colonials. Both of those cars, a couple of sort of mainstays here in OLR. We've seen them in plenty of endurance races, and hopefully we continue to see them in plenty more to come. That is the car, I think that was the Brad Gosling Semi Brian Mustang there, just getting out of the way of these guys. And I think that was the Ferrari of Will Hammond and Tan there up the front, just in front of there. Will Hammond back behind the wheel
Yeah,
of Batman now.
correct. Yeah, definitely. And as you said, this Convicts and Colonials is iconic to OOR, this team name, and always raises a few eyebrows. Always got a good entry as well. And you can see by that being up in the top 12, nudging the top 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Tim Brook just clobbering a little bit of the inside curve there at Murray's corner. That is a surprisingly deceptive corner. It seems like it's such an easy one when you look at it on paper. It's just a 90-degree corner, but it's an inside curve that you cannot hit. The whole corner is off camber, and there's not much room and runoff on the exit either.
Yeah, it can get nasty, definitely. But it looks like Circolini's doing a very good job in that Porsche. He's holding, as we can see, Tim Brook behind at bay at this moment. As we're looking back behind here with Damien, I've actually done quite a few some previous broadcasts with Circolini.
Yeah, he's a good lad to chat to and good to do some commentary with. And this will be an interesting battle to see how this plays out, because these cars have very different strengths in the way that they drive. You know, the Porsche, that engine right over the rear wheels, very, very good traction off of the corner and really good handling. The Aston's kind of a bit of a brute, but a bit of turbo lag means it will struggle to get out of the corners. So it's sort of going to see here that Brook is right behind him coming through the S's, but we're going to get down to corners like the Dipper and Forest Elbow, and we'll probably see that Porsche just kind of bugger off into the distance and leave the Aston behind. But the Aston still quick at the end of the straight, so it's going to ebb and flow here, and these cars will have basically totally opposite strengths towards each other, so going to be a tricky one to try and get past.
Yeah, definitely a good livery too by the Convicts and Colonials this year. I really like that on the Aston.
Yeah, I think in the past we've seen them run the pink and silver with the gold wheels. I think, is that this car that I'm thinking of, or is that another Aston?
Oh, I'm not too sure. They've had all different types of liveries, but this looks like fairly fresh for 2026. That's for sure.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be that case. I think I'm thinking of the right one. They did have a very nice sort of pink with gold accents livery before, which was definitely an eye catcher on stream. But good to see them changing it up every now and again.
Luke McKenzie, we're looking at this battle still brewing for the Batman Mobile, trying to get Gaze in front in this Mustang, trying to get the toe. Looks like he might try and do it if he can hang it around the outside. He's going to have a nice opportunity. And he's covered it off there, so that's a nice overtake there. Just see if he can hold down the inside here to keep the Mustang at bay. Oh, a little touch of the wheels.
Ooh.
I think the Mustang went in a little bit too deep, but also just a little bit of a touch, which took him. Obviously, he lost all braking once that hit with that little slide glance. And that looks like that might be a little bit of damage repair needing the next pit stop for that Mustang.
Yeah, I think it's going to be more than a little bit. That went straight head first into a concrete wall. I'm not sure if there was just a bit of Kunos collision physics with a bit of touching of wheels, and that might have sent, if they were close to the edge, might have sent that Mustang off into the grass. And oh, it didn't end up on the grass actually. I'm just seeing it back there off our side. We'll get a replay up for that one for you guys there in a moment. But yeah, just a little bit of a touch and a squeeze, and oh no, it did send him onto the grass. And unfortunately, that one sent him careering into the wall. We'll see that one here in a second. As we'll see that one right now.
Yeah, so he's obviously trying to see if he can pull alongside here, and I think he left him a little bit of room, but just that, yeah, got squeezed a little bit, but unfortunately that's how it happened. But this is a little battle going on here, definitely, at the moment. Tim Brooks still being caught behind the Porsche.
Yeah, we'll see this one.
Doing a good job.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see this one once again. The Porsche is going to get the drive out of the corner, although it looks like that Brook might be close enough here to get into the slipstream of the Porsche. Damiano is going to stay defensive down the inside. That's going to get Tim Brook to look towards the outside, but getting around the outside here at turn 2 is very difficult. And you see him just run a bit deep and fall outside the camber. Hopefully kept it out of the wall there. I'm not sure if that car behind is also for position or if that's a lapped car. Doesn't look like it's for position. I don't see any Ferrari behind him. Behind them would be the Honda of Jack Miller, the 342 Pro-Am car. I'm not sure exactly which way that is. I think they might have just got past him down the straight. But yeah, Damiano doing very well to go defensive up to turn 2. If you trying to get around the outside of turn 2 is really tricky because you sort of fall out of that camber, and once you get outside there is no grip. You're on the rubber, you're on all the marbles, you're on everything you don't want to be on. Tim Brook closing right up there through the S's and down through the dipper, but yeah, very tough to get past around the outside of turn 2 unless you've got a lot of speed advantage.
Yeah, and as you said, the camber's off to the wall as well when you get on over that crown as well, so it makes it a little bit difficult, definitely, and being in that rubber doesn't help. But looking at the quickly, I think it was then, possibly go, I think it was, Tim in second position. Till we look back at Mr. Brook here. Seeing if he can try and make this move finally on the Porsche. He's got a bit of a run, but the Porsche brakes are going to be too strong. Oh, I was just going to say too strong, but it looks like the Aston has tried to lean on that. And unfortunately, he won't feel good about it, so he'll think he's possibly just holding to redress this position here, but I don't know if the stewards are going to look at that too good at that, but we'll see what happens later on.
Yeah, we'll see what the stewards think. We don't have a strict redress rule in OR. Oh, just a little bit of a touch there, and right up behind, just misjudged where he was braking, I think. But we don't have a strict rule. We're going to see a replay here of that one. But Brook right up behind the Porsche there of Damiano coming into the chase and looks towards the inside, so thinks better off it. Oh, I don't know if... Looks like he might have just released the brake a little bit or something like that, or got caught out by how much the descent rate or the deceleration rate of the Porsche was. But yeah, just a little bit of a touch there, and we'll see whether that one goes through to the stewards or not. We don't have a strict redress rule for OOR, and they can still hand out a penalty for it if they deem it necessary, but sometimes if there's only not a lot of damage or no damage at all and minimal time loss, no position loss, such as a case like this in a longer endurance race, they might decide to just keep it play on.
Yeah, gentlemanly letting him back through